center.
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back. During the break, some new calls. Let's look at North Dakota. And President Trump is the projected winner in North Dakota.
In Alabama, President Trump is the winner there. There's also a Senate race going on there. We'll check in with that in a few moments.
And looking at Florida once again, checking in there. It is too close to call, but Trump leads in Florida. And in Texas right now, too early to call.
Well, it's only been 25 minutes since the polls closed in Texas and Arizona, a couple of states that folks are going to be watching very, very closely. We'll continue to monitor it. We've got much more election coverage to come here on NBC. We'll be back in just a few. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It is almost 9:30 in the East. Let's show you where we are right now.
All right, Florida, too close to call, but the president is leading. A lot of the vote is in, so we anticipate a call coming up pretty soon. In Pennsylvania, it is too early to call, and that may well be a race that lasts for days.
Let's look at Texas. This is a place that Joe Biden has tried to turn blue. It is too early in Texas right now. Arizona, it is too early as well.
Let's take a look at Arizona, see how much vote is in at this hour. Too early to call. It doesn't look like they've reported any, but let's go to Michigan now. Too early to call there, but that is a battleground, one closely watched, one that Joe Biden has got to flip back to blue this year. North Carolina, too early to call. We've been watching it very closely. That's another one that the Democrats had hoped to flip.
We've been keeping a big eye on Ohio as well. 60% in their 18 electoral votes. That's too early to call right now. And Georgia as well. This is another state that Joe Biden has tried to add to the expanded map. Too early in Georgia.
The map's starting to fill out a little bit, but we've got the big remaining questions. I don't believe we've yet to call a battleground, Chuck. So
well, we haven't, and we certainly haven't seen a flip yet. But Florida looks like we have an idea where it's headed because we're telling you we think Trump is leading here. We're at 80%. Let's look at how this is North Carolina. This, to me, is the next shoe to drop here, I think we see as the vote comes in. And as you can see, Joe Biden's margin is now less than 100,000, still 20%, still 1 million votes to go. Right now, the way that's eaten, let's see. It's these gray counties that we don't have anything in yet. And if you want an idea, this one next to Raleigh here, this is something that's expected to be a big Trump county. You have this empty county here. Franklin's expected to be a Trump county. This one here. So you can see this is why there's pessimism on the Democratic side, optimism on the Republican side when it comes to where we are with North Carolina. And let me take you over to Georgia. Let's just get an update there to see. We're looking, this vote's trickling in here, 40%. We're still, until I see more than 1% out of DeKalb, we still got a long, long way to go in Georgia with the same game. But going back to North Carolina, that's what you're going to keep following. That should be the next shoe to drop, I think, before 11 o'clock.
All right.
All right. So let's turn to Andrea Mitchell right now. Talk a little bit about the expectations leading in tonight, the worries about Russia and Iran and meddling in our election. Any signs of any of that?
No signs of any cyber. There was a lot of misinformation leading up to the election, but no signs of any cyber hacking. But we've now learned from 2 sources that U.S. Cyber Command did take offensive military action against government-linked hackers in both Russia and Iran. It was described by official sources to us as annoyances, not crushing blows, similar to what they did in the run-up to the 2018 midterms. We've seen no signs, as I say, of cyber hacking so far targeting this election from Russia or Iran, but they did take this action preemptively. Last time, they put them out of action for a couple of days, and then the government hackers were back in action again.
But the biggest worry seemed to be more influence campaigns as opposed to physical
infrastructure changes. And that we certainly saw
changes.
plenty of signs of, and that they announced a couple of weeks ago, and they've been tracking it, Russia, Iran, and to a lesser degree, China.
All right, Andrea.
I believe we have a call in South Carolina to make in the presidential race. Again, an expected result. The president will take South Carolina. But let's stay on this subject of national security. We've got 4 former secretaries of Homeland Security joining us. Tom Ridge and Michael Chertoff, who served under President George W. Bush, and Janet Napolitano and Jay Johnson. They served under President Obama, and I had the pleasure of speaking to all of you last week. All of you had a concern that Americans feel reassured about the integrity of the election. I'll start with you, Secretary Chertoff. How are you feeling tonight about how the election has played out so far?
Well, I think some of the biggest concerns we had turned out not to have come to fruition. I think there was a big concern about violence that might interfere with people's ability to actually go to the polls on Election Day, or interference with the voting process, or even potentially government agents being present in a way that would be intimidating. And the reporting I've seen suggests that other than a few sporadic instances of potential voter intimidation, largely this has gone, reasonably smoothly. So it looks, at least in terms of the issue of getting people to the polling places and getting them to vote, we've avoided any serious problems. Now, of course, we still have the question of the count and the result, and that could very well be an occasion for seeing some more disruption.
Well, that brings me to Secretary Ridge, who, by the way, hails from the great state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And when we talked earlier, Secretary Ridge, I think you said many, many times, November 3rd, today is the last day to cast your ballot. It is not the last day to count your ballot. Are you concerned that we may have a days-long, perhaps longer process in Pennsylvania before us?
Well, I think we're going to have a day or days-long process in several states. I know there are several states that didn't begin processing ballots until a day or two before the November 3rd, and Pennsylvania today didn't begin processing its ballots until 7 a.m. this morning. But frankly, I think we've demonstrated, and I follow up on my colleague, Secretary Chertoff, what we've seen today, I think, is the respectful presence of Republicans and Democrats at the polls, acting and respecting one another's expression of preference. I mean, we've had very few reports of fraud, very few reports of intimidation, in spite of all the pre-polling anxiety and some communities' fear. I'll give you a perfect example. I decided to vote in person today, showed up at 6:45. By then, there were already 60 people in line. Some people had a MAGA hat on, another couple of people had Biden shirts on, but everybody was there, mask, social distancing, respecting each other's right to cast a vote. I think in considerable measure, it's a good news day for America. We respected each other so far, and I believe we will continue to respect the outcomes in 4 or 5 states who we may not know for a day or two.
Well, let's ask somebody who knows a little bit about that. Secretary Napolitano, you had a governor's race in Arizona that got stretched out a little longer than you probably would have preferred. What's your advice to folks who are watching, especially if we do have these states where it just comes down to the wire and it takes some time to count?
Yeah, that's right. In 2002, when I ran for governor in Arizona the first time, my opponent didn't concede for 6 days after the election, and we just had to be patient. I actually went to a spa in California and just got out of town for a couple of days.
Well, maybe that's some good advice for all of us.
Exactly. I'll use a little of that now. But I think the point is that today went well. It went well for America, it went well for our democracy, but now we need to be patient and let the states that are slower to count their votes so that everybody's right to vote is respected. Secretary Johnson, what's on your mind tonight?
I agree with my colleagues. We're pleased that there weren't the problems we were concerned about at polling places. Andrea noted a few weeks ago the Iranians had attempted to intimidate voters. We do know that the Russians targeted a vast number of different sources of information. Our government does not know what they intend to do about that. But I think all of us are reassured by the strength of our democracy. You know, my son is in the Coast Guard. He's deployed overseas right now, and he voted online several thousand miles away. He really wanted to vote. He voted online, and today he got this postcard in the mail to our home in New Jersey. Your ballot has been received by the state of New Jersey. So I feel pretty good about that.
Well, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, 4 individuals who've served our country. Thank you for your time and for your care. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's worth noting we've not heard the word chaos much today. A lot of
nor have we seen it.
Nor have we seen it, obviously. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, let's talk a little bit about North Carolina and how the president's campaign is looking at those numbers right now.
Yeah, they're looking at them in, I think, a positive light, Lester. I just got off the phone with one source close to the campaign who's talking about how they believe that North Carolina could be potentially a good thing for them. It is going to be tighter than in 2016. Back in 2016, President Trump won by about 3.5 points in that state. Right now, the returns do show, as we're looking at the numbers here, I'm looking at the percentage, 80% of the vote in. The key thing is something that we have been talking about a couple of times tonight, those counties up there near Wake County by the Raleigh-Durham metro area where the vote still is not in. So those are some of the things that I think the Trump team is looking at. But they are feeling, I think, more positive about North Carolina. That was a state that they'd been optimistic about, but not necessarily slam dunk confident the way that they entered the night thinking about as it relates to Florida, for example. So still lots to watch in North Carolina. I will say, as it relates to Florida, I think there is a sense now from folks I've talked to in the last hour or so that they are looking or hoping to do some attempted extrapolation from where they performed well in Florida to see if that is going to extend into some of these other key states like Ohio, like Georgia. Those are the other two that I'm hearing a lot about tonight, Lester.
All right. Thank you, Hallie.
Let's go to North Carolina because we are watching to see what happens there. She's in Morgan Radford is in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's one of the places where the suburban vote could be key for Joe Biden. But Morgan, right now we're waiting for the day of vote, which could break for Trump.
That's right, Savannah. We are at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, and this is actually where those physical ballots are now being reported from the precincts and being counted. I want to show you how it's working here on the ground because this is where the action is happening. They're bringing in these large blue bins, and in those bins there are two important things. There's one, the physical ballots, and I'll show you where those are being stored and sorted inside here on the right. But there's a second thing that's important. There are little USB chips, and over here to my left, that's where they're being counted. So the precincts are actually have their tabulations that are being counted in a computer that is not set up to the internet. But what's fascinating is that we've been talking all week about how this is a state that the Democrats have been aggressively trying to flip and turn blue. And so what they're focusing on inside those blue bins is to see just how blue those ballots are inside. They're focusing, one, on the suburbs. Hallie mentioned a few of the key suburbs here. How are those suburban voters going to vote? But secondly, they're looking at unaffiliated voters. When we spoke to state party officials from both sides, they said that north of 100,000 new registered voters registered as Democrats, registered as Republicans since 2016, but more than 400,000 new registered voters are unaffiliated. So the question is, what will be inside those boxes tonight?
Yeah, Chuck, what does it look like, North Carolina? How much vote is outstanding?
Well, we still have 20% of the vote outstanding. And I remember how I began the night with you guys, and I said, hey, I want to take you back to 2012. And even though this was when Barack Obama narrowly lost North Carolina, there was a lot of blue here on the border of South Carolina. These are some rural African-American counties. Now, let me show you what's going on. I told you this was going to be one of the keys. The good news for Joe Biden, he's blowing the doors off in these suburban counties. We showed you Charlotte. We showed you Raleigh. But remember I told you about Richmond, and I told you about Robeson. Where's Robeson County here? Right there. Told you about this one, African-American county. Look at Trump's number. He's got to be overperforming somewhere, right? If in order to make up that ground. Well, we found where he's overperforming. Number one, this was an important Obama county. These are some rural African-American voters not turning out. That's what this says, not turning out. Maybe they showed up on Election Day, and we shall see. But there's not a lot of vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
All right, Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early to call, but we are showing that the president is leading with approximately 74% of the vote in. We'll take a quick break here. More election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. We got a call. Senator Cory Gardner is going back to Colorado, and former Governor John Hickenlooper, the Democrat, will pick up that seat. So that's one more in the Democrats' column in their race to try to regain control of the United States Senate.
All right, we want to bring in right now Democratic Senator and former presidential candidate Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Thank you for being with us. What do you see in this evening that tells you where we're going, Senator?
I see in the next hour or so, you're going to have a lot of focus on the Midwest and the West. Big news to you. Just kidding. I think what you see is what we've known all along, and that is that these critical states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are going to be where it's at. And Joe Biden had to win these states from the beginning. I still think North Carolina is because of the Senate race there as well. I've been talking about North Carolina for days. And then as we head west, we've got Arizona and Nevada and many other places. And I think one of the messages of the night is suburban women, and that Joe Biden is doing better than a lot of people predicted in the suburbs. I think a lot of that is the president's attitude and how he's divided people, whereas Biden has said, look, I'm going to be the president for all of America. Red, blue, I don't care. I don't care if you voted for me. If you didn't, I'm going to be your president. Really important in the Midwest.
So you think this thing's moving to the Midwest. How does that blue wall look tonight?
It's looking pretty strong. The fact that we are so competitive in Ohio and doing so well in like the Cincinnati suburbs, the fact that Iowa is still in play, but it's mostly, as you know, those 2 states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, it's going to take a while to get their votes counted. They just started today, and I think your viewers know that, but they've got to remember that, whereas Minnesota and Michigan may be coming in sooner. And so it's going to be a lot about that, the fact that we've got 4 Democratic governors in those states that have been having to bear the brunt of leading through the coronavirus. People know that in our states, whereas the president has shoved everything down to these governors. You've got a lot of things going on where these states have changed politically since 2016.
Senator, you've mentioned the blue wall. You've said it's going to stay strong, but of course you would have liked to have some cushion. Are you disappointed that so far, at least, the Sun Belt is not turning into a blue wave as some had hoped it might for Joe Biden, at least one of them?
Well, we always know Florida is not an easy state. You didn't have a Senate race going on in that state. And the point is that from the very beginning, from the moment that Joe Biden announced, he has been focused on these Midwestern states. I know because I debated him, ran against him, did my Blue Wall tour, and one of the reasons that I endorsed him was that I felt that he would see the importance of these states where people felt left behind over the last decade. Donald Trump's policies, whether it's on trade, whether it's on manufacturing, have left a lot of people behind, and that's even before the pandemic started.
Real quick, Senator Klobuchar, let's talk about your home state of Minnesota, because Republicans had hoped to make it competitive. They have visited there. It was close in 2016. Hillary Clinton only won it by 1.6%. You feel good about Minnesota going blue for Biden tonight?
I do. We have a really strong statewide campaign. We've all hung together. We've got some key congressional races that I hope at some point you guys will get to. Tina Smith is doing well. I predict she will win. And we've had a huge voter turnout, despite some efforts by the Republicans at the last minute to stop votes from being counted. So we feel good about our state.
All right. Thank you, Senator Amy Klobuchar. Appreciate it very much.
All right. Andrea Mitchell is here. You know, that's a part of the country where the president really tried to hammer home this message of law and order and take back the streets and Antifa. Right. How did that go? What's the exit polling tell us?
The exit polling is telling us that it did not take with suburban white women. Overwhelmingly, their most important issue was the economy, and more than half believe that Black Lives Matter is a good thing, had a positive attitude toward Black Lives Matter. Nearly half believed that there is racial inequality in the justice system. So that whole law and order appeal after the demonstrations and the protests, some of which did turn violent, did not take hold in that appeal to suburban white women voters.
All right, Andrea, thanks very much. We've got some Senate calls, or at least some characterizations to show you. South Carolina, this is Lindsey Graham, who's faced an onslaught of money from the Harrison camp, but too early to call. Graham leads right now there.
All right, let's go to Nebraska, where NBC projects Ben Sasse, the incumbent, is headed back to Congress rather handily. We'll also keep an eye on that one congressional district in Nebraska that often flips, and we'll see how that is going in a few moments.
We'll take a break here. Be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage after this.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Donald Trump leading in Florida right now. A lot of focus there has been and is now on Latino voters. And Andrea Mitchell has some insight on that.
Well, the Latino vote had been shifting in 2012, 2016, going away from the Republicans, where those folks had long been, towards Democrats. It has shifted back by 10 points. Donald Trump is getting in the exit polls 45% of the Latino vote in Florida. We're talking now about Florida. We're talking about Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, and that really is the foreign policy of this administration. Secretary Pompeo, been hammering that home. The president has been really disciplined in his message on Joe Biden being a socialist, a false claim, but that really has borne fruit. They were, as we've been pointing out in Miami-Dade in particular, slow to canvass, and it was because of COVID. But that caution on COVID has cost Joe Biden a lot in Florida.
All right, let's pick up on that with Chuck Todd, who is at the map.
I am. I'm just looking here at North Carolina for everybody here. As you can see, that the Biden lead is down to just 29,000, 84% in. And as you can see, we're still waiting for a lot more of our yellow, and yellow is same-day vote. And again, I will go back to the same area. Basically, the issue is going to be there is some vote in these big blue counties still. There's 17% of vote left in Wake. Guilford, there's 18%. So there's some Biden counties where there's votes out. But if you look here, there's still, this is going to be a Trump county. That's going to be a Trump county. So this still looks like a nail-biter in North Carolina, but I understand why the Trump people feel good.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We'll be back with poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour, including battlegrounds Iowa and Nevada. But first, you're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Before 10 o'clock here in the East, and we've got Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah about to see their polls close in under 50 seconds. We'll have some characterizations for you in a minute, but here's where we stand right now.
Okay, Florida, too close to call, but the president is leading 93% of the vote in there. In Texas, we are characterizing it as a Trump lead, though it is too early to call at this hour.
New Hampshire, too early. Biden is leading in New Hampshire right now. In North Carolina, it is too early to make the call. Ohio, also too early.
Georgia, lots to watch there. Too early to call. Votes are still coming in there. In Virginia, former battleground Vice President Biden is leading, but it is too early to make an official call there. And in Wisconsin, it is far too early to call. They have a lot of votes to count there.
And Pennsylvania, it's too early to call. Minnesota, too early. Same story in Maine. And Arizona, which I don't think we've seen any vote come out of Arizona.
Yeah, there's Maine and Arizona, which the polls closed about an hour ago. 85% of the voting is by mail in Arizona, and they're allowed to tabulate and count well before Election Day. But we await the great state of Arizona, my home state. And let's look at Kansas. Too early to call, but as expected, the president is leading. Now we've got some calls to make here at 10 o'clock. Iowa.
Iowa, first off, is too early. Nevada, too early.
Let's see what's going on in Montana. Not only do they have, of course, the presidential race, but a pretty competitive governor's race. Too early to call. Polls just closing there. And in Utah as well, too early to call.
Let's look at the road to 270, the map, and show you where things break down right now. And right now, Biden with 89 electoral votes, Trump 72 on the road to 270.
Everybody kind of holding on to the states they were expected to hold on to. We haven't had any shockers yet, any flips. We do have something to report in the Georgia Senate race. There's actually 2 Senate races, and this one will advance to a runoff. Raphael Warnock there, the Democrat, having sufficient votes. We're projecting to get to that runoff, which will be held in early January. Chuck.
Right, and the question's going to be which one of Loeffler or Collins joins Warnock in there. By the way, a little nugget on Virginia that Mark Murray just learned. Virginia is the exact opposite. They've been only doing Election Day vote. They're going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that'll tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one. I can get you one reason why he is. I'm going to take you to those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state. I want to show you around the Austin media market here. Austin, Travis County is a huge, big Democratic center. So these 2 adjacent counties here, Beto won them both. But I want to take you to Hayes here, number 1. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources, that there appears to be that Biden, while doing pretty well, is underperforming, particularly in the Austin media market. And this shows you right here. It's another reason why we have classified Trump as leading. And by the way, speaking of leading, I want to quickly, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you, remember, Biden had the early lead. Well, the Republican vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000. You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more Election Day vote. There's still some early vote to count. So we've got a long way to go in Ohio. We know it's about a 50-50 split, the early vote, which we know favors Biden, the Election Day vote, which favors Trump. So watch for our orange and yellow lines here to see if they become 50-50. But the yellow, anytime you see yellow, that's usually a pretty good sign for President Trump.
All right, let's bring in Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling about the numbers and what we're seeing here?
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there. So they are focused on those two states. And then, of course, the Midwest, their blue wall. That is where they think that ultimately Vice President Biden will prevail. They are very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have implications for the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And that is really where we began this discussion tonight. Why has Biden spent so much time in Pennsylvania over the past several weeks throughout the course of this campaign? Because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe Biden with its electoral votes. That's why he was there today in Scranton and in Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed, and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is trying to win that state back, and without Pennsylvania, very difficult for President Trump to return to the White House. So it is a critical state for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And the pain, Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win. He does have to contend with the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Savannah, good evening. Feeling very, very good. I think Florida is a state that the president is definitely going to carry. Feel good about where we are with Georgia. We also feel good about North Carolina. I think we're going to win by somewhere between 50 and 70,000 votes. Also, when you take a look at some of the rural counties in Indiana, the way that we're performing with those small towns that are about 5,000 or less people, some of that can be extrapolated out and compared to, say, Wisconsin, Michigan. Looking at some of the rural areas, you look at Kent County in Michigan, for example, where we're increasing. So states where we have, or excuse me, counties where we have 75% or more of the vote in so far, we're increasing our margins in Michigan by between 6 and 7%. And I think that one of the big surprises, there are two big surprises, I think, so far. Number one, I think President Trump is going to win Minnesota tonight. You look at the way the data is trending. We feel very good about that state. That's going to be a big shock to Biden and I think to a lot of folks, since we haven't won that since 1972. But the biggest story of the night so far, Black voters and Latino voters helping to power President Trump forward, and I think will be the big difference in him being reelected tonight.
I know everything seems positive, but tell me the kind of thing that you started this evening wringing your hands over that still sits out there that you worry about.
Well, fundamentally, keep in mind that Democrats knew that they were going to have this early vote, the absentee votes. And so we actually saw a lot of those early votes the same way that the Democrats did. What we thought, though, was different is that we would have this red wave, folks who would actually show up on Election Day, and the Democrats essentially had already cannibalized all of their votes. People who are likely Democratic primary voters who are going to vote, people who wanted to vote against President Trump, basically did that right at the beginning of the early vote period. So we feel, so we're kind of concerned a little bit about that, but it looks like our models, our predictions for the turnout are looking to be right on track. And Democrats basically shot their wad in the early vote. They just don't have it right now, and that's the difference in the enthusiasm factor. Our folks are going to show up on Election Day. Theirs aren't.
Are you ready to claim North Carolina on your map?
I think that we will win by between 50 and 70,000 votes. So that's where we're tracking. All of the counties that are outstanding are counties that the president won in 2016. And so if you, again, we're past the polling aspect. I think one of the stories for tonight is that polling is broken. Polling is like Humpty Dumpty. It's smashed into 1,000 pieces. But when you look at the actual votes that are in and our modeling for where we're going to win North Carolina.
Jason Miller, thank you for coming on.
All right, let's turn to Chuck real quick. Polling is broken. You just heard it from Jason Miller. He said it's like Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Are you ready to declare that verdict?
I got my issues with some state polling, that's for sure. I mean, I think there is definitely an issue in that there's just no There's no quality control with a lot of some of these pollsters you've never heard of and things like this. There's no doubt. We're finally starting to get some Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah, see, you wanted to hear some Arizona? By the way, they did the big dump. I told you that's what they do. We went from 0 to 69%, okay? Just to give you an estimate here, as you see, there's a significant chunk. They're doing what they said they'd do. They said they'd be able to handle both their early vote and some of their same-day vote. They'd be processing it together. And as you can see, we got a big chunk of it already out. And Biden has a good lead here. Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America, and somehow won statewide. But that person lost about like 1,000 votes. So as you see here, a 10-point lead right now in Maricopa with 77% in. And just so you can see, Donald Trump carried Maricopa. Mitt Romney carried Maricopa. John McCain carried Maricopa. Obviously, he was an Arizona native. So, look.
How much of Maricopa County's in?
77%. Okay. So, this is a good chunk. This is a big lead. Look, they needed something in the Sun Belt right now. I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We know Florida appears to be gone. I know we haven't officially called that yet. So, early on right now, and it's a lot of vote in, Arizona looks like it may actually make pollsters feel better.
Let's turn to Casey on that. I am from Arizona, so I know that, yes, while Maricopa County and Pima County are important, so are all the other counties, and they're largely red counties. What are you hearing, Casey?
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying that they expect, and Chuck touched on this, to have a little bit of a roller coaster here in terms of counting, that it'll look good initially for Joe Biden, that then we may see them start to count some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say that there does seem to be a difference between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat, is doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of the Cuban-American community, the Venezuelan-American community in Miami-Dade. Remember, of course, we've talked at length about how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually get a split result here, if we see a Democrat win the Senate seat and potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level. Savannah.
All right. Well, they have spent a lot of time, the president's campaign has spent a lot of time in Arizona over the years. We've got a new call to tell you about. It is too early to call in Ohio, but we are characterizing it a bit more, saying that the president is leading. Let's go to David Plouffe and Mike Murphy, two strategists, one Democrat, one Republican. So we've got the whole campaign covered here, although I will say Mike Murphy, Republican, who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
Well, I think the Democrats wanted a quick knockout in the Sun Belt, particularly in Florida, perhaps in North Carolina or Georgia. And we have to wait on North Carolina or Georgia. But Florida's interesting, even though it looks like Donald Trump is going to be president for life of Miami-Dade County, which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think, for Arizona. And what I'm seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt in a lean Republican state, is a very good sign for Michigan and Wisconsin and western Pennsylvania. There's no Miami-Dade County in Michigan, Wisconsin, or western Pennsylvania. So we just got to wait and count it, and it's going to take a while. But the quick knockout, that's just not going to happen tonight.
David, has there been too much reliance going down the stretch on this Sun Belt strategy, and are the paths now considerably more narrow, or appear to be more narrow for Biden?
Well, I think the Biden campaign is focused like a laser on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You had some other states come into play. Look, North Carolina is going to be very close. I think you're going to see a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta area. That's going to make Georgia close. Arizona, I imagine that will tighten, but the 70% that's in looks good for Biden. So I think Arizona is crucial, obviously. And then I agree with Mike. I look at Ohio. It would be nice to win it, but that was a long shot. What does it tell you about Western Pennsylvania, about parts of Michigan and Wisconsin? And so, yes, this is not going to be an early night. It's not going to be electoral college landslide. But until you show me numbers that suggest that Donald Trump now is the favorite in Arizona or Pennsylvania, I think Joe Biden still maintains the best route to 270. And the question in Arizona is some of the weakness we see in the Rio Grande Valley and then certainly in Miami-Dade with Hispanic voters. Does any of that carry over to Arizona? And when we really unpack the precincts, we'll get a sense of that.
All right, David and Mike, gentlemen, thanks very much. Before we pause for a quick break, an update from North Carolina's governor's race. And the incumbent, Cooper, will win, will continue to be governor.
All right, and in New Mexico, we've got Joe Biden prevailing in that state. It'll pick up New Mexico's 5 electoral votes. We're back right after this. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
As we learn a bit more, the plot thickens. Let's show you what's happening now in North Carolina. That's moved to the too close to call category. Too close to call.
All right, and let's go to Arizona, which just unloaded a bunch of votes, and we are saying it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead in Arizona at this hour, which brings us to Chuck Todd and his maps.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we're looking at Arizona, and the numbers coming in very quickly. And as you can see, this is why we have him leading. He's got a 9-point lead. Look, he's got a 200,000 vote advantage, and we expect there's 800,000 votes left. That's a lot. Whoop. Look at how quickly these numbers start to update themselves. The point is that he's got to make up 200,000. There's 800,000 left. You can do that math, but Trump's got to get he's got to win a big chunk of the remaining vote to pull this off, which is why we classify that as Biden leading. We just go back to Maricopa. It's a 9-point. It's a 9-point gap. That's not something you can make up, hoping the rural counties.
What about in Tucson, my hometown? Did he run up the score? No, that's
80%. And let's see how Biden did compared to Clinton. Look at that. Right now he's running 9 points ahead of her. She won it because it's always a Democratic county. It usually is a Democratic-leaning county. But look, if we were seeing this Latino vote helping Trump, it would show up in Pima County, and we're not seeing that there. And so this is a reminder that it doesn't, again, not all Latino votes are the same when you're trying to compare them, particularly if you're in the Southeast versus the Southwest. So, look, Arizona, this is the first Sun Belt state that you sit there and you're like, okay, and there's not a lot of rural remaining vote that you sit there and say, okay, we're going to see the same thing that we've seen with Trump in Ohio and North Carolina, that as that rural vote comes in, it starts to load up. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Remember, I told you, I said, one of the things you're going to see, we're going to get these straggling rural counties that will add to his number, but that there was still some room to grow in the big blue counties. There's still a lot of vote in Wake County, 16% of the vote. This is that's a lot of voters that are left, and this has obviously been a huge Biden county. You look in Mecklenburg, not much left there, obviously, just 94% are in. Guilford, this is Greensboro, still a decent chunk of vote here. And then everywhere, Trump's strength is like a little bit everywhere. And that's the thing. You go, and I go back, I'll tell you, this rural African-American turnout is just such and I just want to just show you here where Trump is overperforming Robeson County. This is where he is able, he's adding to his numbers. We don't see this in some of these places.
Is that African-American voters not turning out?
This is not turning out.
Or because the president has made an effort to attract African-American voters?
Look, we're not seeing enough evidence there. This to me looks more like not turning out.
Okay.
On that front than it does anything else. Because you look, it's basically Biden's number and Clinton's number. They're not that different, 95% in. So you've seen in other places where there's some huge Biden overperformance here. These border counties along South Carolina are going to be, if Biden comes up short, I would argue that's where he's going to find the votes that he should have gotten in order to get this, in order to make North Carolina happen.
Okay.
Yeah, Minnesota. Let me quickly ask you about Minnesota. Jason Miller came on and suggested that the Trump folks feel good about Minnesota.
Look, they talk. We'll see. I mean, we only have about a third of the vote in, and just so you see, this is Election Day vote. So it's, let's look at some of the big. I mean, look, if Biden's got a big lead right now because Hennepin County, that's Minneapolis, and we've got most of the vote in. So, yeah, as the rural counties come in, this state's likely to get closer. It was a 3-point race last time. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. I've always been a bit of a skeptic for the Trump campaign to get over the top in Minnesota. But again, it does, Minnesota's a state that is certainly trending long-term towards the Republicans.
Yeah, and the Trump campaign certainly visited Minnesota many times and made an effort there. We've had two tales of that. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota said the Democrats will hold. Jason Miller of the Trump campaign says
all in the same half hour.
There's an important Democratic Senate seat there.
Yes, there is. So we'll check in, and there's a lot of Senate races. In fact, a hot one out in Montana, Andrew was just reminding me of. We'll check in on that one as well. Take a break right here. We continue with our Decision 2020 election night coverage right after this break.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
As we come back from a break, a new call to make. This in the House of Representatives. NBC News projects that Democrats will maintain control of the House of Representatives.
All 435 houses, seats in Congress up for grabs on the House side. And so Nancy Pelosi, Andrea, will remain House Speaker.
But we don't know by what margin. She said she's going to run again. And the progressives may make a run at it if it's a narrower margin, but she will retain control. She says she wants to be Speaker again.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. Much more election coverage ahead. Stay with us. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. 10:30 in the East, 7:30 out west. Louisiana's votes are in. NBC News is projecting Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there, and North Carolina is getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. We can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting them for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district. We're calling that too early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up 1 electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with the lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that race and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins. So that brings us to 270.
So let's add them all up. And here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck and see. I knew it. You were looking at North Carolina again.
I think we got it right now. 89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89% translate to? 641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable a deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here. This is Asheville, 92% in, so stragglers. Guilford still sitting at 84%. This could be a decent chunk of vote for Biden. Charlotte, here, Mecklenburg County, as I showed you before, not too much. Let's see what Wake looks like. We still haven't seen some Wake numbers. So I have a feeling now, North Carolina, I think the last time I said, we might finally see some action. Yeah, we're going to see action. It's called, we're not going to call that race tonight. Like, it looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in, because it does seem as if there's enough in different red and blue areas to make you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance there, it looks a little tougher there for Cal Cunningham. Looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just want to keep track here in Arizona as we keep going. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough. Arizona, the first, it could be the first state we're dealing with that looks like a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in. But that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue. The Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from, it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s, to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House. What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking, and you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say, preemptive dunking from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people, listen, the president has surrounded himself this year with the same sort of cast and crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House. Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the Trump cabinet are there, members of the Trump family as well. And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing in the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest, Lester, and I can tell you that they are watching what's happening in Ohio very closely. They say, look, if Biden can't pull out a surprise win there, it could have implications for the other Midwestern blue wall states that Vice President Biden has fought so hard to try to win and to try to win back from the Republicans in 2016. So they are particularly encouraged by the fact that there's been a strong turnout in key parts of Ohio, suburban areas. One of those key areas that they're looking at, Cuyahoga County, of course, that's the area around Columbus. They're also looking at another area that Mitt Romney and Donald Trump won back in 2016. That's Delaware County. Biden has got that to within about 5 points. So they say, look, he's outperforming expectations. They are encouraged by that. But this underscores, again, the fact that they're saying even if he doesn't pull out a win in Ohio, it could have implications for a state like Pennsylvania, where, of course, Vice President Biden has spent so much time over the past several days. And it could have implications for other Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin. Of course, Biden has made multiple trips to those key states in the closing week of this campaign. One important note about Pennsylvania that it might be worth reiterating. Remember, Pennsylvania does not start to count its mail-in vote until today. And so state officials there have been urging patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes counted by Friday in the coming days, but they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of tonight. So you could have a scenario where, for example, President Trump is up and then it starts to tighten. So that is what they are looking at, that blue wall they are hoping will hold for them.
Yeah, in fact, Pennsylvania can't start counting its mail-in votes until polls close. So not until tonight, and they can accept ballots as long as they're postmarked by Election Day up to Friday. So it could be a long one in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Columbus, Ohio for us. Kelly, there's a lot of back and forth. Biden seeing some sweet spots in Ohio, but the Trump campaign feeling very positive that they're going to hold on to Ohio.
Exactly, Savannah. And talking with senior elected Democrats, they do see some hopeful signs in a couple of the key counties that Chuck has been talking about that had gone for Republicans that they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio, as they have in other key battleground states, is to identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who have not been casting ballots in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some of the exurbs. And that's where they see some confidence. In talking to a senior Republican in Ohio who's been looking county by county, and when you speak to other elected officials, they know the map in ways from their own races that lay people certainly can't fully appreciate.
Let me interrupt you.
Looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri. Oh. Okay, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Missouri. That's brand new. Chuck?
Well, look, Missouri at one time used to be a swing state. It wasn't that long ago, but it's just not enough. This has become a very much more the rural numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue. On there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen. You look over here in Ottawa, it's close, and it still be. There's more time. There's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at Ashtabula County. This was one Trump won big. And he's winning it bigger this time. So there is some evidence, and it's something Jason Miller brought up, that in some of these Midwestern rural counties, they are bringing out some more vote. So we shall see.
Chuck, one other thing. Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here because I think we've got a call.
Another call
in Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in his column. Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. This, if I were to show the most, if you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time, but this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, that's Kent County. That's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the ball? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're telling
count.
people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio. And Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're Pennsylvania.
Rock. Oh, no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming. He also mentioned Ashtabula County. Chuck pointed that out a minute ago. It is up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that shutdown, and some do. I talked to a woman who works with GM now, trying to help people transition. A lot of families have been separated where, you know, dad has to move to another plant with GM now and commute back, and it's split up families. So one woman I talked to said she's absolutely moving away from the president. She had supported him back in 2016. But then a whole lot of other people, including the mayor that I just mentioned in Lordstown, they feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is building electric pickup trucks. There's a battery plant, and there's now a home goods distribution center going up. So more jobs are coming. So a lot of people crediting the president with bringing jobs.
Okay.
Guys.
All right, Kate, thank you. We've got from 30 Rock, I might add. We have a lot more to come. Stay with us. Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on after this break. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hello, everyone. We are just back on the air here. We want to show you some Senate numbers right now. And this is starting off the state of Louisiana.
All right. That's Senator Cassidy headed back. And we've got an upset. This was the most vulnerable senator probably in the United States Senate. The Democrat from Alabama, Doug Jones, has lost. Tommy Tuberville, the Auburn coach, takes that race. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois. We project he will win. In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally right now, and this is a race that could be affecting what we're seeing on the presidential side in Arizona.
Let's go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He wins that one. West Virginia, same thing. The incumbent returns. Shelley Moore Capito easily defeating her opponent there.
All right, and to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race, but this has been a race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but right now too early to call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way race right now, essentially, between Senator Collins, the incumbent, and Sarah Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while in Maine. It's not going to be tonight.
That's what you could say. Not tonight.
Okay, so go Betty bye if you're waiting for Maine. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too early to call. In Michigan, also too early to call.
That's one that folks had their eyes on, potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right. This was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska, projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
right
says.
now, right.
Yes.
Well,
you're awaiting the congressional district.
Well, there's 2, right. So that sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the second congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in Wisconsin or Michigan in that 5 to 8 point range, but you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats nabbing 1 electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, this is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same-day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia, where you've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock, who just had an explosion of support. And he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, the appointed incumbent. That really is a much better-looking race for him in the runoff that'll be January 6th because Doug Collins, the strong Trump-supporting House member from, you remember, House Judiciary, who was so strong during the impeachment hearings, really, really strong Republican. He's had a controversial record, very outspoken against Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about QAnon. So he is not in that runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who comes from the Reverend Martin Luther King's church, has just had a really big rise to get into that runoff. The second race is Ossoff.
Yeah. Well, can I just say the importance of Warnock in this runoff? So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century, or two Senate runoffs since Andrea and I have been covering Senate in Georgia, okay? Each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African-American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia. And before, it had just, the Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end. Warnock, and he's not just, you know, this is the pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that both Senate seats, if they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock and helping to drive up turnout.
This is where Stacey Abrams, the work she has done over a number of years, has really, at least in this Senate race, paid off. We have to see what happens with David Perdue.
Let's see what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we just give out credit yet.
David Perdue is the incumbent against Ossoff, John Ossoff, and that remains to be seen.
We'll take a short break and be back with more. We've got poll closings at the top of the hour in 4 states with a total of 78 electoral votes, including Big Blue California. Stay with us.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Got a couple presidential calls to make right now. First, in Mississippi, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in the state of Mississippi.
In Wyoming, President Trump takes it, which brings us to the map of 270, the road to 270. It's starting to fill out. We're just a few minutes away for some poll closings in the West and a big call in South Carolina to make.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to hang on. Of course, he got hammered by a lot of spending from outside. Jamie Harrison and the criticism over Senator Graham's positioning on the nomination of a Supreme Court justice during an election year, but he will hang on, the projected winner in South Carolina. Now to that 3-way race we were talking about in Georgia. This will advance to a runoff on January 5th.
Let's go to Casey Hunt, who covers Capitol Hill. Casey's Lindsey Graham, he fought hard for it, but he holds on.
He really did fight hard, Savannah, and his challenger, Jamie Harrison, raised more money than any candidate ever in a race that was not for president of the United States. Just a huge amount of money. And so that's what Lindsey Graham was up against in what was a difficult, he felt, needle to thread between President Trump on the one hand and his concerns about suburban women on the other. But he is going to hang on here. And this story is part of a narrative that's shaping up to be much better for Republicans who are trying to hold on to the Senate than they frankly thought it was going to be when we all sat down here at 7 o'clock tonight to talk about how this was going to play out. That Georgia runoff that you guys were all just talking about is actually part of that story. Don't forget, Republicans in Washington really wanted Kelly Loeffler to hang on to that seat. Doug Collins was somebody that's farther to the right. They thought that Raphael Warnock might have a better chance to beat Doug Collins. They've gotten the race that they wanted in that Georgia runoff, and they're still holding out hope that David Perdue could win with 50%. So we are looking like the Senate is all still very much on the line. Again, better looking for Republicans than they thought. Maine is another one to keep an eye on. Senator Susan Collins seems to be significantly outperforming President Trump in Maine, which is what they needed. Still, obviously, a very long time to count in that race. But overall, across the map, this is not the wipeout that some Republicans feared at this hour.
All right, Casey, we'll keep our eye on it. Republicans picked one up in Alabama, but lost one in Colorado. So we'll continue to do the math, crunch the numbers, and keep you posted on that. All
right, for those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, your local news is next. For everyone else, a brief pause as Decision 2020 election night coverage continues here on NBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Everybody, our election night coverage rolls on. It is 11 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock in the west, and we have a bunch of results to report to you, including some poll closings. California just closed. Joe Biden, the projected winner there. Out west, Oregon, Joe Biden expected to win handily there. Oregon's 7 electoral votes.
Biden will sweep the Pacific Coast as we're projecting that he will win in Washington, the state of Washington as well. Idaho, too early. Trump leads there, however.
We started the night talking about Florida. We'll start talking about Florida. It is too close to call at this hour, but the president is leading there. Republicans feeling good about that. In Texas, a similar story. It is too early to call, but the president has taken a lead in Texas.
We've been carefully watching North Carolina. That is still too close to call, but you see the numbers on the screen there. Also in Ohio, too early to call.
Let's go to Georgia. Democrats had high hopes here. It's too early to call. We'll see how that one shakes out. We've seen a couple of the Senate races advance to a runoff in January. In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden is leading in that race.
Let's take a look at a pair of the states in that blue wall the Democrats are hoping for. Wisconsin, too early. Pennsylvania, too early as well.
And in Minnesota, where there's been a lot of talk tonight about whether or not this one will flip, right now, too early to call, but you see with the votes in the Vice President Biden with a lead there, and in Maine, where they have a ranked choice voting, so it could be a while. It's too early to call.
Not a whole lot of vote left in Arizona. We're watching that. It is still too early to call. However, Biden is leading in Arizona. Iowa, too early right now.
And let's go out west to Nevada. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that one. Vice President Biden had been leading in polls in Nevada prior to this day. Let's look at the map to 270, starting to fill out in ways that we expected. Chuck, we haven't had a shocker yet.
No, we haven't. We think one might be coming, but I just want to update folks on the blue wall on the northern states here, just to show you. Wisconsin looks really tight, 43% in. None of the early vote yet, right? And these are states that we don't expect to see much of the early vote tonight, but I just wanted to show you that. Pennsylvania, another one, just to show you again, it's almost, there's a little bit of early vote. We know some counties are going to do it, but it's almost all the yellow is to today's vote. So that's something I think is worth letting you know about here. But let's take a look at Arizona. I want to take a look at the states that we're all waiting on here. Didn't mean to be in that county. Here we have maintaining there a 200,000 vote lead, waiting for 25% of the state. But this is all early. And, you know, I've had people go, how come you guys aren't calling it? Or that seems to be a big lead. And it's like, we want to see some of today's vote. Right, this is all in the mail. We want to see some of today's vote, and I think that's going to be something there. Let me take you to Georgia here, because we're starting to finally get some real numbers in, 62%. We still have a lot of vote in and around Atlanta. All right, just Gwinnett County, only 17% reporting. And let's take you to DeKalb, 24% reporting. Fulton, only 43. Cobb, 54. So as you see, some of the outer suburbs are reporting in here. So I think we all want to wait to see what does this race look like when at least half the Atlanta vote and the Atlanta suburban vote is in. That's not yet in. And just to give you a quick update on North Carolina, as you can see in some of these places, we're still waiting for the same vote. I was at 84% in Greensboro, Guilford County, the last time we checked in on this. But the president's lead has expanded as more of the rural counties come in. I have to say, Jason Miller said that they were going to win the state by 75,000. He thought right now they have a 73,000 vote lead. But again, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think Biden might cut this, but not quite make it. But again, really not good news the way this is going on the Senate side of things. For the Democrats, really good news, looks like, for Tom Tillis.
All right, who was considered one of the more endangered incumbent
Some thought
senators.
the second or third most endangered.
Yeah, okay.
Let's get the read on the ground from Philadelphia. That's where Rahima Ellis is. Rahima, good evening.
Good evening, Lester. Take a look behind me. You can see red lights, flashing lights from police just outside of City Hall. And they're here because of what is going on here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. This is ground zero for the counting of 400,000 ballots that have been mailed in. 350,000 mail-in ballots are going to be counted right on the second floor of this convention center. And one of the things that's so important here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania is they did not start counting mail-in ballots like some other states until this morning. And they're saying it's going to take them not hours, but days to do it. So far, they've said they've got an army of people doing this, counting about 10,000 an hour. 75,000 have been counted so far. They say they're going 16-1 Democrats, but that doesn't tell us how they voted. It just tells us who voted. Why is this so important? This state had been solidly Democrat. Obama won it twice, and then by a surprise, Trump won it by less than 1%, or some 44,000 votes. So that's why people here are saying every single one of those mail-in ballots is important. The other thing that's important is they're going to be counting them not just for hours, but for days, because they've been given a 3-day extension. And so they have up until Friday. Ballots that have been postmarked by today, the United States Postal Service will be delivering those ballots right here for them to be counted up until Friday. And the governor of Pennsylvania has said to everyone, be calm, be patient, and be confident. Every single one of your votes will be counted. It's just going to take some time. Lester?
All right, Rahima, thanks.
Gadi Schwartz is in Phoenix, Arizona, the aforementioned Maricopa County, where the action is tonight. Gadi, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Savannah, just a little while ago, we saw a pretty remarkable scene, some ground game, strong ground game during the middle of a pandemic. Right now, we are at a grassroots kind of watch party. You can see this Zoom screen behind me, but just a little while ago, we saw hundreds of cars of these organizers and these Latino-based community groups coming together, dropping off their canvassing gear, then going home and joining this virtual dance party to watch some of those returns come in. They have been working here on the ground in Arizona for over a decade now. In fact, that Maricela, she was just telling me, the one in the black right here, she started at the age of 12 years old, marching against Joe Arpaio, and she has been working just along with a lot of the other people here to try to vote Donald Trump out of office. They are optimistic because they say that since 2016, the state of Arizona has changed quite a bit. For one, we now have 700,000 more registered voters than we did in 2016. And when you talk to them, they'll tell you very quickly that they registered 100,000 of those 700,000 new voters. So that's something that they're looking at. But right now we're looking at about 75% of the vote in. We know that that's about 2.4 million people that have cast their ballots that they've already got up. We know 2.6 million people voted early. So the rest of those early vote numbers should be coming in a little bit later tonight. We also know that around Maricopa County, things went off relatively seamlessly today. So those numbers also should be coming in tonight. But at this point, still no clear word on when we could get full results. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you.
And we noted a minute ago that California has now fallen into the Biden column. Jolene Kent is in Anaheim for us. Jolene, good evening to you.
Hey, Lester, good evening. We're seeing the final few voters cast their ballots here in Anaheim at the school district location. Now, what we know from 2016 and earlier even this evening is it was pretty busy, but none of the same long lines that many were expecting. And the reason is because over 1 million ballots were cast by mail, according to the Orange County Registrar. So they were able to get those ballots out in October, get them processed. And the reason they were able to process them so quickly and starting to drop those results right now is because of the massive investment the Orange County Registrar has made with taxpayer dollars, millions of dollars invested in new technology to make this possible. Now, Orange County, of course, a long-time favoring of moderate Republicans, going for McCain and Romney, then going for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. But what we continue to see is a very smooth operation throughout Orange County. I talked to the Orange County Registrar today, spent the day with him, and he said in terms of fraud and issues with ballots, concerns about ballots, it's only about 1% so far. And they have this system where they bring in the ballots, they open them with a high-speed machine, and then they match those signatures as part of that process. And so all of that signature matching that so many people have been concerned about across the country is actually done by specially trained workers here in Orange County. So far, very smooth across the board. Lines relatively manageable because of that huge surge in mail-in voting, guys.
Jolene Kent, thanks very much. With us once again are NBC News political contributors Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Thanks to both of you. Senator, first off, Donald Trump has just been declared the winner of your home state. And he's seems to be doing well in Ohio. Does it give you great concern about the blue wall and Joe Biden's strength as this race seems to be pushing now toward the Midwest?
No, because you have to remember that Donald Trump won Missouri by almost 20 points 4 years ago. And he won Ohio by, I think, close to 10, 8 or 9. So in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it was all like less than 1 point. So they were close to being in the other column in the last election. That's why the strategy has been from the beginning to take the 3 states back that Trump won in a very close election with a candidate, frankly, fair or unfair, had very high unfavorables, unlike Joe Biden, who still ended up at the end of a presidential campaign with more people saying they like him than not.
Let's go to you, Rich Lowry. The president had us a path to 270. It requires an inside straight of those Sun Belt states. So far, so good in terms of the results we've seen. However, Arizona might be giving the Trump campaign a few heart palpitations at the moment. How do you see it?
Yeah, so the question of this night, Savannah, always was, could Trump get to Pennsylvania? Could he get to the point where Pennsylvania would matter and potentially be decisive? And it looks like he's going to make it there. Even if Arizona falls off the map, he can still win Pennsylvania and get to a 269-269 tie, which he'd probably win in the House for complicated reasons we don't need to get into right now. We don't want everyone really breaking into the liquor cabinets, bringing up this possibility. But he's getting to where Pennsylvania's going to matter. That seems clear tonight. And also the odds of Republicans holding the Senate, as Chuck alluded to earlier with Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, looking better in Pennsylvania, the odds have increased over the course of the night. And even if Joe Biden wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that would mean his legislative agenda would basically be dead on arrival from the beginning. So far tonight, Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Andrea?
Just a caution flag on Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme Court decision, giving them 3 days to count the early votes, which, as you point out, could not be counted until the polls closed today. They've got 3 days to count that early vote. That's a lot of votes that are out there in Pennsylvania. If this is close, that's going to matter. The president has been complaining about it every single day. At every stop, he's talked about this, how it's unfair, that he's going to have his lawyers out. The lawyers have seen more Republican challenges in Pennsylvania in the last couple of weeks than in any other state. They've lost the big one in the Supreme Court on the 3-day vote, but they could do another end run around it. The Biden team is ready for that. They have some of the best lawyers in the country, all ready for exactly what they expect to happen.
I think that's why Chuck called that the nightmare scenario. It all comes down to Pennsylvania because they'll be sending in the lawyers, and nobody wants that. No. Nobody wants the lawyers. All right, Rich and Claire, we'll get back with you guys in a few.
Spoken like a lawyer.
NBC News Election, you meant that in a really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The band is taking a break, obviously, but we're back.
But Chuck isn't. He never takes a break. In fact, here he is. Oh, you're talking. Well, but you're on.
We're on the air.
Oh, we're on the air. Well, I missed that one. My apologies.
That's because the band took a break. You didn't hear your music.
Yeah, no, and I can. The only good news is I was talking to our boss.
Yeah.
So that if I'm going to get in trouble. Actually, I was going to go into Iowa here. We've got a decent chunk of vote. Iowa's one that again, it isn't, quote, necessary on the Biden path to 270. It is much more important to Trump on 270. But this was a swing state until Hillary Clinton lost it by 9 points. And then we thought, oh, is Iowa going to go with Ohio? Now it is bouncing back a bit. I think at the end of the day, Biden probably comes up short. I do want to show you here. We're looking at slightly more of the early vote has come in than today's vote, which probably why Biden has a narrow lead. But you do see where he has definitely improved upon Hillary Clinton. We've got almost all of Dallas County and the suburban county of Des Moines. Here, Trump's narrowly ahead, but you can see here, look at that 5% of the Gary Johnson vote is basically all gone to Biden. So Biden really narrowed it, picked up all that Gary Johnson vote here. But Hillary Clinton lost by 9. And so I've noticed in a lot of areas you see that Joe Biden is improving on Hillary Clinton margins, but I'm seeing them at about 4 or 5 points. Dubuque County was one that we were really interested in because this is a county that Trump flipped very narrowly, and he arguably flipped it because Gary Johnson got 4%. And as you can see here, Joe Biden doing well. Dubuque County is a traditional Democratic county, a lot of union workers over here. This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
Is this early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same-day vote. So, look, Iowa's facing up to be fairly competitive, and keep an eye on this because the Senate race and this presidential race will be in sync. The two candidates will be off by a point at best.
Okay. All right.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware at Biden headquarters in Wilmington tonight. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. So walk me through it. So maybe you pick up Arizona, you lose Florida, maybe you lose Georgia, maybe you lose North Carolina. What's the likely or most the shortest path to 270 for Biden?
Well, Lester, as you just pointed out, there's several paths for Joe Biden to be elected our next president. But we have to remember, over 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as Chuck was just pointing out, there are different rules in different states for whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio, about Arizona, about Iowa. So I think there still remain several paths for Joe Biden tonight, while President Trump has a very narrow path. And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election. Vote counts happen at the state and county level, and we have a number of states and counties that have already indicated they won't be done counting votes for several days.
Senator Coons, with the exception possibly of Arizona, it looks more and more like Joe Biden is going to have to rely on that blue wall, turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest is playing out for Joe Biden?
Well, I've been texting and calling with my Senate colleagues as well as local elected officials and organizers in several states today, the ones you just referenced, and I'm optimistic. I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic and building back stronger our economy. But we just have to be patient and make sure that every vote gets counted in what ultimately may be one of several paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight or tomorrow. The
Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is it something you're worried about?
I really don't. What I'm hearing from Minnesota elected officials I've touched base with is that although Minnesota is a state where you can show up and vote at the last moment, they don't see anything that's happened on the ground today that suggests to them that Donald Trump may unexpectedly take Minnesota.
Senator, we have to say congratulations to you. You won your race. Turns out you also had a campaign to run. But what about what's going on in the Senate? I know Democrats had high hopes of taking back this Senate, but some of the races races are not turning out as expected, in particular North Carolina. Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, appearing to do better than many expected.
Well, so far I've been encouraged by the outcomes in Colorado and likely in Arizona. I'm sorry for my colleague Doug Jones, who you've called to not be reelected, but he's done a great job in the Senate. And I think there's other news tonight that is encouraging in Georgia and in other states. But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
All right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will take another quick break here. We'll continue with our coverage right after this.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Well, where is the drama of the night? You are looking at it right there. All those states in yellow, those battleground states, are too early to call. And any combination of them could turn this into a very interesting night.
Too early, too close. It's not even over, not even close. So we'll continue covering this. We're back.
You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This night has not been short on excitement. We still have a lot of votes to count. Let's show you where we are. 11:30 East Coast time, 8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call at this hour, but the president does have a lead. And in Texas, it's too early to call, but the president has taken a lead there as well.
Another closely watched state, the state of North Carolina, that is too close to call. Ohio, it's too early in Ohio, but Trump leads there.
Let's look at Georgia. Democrats had been hoping for this one. It's too early to call. We'll see how the votes shake out there. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update folks. I know everybody's wondering about a few states here. I'll start west to east. Arizona, I told you we've been 75% reporting. We're stuck. We don't have any new vote, so not anything new to report there. We still have Biden leading. Let's go over to North Carolina, which we haven't called. We're still stuck at 95% reporting, so we may be in one of these sort of wait and see modes, if you will. This still looks pretty good for Donald Trump, North Carolina, and here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. Still 24% in the in DeKalb County. We got only half the vote in Fulton, which is Atlanta itself. Cobb, 66%. By the way, I want to show you a little bit something here on Cobb. Cobb has made a remarkable transformation, okay? It has gone, it's literally swinging almost 20 points. And we've seen this move that's been happening there. And you see from 2008, it may swing as much as 20 points. So it's just an interesting. And Cobb County, of course, is where Newt Gingrich launched the Republican revolution that brought the modern Republican Party today that Donald Trump leads. You know, was essentially founded right there in Cobb County, which is now turning blue.
Is Georgia a swing state for this election only?
I think Georgia is a state that is headed into purple territory. We're seeing tonight. I mean, this is going, when all the votes are counted, this is going to be a very tight race. And frankly, it's going to be a bit of a coin flip. We got to see how much vote actually comes out of these Atlanta suburbs. But one thing about tonight is, and I do think Joe Biden has come up short in the Sun Belt, but these are very competitive races. We are moving, and, you know, look, our population has moved that way, too. Within a decade, we will spend more time on the Sun Belt on election nights than we do in the Rust Belt. For now, though, Joe Biden needs the Rust Belt.
All right, Andrea?
And when you come to the Rust Belt, the Biden people, the Democrats I'm talking to in Michigan and Minnesota, well, you talked to Amy Klobuchar earlier, they are relatively confident because what you're seeing is the election day vote. The early vote is not yet being counted. You've got 3.2 million votes out there in Michigan, and they believe that those votes are trending 61% Democratic, just based on the profile of what they're seeing. So as you heard from Senator Coons, they're not really that worried about Michigan and Minnesota.
Let me turn to Casey. Casey, what are your thoughts right here? Are we seeing any real surprises here?
Well, Lester, I would say that while I agree with Andrea and my Democratic sources are saying that, you know what, we should have expected this exact scenario to play out tonight. They call it the red mirage. The reality is this is a more disappointing night for Democrats than they were hoping it would be from a big picture perspective. And that's for these states that we've been talking about in the Sun Belt. You know, they really thought North Carolina, frankly, was a place where they could edge it out by a point. Georgia is still, I think, an open question, as Chuck was just outlining, for all of the reasons to do, particularly with the suburbs of Atlanta. I think Florida was probably expected, but Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race. And some of these polls that, you know, frankly, they were media polls, they were internal polls to the campaigns, to the super PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work with. And just like in 2016, frankly, most people who were reading those polls were all thinking that we might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election, and that's just not happening. And Democrats were also very confident about potentially taking as many as winning back as many as 15 additional seats in the House of Representatives. And instead, they're seeing some surprising losses in places like Miami-Dade County. They didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really optimistic about. A congressman in Staten Island in New York, it looks as though he's losing. These are all signs that the country is as divided as ever, that this is not some sort of overwhelming across-the-map rebuke of President Trump, and it is, in fact, going to be kind of prolonged fight that, many people expected, clearly, that the Biden campaign was anticipating. And that's not to say that Biden can't still pull this out, but it's a tough night for Democrats.
All right, Casey, thanks very much. We're going to pause here briefly to allow some of our stations to rejoin our coverage.
Welcome back. Our coverage of Election Night 2020 rolls on. Many of you rejoining us in the Eastern and Central time zones, and we will give you some numbers. Let's start it up. Wisconsin, too early to call. We will continue to march through the Midwest here.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is too early to call.
In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Joe Biden does have a lead there. In Minnesota, too early to call. We'll continue to keep our eye on what happens there, as we've had dueling predictions on this set tonight.
Yeah, too early to call in Maine. Arizona, one we're watching very carefully right now, is too early. Biden seems to be leading there.
Yeah, we're kind of frozen in the votes that have come in Arizona. We're waiting for more. In Iowa, too early to call. That's how the race shakes out at this moment. And in Nevada, it is too early to call, waiting on votes there.
Same story in Montana, too early to call. Let's look at where we are on this road to 270 right now. You can see Biden leading with 192 to 114 for Donald Trump. 270, the magic number. That's the prize.
We were hearing about paths, and I heard Chris Coons claim, oh, they still have a lot of paths to 270. These paths are narrowing right now, and I want to look. We have the real map, and you'll see here faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column. Arizona, Nevada, I'm going ahead and I'm putting some of Maine and some of Trump in that column. So I just want to show you where we are, and you start to see here how narrow this is. So let's assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the three states he had 5+ point leads in. See his electoral vote number there, guys? Sitting at 265. And this is making some assumptions here. I'm just, now you see that if Georgia doesn't come through, if Iowa, now any of these three can put him over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to tilt Trump. Georgia, we're waiting on Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. But look what it comes down to. Scranton.
Well, we
decided Scranton says better than Pennsylvania, because you got to kind of do it like that. But I'm just saying the paths have narrowed for everybody. We are looking at a close election, and this feels a little bit like 2004 meets 1976. For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday, according to the text I just got from Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting could take a while.
And we need to roll up our sleeves.
Yes.
I'm just saying, we're getting close to midnight. Maybe the coat comes off. Maybe we roll up the sleeves. Maybe we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight's when Chuck gets loose, so watch out.
You don't want to see that, folks.
Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling? Are they sweating it?
Well, look, they are certainly watching a couple of these states quite closely, and I think one is Arizona. One person close to the campaign telling me they feel encouraged by Arizona, because if he wins Arizona, then he doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania. But as Chuck just mentioned, these paths are really narrowing. So if Biden wins Arizona, then he has to have a sweep of those Midwestern states. He has to hold on in Michigan, in Wisconsin. He cannot afford to lose any of those states. That's why you saw Biden barnstorming those states in the final days of this campaign. But where did he spend his most time? In Pennsylvania. Where was he today? In Scranton. That's, of course, the place where he was born. He visited the place where he grew up. And so it becomes so critical that the Biden campaign gets the type of turnout that they were pushing for in the suburbs, in the area in and around Philadelphia, that the African-American turnout is strong, because it wasn't what it needed to be back in 2016. And so that is why Biden visited Pennsylvania more than any other swing state, 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just beginning in Pennsylvania, and so they are urging everyone to be cautious and to brace for what could be a days-long process of counting these votes, but they say they're going to do it. They say they are going to count every vote. Now, some Democrats have privately been quite critical of Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't been aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to one of his campaign officials earlier today. Were they concerned that he wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina and in Georgia, which we see now are just so incredibly tight? This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left it all out on the field. Biden reiterated that. But undoubtedly, some Democrats are looking at this map, and they are thinking quite seriously about that. But at this hour, again, there is still optimism within the campaign.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's turn to Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins us now. Corey, you've been through this before. You were there in 2016. There's a lot for you to like on this map, and there's stuff to give you pause, namely Arizona, which is leaning Biden at this hour. How are you feeling about your chances?
Obviously, we're very cautiously optimistic. But that being said, if Joe Biden wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald Trump in a series of states. And one state isn't going to be enough. Look, Donald Trump had an enormous victory tonight in the state of Florida. He's up over 400,000 votes in what has historically been the battleground of battleground states. And let me just remind the viewers that the last 6 people who won the state of Florida went on to become the president of the United States. So we feel very good about where we are right now. We feel very good about the campaign that we've run, and we look forward to having all the votes counted.
Are we going to hear from the president tonight, win or lose?
Well, look, I think it's still very early in the evening. If you guys remember, 4 years ago, I don't think the AP officially called the race till sometime after 2:30 in the morning, and then the president spoke sometime around 3 a.m. So, look, obviously, the AP is the final arbiter of where the race stands. They're still very early in this race, so I think it'd be premature as we sit here right now in the 11:30 hour to think about having anybody come down and call anything.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting calling, but I was wondering if we would hear from him at some point.
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some more of the results as they come in. But I can tell you, as we sit here right now, we're very comfortable knowing that we're going to win in the state of Texas. We have won the state of Ohio. We've tracked this very, very closely. I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina. And as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those mail-in votes, they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
Well, of course, look, the president, of course he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done properly. And if they're postmarked on time and they follow the rules, then of course that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been. This is a state that Joe Biden claims to be his home state, even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years. He claims Pennsylvania as his home. The truth is, we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania. We believe we're going to win the state of Pennsylvania. But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada, the state of Pennsylvania potentially does not come into factor as much it may have if, those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson joining us now from the White House with more of the View there. Hallie?
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski there, of course, the president's former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now, talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close there. There is a sense that they are seeing some of these numbers, some of these early numbers from places like Pennsylvania. I would include places like Michigan in there as well, from what I'm hearing from sources, where they are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw in 2016. A sense that, again, the polls may have missed the mark in some of these states. The state of Arizona, as we're showing that, NBC News, to be very clear here, has not made a call in that state. I do think there is an acknowledgement that that is not going right now in President Trump's favor. I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona there. But those are, I think, some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out a what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at least a come from a dead heat kind of win from a very narrow path to be able to do that again tonight. There is some optimism here. And I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning. And from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right. Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We are, of course, watching the all-important Senate races here tonight. We've got a few more we can characterize. Let's put up Kansas. Roger Marshall, the incumbent, will defeat Barbara Boiler in that race. Rhode Island, Jack Reed, the Democrat incumbent, will stay in his seat.
It was an easy one for Jeff Merkley in Oregon. He goes back to the Senate in Idaho. It's too early to call, but Jim Risch is leading. He's the incumbent there.
Arizona, of course, providing a lot of drama here in the presidential race, but the Senate race we're watching very carefully. Former astronaut Mark Kelly right now leads, but that race is too early to call. And in the North Carolina Senate, Tillis over Cunningham. Right now, it's too close to call.
One of the surprises of the night in terms of the polling. Now let's go to Iowa. Too early to call. Joni Ernst trying to hang on to her seat after facing a challenge from Teresa Greenfield. And in Montana, a very tight race. The two Steves, Steve Bullock, Steve Daines, too early to call there.
And the Georgia Senate race right now, Purdue maintaining a lead right there, but it's too early to call this one. And here's where the Senate stands right now, 43-43.
And that brings us to Casey Hunt, who has been doing the pluses and minuses all night long. There have been some disappointments, at least on the Democratic side, in terms of where they thought they might be able to get some pickups.
That's right, Savannah. And as the night wears on, Republicans are becoming more confident that they're going to be able to hang on to control of the Senate. And quite frankly, that's not really where things stood when we all sat down earlier tonight. At this point, Republicans are increasingly confident. I know we still have not called the Senate race in the state of Iowa, but Republicans are expecting Joni Ernst to pull that out. That was one that we weren't really watching at the beginning of the election cycle, but that reflected what we thought were pretty difficult approval ratings for President Trump. But they're now expecting her to do all right. And that really will narrow Democratic opportunities to take back the Senate in the event that Joe Biden wins the White House tonight or this week or whenever that's going to play out. They would need a net of 3 seats. If Donald Trump hangs on to the White House, they need a net of 4 to take back control. It looks like they're going to win Colorado and Arizona, but there's still a lot of questions about Maine. North Carolina seems to be trending toward Tom Tillis. There are still some outstanding wild cards across the map, so I think it's going to be a while until we really know where this stands. There, of course, is a possibility, and it ends up being a 50-50 split, which, of course, means that whoever controlled the White House would have the controlling vote in the Senate. But again, we have to underscore here, Savannah, this is not the night that Democrats dreamed of. There is clearly an undercounted portion of the electorate that is supporting President Trump that they just didn't expect. And there was overconfidence in the Senate. On the Senate side, there's overconfidence among House leaders. I think that's something really to keep an eye on in the coming days.
All right, Andrea.
And one of those races that's still out there is Montana, where you've got the sitting governor, Steve Bullock, a popular governor who's taken some tough measures on coronavirus, but has not had much opposition to it. He's running for the Senate. They really fought hard to, Chuck Schumer did, to get him into the Senate race. He did not want to run. And remember, he ran for the presidency briefly, and he's running against an incumbent, Steve Gaines. That is a close-fought race, and we're going to have to see late in the day what happens in Montana.
We're seeing a quick pattern, by the way, in the Senate races and the presidential, and frankly, we're seeing it in some House races. Everything is blue and red. We are not seeing split-ticket voting the way we used to see split-ticket voting. We've known that that's been disappearing, but I'm just watching all of these. The Senate nominees and the presidential vote is linking up across the board, we thought maybe in a place like Kansas that had sort of that Senate race had sort of created its own unique personality. Could the Democratic candidate, she's a former Republican, could she win over swing voters? And it's just, people are not splitting their tickets. I know that Sherry Bustos, who's the Democratic chair of the DCCC, she represents a Trump district. She used to win swing split ticket voters. She's struggling tonight. She may not win. And I think it's this phenomenon. It's red or blue.
All right, we'll continue with our coverage, election night coverage, after this short break.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
So where are we and what are we waiting for? Here are some of the big ones we're still waiting on. Pennsylvania, it is too early. We knew that would be a long wait. Ohio, too early. Trump leads, however. And in Florida, the president leads there. That is too close.
We've got much more ahead. Stay with us. You are watching Decision 2020 right here on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
As we come up on the midnight hour, a big call now for President Trump in the state of Ohio. NBC News projects that Trump will win Ohio and take its 18 electoral votes. It's a state that Joe Biden thought he might have a chance in. It paid a visit there quite recently.
He did pay a visit there quite recently. It was less of a battleground than it's been in years past. Chuck, Ohio going to President Trump, that was on his must-do list.
It's definitely on his must-do. And as you can see, he's starting to pad a little bit of a lead here. It's up to 8 points, which is getting close to what he won it by with Hillary Clinton. I can show you here from 4 years ago. He's already surpassed his number. Biden is doing a little bit better in Clinton because he's getting some of that third-party number here. But you can see is the predictions about Ohio, say, 6 weeks ago, a lot more accurate than they were perhaps 6 days ago. Let's go through the northern tier here a little bit. Minnesota. Joe Biden's building quite a bit of lead here, 63% in. We still see it as a lot of today vote there, but we still have no St. Paul. I'm not, we'll see, but I know the Trump campaign thinks there's something there. We're not quite seeing it there in Minnesota. Check out Wisconsin here a bit. It's a narrow lead for the president, but just a reminder here how much of this is today's vote. And just so you see, so right now he leads by 109,000 votes. I just want to take you to Milwaukee County. We expect a lot more than that. Right now, there's only 36% in. Just to give you a sense of how much vote is in Milwaukee. It was a bad turnout, but let's go to 2012. You're looking at some 400,000 to 500,000 voters there. And so we still have a long way to go. Barack Obama won it by nearly 200,000 votes. So my point is, as you could see, one Milwaukee would suddenly give Biden the lead in Wisconsin. We're dealing with a lot of today vote, a lot of rural vote there. Let me take you quickly to Michigan. We're also seeing half the vote in. Appears to be mostly today vote. As you can see here, the yellow is today, the orange is the mail vote. So we still got a lot to wait for there that may, we think, end up leading Biden. I'll take you to one county that stuck out to me here a little bit because it was so big for Trump, and it tells you it's today's vote. Macomb, famous Macomb County. This is the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. Obama won this county 2 cycles ago. It is a swing county. Trump won it last time. We expect it to be very close, whether it's Biden or Trump. We expect it to be close. The point is, this is what you can see. This is today's vote, and what we're waiting on here, obviously, in this county, we haven't gotten any of the mail vote at all. So it's just sort of a reminder. Michigan, I mean, look, I don't have any confidence in knowing anything about Michigan before the Today Show. So that's one that's going to be gray for quite some time. Wisconsin, I had a source tell me that we may see all that Milwaukee vote before 5 a.m.
And we should know, by the way, that today's show is 7 hours away. So we're not talking about hours and hours and hours. But
Michigan Democrats don't think you're going to see that till Wednesday night.
There you go.
Okay.
Let me go to Casey and circle back to Ohio. What's the significance of that, other than putting a lot of electoral votes in the president's column, in terms of where this night goes?
Well, I think underscoring this idea that the president seems to be matching his performance in 2016 with his performance in terms of percentage of the vote. And that seems to be playing out also in Iowa, according to sources that I'm talking to there. And I think the question then becomes, has Biden done the work that he needs to do in these other Midwestern states? I mean, we clearly are seeing that a lot of the polling was not right in some of these Sun Belt races and states. Question is that going to be the case in these other places as well? And I think clearly the jury is still out on that. Democrats are nervous about some of the way things are looking, particularly in Michigan, although I think at the end of the day, they expect that they're going to pull that out. But you could see a Republican win the Senate race there, which, when we were talking earlier this week, that seemed like the Republican pipe dream, picking up a Senate seat in Michigan, not necessarily completely off the table now. And I think Democrats who are looking at the early returns from Ohio were hoping that what they meant was the suburban vote was going to come in for Biden in a big way, that around Cleveland, around Columbus, perhaps suburban women, perhaps who had been turned off by President Trump, some of the people who helped Democrats flip the House in 2018, would show up in a big way for the former vice president. And it seems now that we have a more complete picture of what's happened in Ohio, that's really not the case. So that's something that's got, I think, Democrats a little bit on edge as we head into what's looking increasingly like a pretty long process of counting ballots in this, what they hope is a rebuilt blue wall. That seems like it's going to be the question we're trying to answer here for a while.
And we're just flagging that Alyssa Slotkin, one of the Democratic women, Michigan, elected in 2018, CIA background, Pentagon background, she's down considerably, and that's because it's same-day vote, not early vote. She's told her supporters in a live stream, we're not going to see results tonight, we'll reconvene tomorrow.
Okay, so they're calling it at night because they feel like this early vote is not going to get counted tonight,
Exactly.
so you're not going to have an accurate reflection of what's going on in Michigan.
We've got another call here. You see it on the screen there. Virginia, NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win Virginia's 13 electoral votes.
In Idaho, the president has won Idaho's 4 electoral votes. In Georgia, it's a squeaker. It is too early to call. We await, last check, a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta suburbs, which could be telling. Let's go to North Carolina, too close to call. That is also a squeaker, to use the technical term.
Pennsylvania goes without saying at this point, too early to call there.
Maine is too early to call as well. We'll keep an eye on that one. In Arizona, it is too early to call. However, we are projecting that Joe Biden has a lead there.
Minnesota, it is too early to call. Michigan, too early to call as well.
And let's go to Texas. Too early to call, but the president has jumped out to a lead there in Texas, so we continue to watch that one. In Wisconsin, too early to call. We were just discussing that one with Chuck.
Iowa's too early to call, as is Montana. Nevada, we're just starting to see our first votes coming in from Nevada. That's too early to call. Hawaii.
Nevada was one mentioned by Corey Lewandowski of the Trump campaign as a potential pickup for President Trump. We'll see if that plays out. The polls haven't suggested that. And in Hawaii, too early to call. We just got a poll closed there.
So let's look at where that stands in the race to 270. Joe Biden leading right now, 205 to 136.
Okay, let's join up with NBC News contributors Hugh Hewitt, who's host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on Salem Radio Network, and Maria Teresa Kumar, who's the president and CEO of Voto Latino. Maria Teresa, how are you feeling at this hour?
I think that we knew coming in that it was going to take all night, if not a couple of days after this. So we've been preparing for this at Voto Latino. What I do see is that the Latino vote has basically helped clinch the state of Arizona, both for the Senate and for Joe Biden. And North Carolina is going to be close because, again, the Latino vote. But something to keep in mind, in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, we are right now talking about the people that have voted today, but we are not necessarily counting everybody who early voted. And what we know from really good sources is that most Republicans actually were saving up to vote in person today, whereas in Pennsylvania, for example, there are roughly 2.4 million mail-in ballots, 2-to-1 going for Joe Biden. So this is going to be a nail clinger. I don't agree with Chuck. I don't think we'll know on the Today Show either, but we should make sure that every single vote is counted.
I do like all the product placement for the Today Show, though. So thanks to everybody.
Well, I just
for that.
assume I'm going to be woken up here. That's why I keep bringing it up.
Yeah, I'm going to kick you.
Yeah, I guess nightly news stands for nothing around here.
Oh, wow.
Let me.
You have a more reasonable time slot.
That's true.
Just get up early.
Hugh, let me bring you into this conversation. So, based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like the president has bought himself a ticket at least as far as Pennsylvania. Does anything that's occurred tonight shed any new light on what Pennsylvania might look like?
I do want to look over the border from Pennsylvania to Ashtabula, Mahoning, and Trumbull County, which went decisively for the president. To the extent that they are still counting those late votes in Pennsylvania along the spine of Pennsylvania and Ohio, that bodes very well for the president's totals in Pennsylvania because, as Chuck pointed out earlier, Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Mahoning are where Joe Biden had hoped to reclaim some of the Obama voters, and he did not get them. I think it's a three-state election, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I think it's been a three-state election for 4 years. The good news for the Republicans tonight, it appears that the Senate will be a Republican majority. I don't actually see how, even with a runoff in Georgia, that Democrats can take control of the upper chamber. They've won in Arizona, apparently beating Martha McSally. They've won in Colorado, but they've lost Alabama. Susan Collins looks pretty good. And it looks like Nancy Pelosi will be back as Speaker of the House. So all told, the deeply divided cliche is going to be with us for another 2 to 4 years as no matter who wins, Biden and Trump. And I think it's a coin flip right now. I don't think we know. I don't think anyone can say with certainty. But the president, there certainly is no red wave. There certainly is no blue wave. There is, however, Mitch McConnell sitting there in Kentucky, fairly certain he's going to be running the Senate for another 2 years.
All right. Thank you to both of you. We'll check back in. Gabe Gutierrez is in Milwaukee. And what are you hearing there, Gabe?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, behind me is where hundreds of election workers are trying to count those absentee ballots that we've been talking about. You just heard Chuck saying we might not hear results here in Wisconsin for the next several hours, and that is what we're hearing from local election officials. Of course, Savannah, you know that Wisconsin is one of those states that does not allow absentee ballots to be counted before Election Day. Well, that process started today. They've been counting about 1,500 to 2,000 absentee ballots an hour. Now, Savannah, President Trump had been trailing here in the polls over the last several weeks, but we spoke to many of his supporters over the last several days, and they insist do not count him out. A message that he's been repeating constantly here in Wisconsin over the last several weeks is that of law and order, and it does resonate with his base here. Of course, Wisconsin, Kenosha, 45 minutes south of Milwaukee, where I am right now. More than 2 months ago, the shooting of Jacob Blake. President Trump has been hitting hard that campaign theme of law and order. Also, another major issue here in Wisconsin is the pandemic. Of course, Wisconsin, one of those states that is seeing a surge in cases. About 85% of the COVID hospital beds in this state remain full. Certainly, it's a major issue for voters here in Wisconsin. And we spoke with supporters of Joe Biden who came to vote this morning that said for them it was the critical issue. But again, also the economy, also top of mind here in Wisconsin, of course, but we are awaiting those results, Savannah, now with the race shifting like it has, and more attention now placed in Wisconsin. We're expecting those results in the next several hours, possibly by 5 a.m. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. I was just looking over at Chuck because I wondered if anything's shaking in Georgia.
Well, I saw just another news organization seemed to be indicating some movement toward the Democrats, and I just haven't seen it yet. So I'm just
We're still waiting for that vote in the Atlanta suburbs.
I mean, literally, Atlanta hasn't moved. What do we've added one percentage point in Arizona in the last hour in trying to get votes. So we are in that period of time where it's going to trickle in now, rather than maybe, like I said, I do expect that one. I was told we were going to get this one giant dump of Milwaukee vote, but late tonight. So that is something worth staying up for. So put the pot of coffee on. My son was just asking me, why is everything too early to call? It's after midnight. I'm like, why aren't you in bed?
It's actually, it feels too late to call, but I know what he means.
Can't say the words
yes,
too early
exactly.
anymore. We're like, wait, it's late. That's what he keeps saying.
Ask him why he's up so late.
That's what I did. That was my response.
Well, Tom Brokaw's up, an NBC News senior correspondent, veteran of more than a half-century of presidential elections. Tom Brokaw joins us. Tom, great to see you. Give us your observations of what we're seeing and versus what a lot of expectations were going into this night.
You know, I've been covering presidential politics in this country since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now. And it's the second cycle of this kind of division, with President Trump surprising everybody the first time, and fair to say, surprising everyone a second time with his strong showing. I think he made a very clever move in the last couple of weeks, in which he said to the country, go back to work. It's time to get the economy going again. The COVID, we're close to getting that solved. So you can go back and earn some money and get your business going again. I think it helped him a lot, frankly. People were wanting to hear that. I also think over the course of the last year, there's been some difficulty in, if you will, in the country about police shooting black people under circumstances that were indefensible. And at the end of the episode, there were a lot of white people who were supporting the black demonstrators until the black demonstrators kind of lost control. And they were not just demonstrating anymore. They were going into streets and they were robbing stores and they were tipping over cars, and it went on most of the summer. How much of that had to do with it, I'm not sure. But it was a long way from Dr. King, who was so successful with a program of nonviolence. So how that played into all this, I don't know. But I think in the last couple of weeks that Trump made a very clever move by saying you can go back to work. He's dead wrong. COVID virus is going to get worse, not better. And in fact, this country is going to be under the very dark cloud of that for the foreseeable future. So however this turns out tonight, we've got a lot of things to worry about in this country. And the only way we're going to get them resolved is to find a way to work together.
We are confronting a lot, and of course there was a lot of peaceful passion in the streets. Tom, thanks. And we should note that while some important things have gone Donald Trump's way, this is we are not. No one's near 270 right now, so a lot to cover here.
A lot of votes to be counted yet. Break now. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues in just a moment. Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And those are the states we await as Decision 2020 election night rolls on. There's a lot more votes to be counted, and it's kind of a jump ball at this moment.
Look, Hugh Hewitt said it. He said coin flip. I think that's where I'm at right now. I'm not ready to say I think I know anything about what we thought Wisconsin and Michigan would do. A lot of that early vote we still get counting. But speaking of polling, since there's a lot of people complaining about pollsters, we're going to bring in ours. Let me bring in our polling team. Republican pollster Bill McIntyre from Public Opinion Strategies, Democratic pollsters Peter Hart and Jeff Horwit of Hart Research Associates. Bill, I'll start with you. The three of you just put out an interesting memo, essentially laying it out is sort of explaining, and I guess, Bill, explain it to us. We went into this race thinking it could be tighter in the battlegrounds, but that Biden was a clear favorite. What did we miss, or is it still too early to see what we missed?
Well, I think what we did, including on your show, Meet the Press on Sunday, we led with, hey, guess what? For a race that nationally, and by the way, Biden's going to win comfortably nationally, this is very competitive, and it's very competitive in the swing states. And what we talked about on Sunday, based on our polling, is that there is a white non-college voter across the industrial Midwest in Florida and North Carolina, where there were a lot of votes. They said they were going to vote for Trump by 30-plus points on Election Day. The Republican National Committee spent a year to turn these people out, and they've done that job. They produced those margins, and they made this a very, very competitive race today. But I think these are things we talked about on Sunday that we were seeing and could happen.
Peter Hart, I joked with my staff this morning. I told them about the 1976 race. You know, history says, well, of course Jimmy Carter won that race. And of course a Democrat took over after the Nixon-Ford era. But that race closed dramatically fast. And I think some older viewers tonight might be having a flashback to that.
Well, it isn't 1976. Actually, it's 1968. There, the country was badly divided over race, over the war, and essentially they made a change in a narrow win by Richard Nixon. I think this election is very much the same. Voters are going to narrowly make a change, but you're going to have to wait and see at this stage.
No, there's no doubt. Jeff Horwit, answer the critique of the polling community. And I've been making it clear to folks internally that I think the problem are these public state polls that sort of, you know, maybe besmirch the reputation of quality national polls or others. But it does seem as if these state polls massively misled us.
Yeah, well, I think we, rightfully so, as an industry, we need to be judged by the results, and we will, and that's important. I do think it's important right now to keep perspective. We have talked about how this election is being decided two ways, one on Election Day and one with voters who voted earlier by mail. And those votes in places like Pennsylvania are in many places are yet to be counted. So we should be judged. We should be looked at that. But there are two numbers that are important here. One is that Joe Biden is leading nationally by over 1.1 million votes, and that about 1 in 4 votes have not yet been counted. So I think it's important to make sure that we are looking at the industry as a whole and how the results come in, but also as we've talked about, it's important to be patient, make sure the votes are counted, and at the end of the day, look at the end of the days when we're done with it, know who the winner is and have all the votes counted to look at the industry and see how we've done.
Bill McInturff, do you have a theory on what we're seeing in the Sun Belt and why the polling basically seemed to be, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 points in error towards the Democrats?
You mean, are you talking about Arizona? Are you talking about
the Sun Belt
Carolina?
states? I'm talking about North Carolina, Florida in particular are the ones that stick out pretty clearly, but I could throw in Ohio in there if you'd like, and a couple of these other states we've seen.
There's a few things. First, white non-college men are voting for Donald Trump between 30 to 45-point margin. That's a lot of margin. And then also remember, in Florida, President Trump is at something like 45% of the Hispanic vote, a new record or new high since George Bush. And there's even some states where he's picking up a little chunk of African American. Not much, but margins matter. And so the coalition that Trump said he would put together, which is non-college whites, especially men, a little Latino, and a very small amount of African Americans, we sort of watch that happen tonight.
Peter, are we really starting to see what could be a future, what Donald Trump's putting together here? He's appealing to working class men of all stripes. That's what we're seeing, I think, in some of these Latino numbers and some of these African American numbers. Are the two parties going to start organizing themselves along those lines if somehow you take Donald Trump out of the equation when it comes to race?
Well, I think that's a good possibility, but I think what stood out to me about the numbers tonight is that Joe Biden won the macro war in terms of communicating with voters and putting out the parameters of the election. But the micro war is clearly won by Donald Trump, and that's made all the difference on election night. We looked at the macro. A lot was happening on the micro level.
All right, I'm going to leave it there for now. We'll be checking back in because we're making you guys stay up, but at least you get to be in your own homes, I think, when we make you stay up late. Jeff Horowitz, Bill McInturff, our chief pollsters on the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, and, of course, the indelible Peter Hart. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are expecting Joe Biden to address supporters any moment now. Andrew, you going to got in a little more on that?
Well, just that there is some nervousness about Pennsylvania still. I know it's early and we don't have the early vote. We have the day of vote, but there's some nervousness there. Exit polling gives Donald Trump higher marks than 4 years ago on favorability, considerably. According to the exit polls, that people view him, 45% said their opinion of Trump was favorable, 53% said unfavorable. That is a dramatic change, according to the exit poll, when it was 38% favorable to 60% unfavorable. So that's significant.
All right, let's go to Kristen Welker. She's over at Biden headquarters. What are you hearing?
Well, Savannah, as you mentioned, we are now waiting to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden as this election hangs in the balance. And I can tell you that things have really started to come to life here. We're seeing more cars pull in. I don't know if you can see behind me all of the lights, but they are waiting to hear from their candidate, the person who they voted for, Joe Biden. And it comes as we've been talking to campaign officials who say they are watching what is happening in Arizona quite closely. It is giving them encouragement. They're also looking at Georgia. They're saying that they're not ready to give up on Georgia. But look, one top aide told me their primary path has always been the blue wall: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And another aide saying they are still confident that they're going to carry those 3 states. So look, if Biden is able to pull off a win in Arizona, then if he sweeps those Midwestern states, he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania. On the other hand, if he comes up short in Arizona, then he would need a victory in Pennsylvania. And that's part of why he spent so much time in Pennsylvania, even making stops there today, fighting for every last vote. So you see there the motorcade, Savannah, heading from Joe Biden's home, heading here. We anticipate to speak. We expect to hear from him within the next hour or so, as early as 15 minutes, depending on how quickly he can get here. And again, we anticipate that he is going to address what we have all been talking about all night, which is that there are still a number of states that are counting, a number of states that he spent a lot of time campaigning in, and this election hangs in the balance, Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Hallie Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is, as was pointed out earlier, no red wave, no blue wave, just a lot of solid red and blue?
And a lot of, I would say, coffee and Red Bull, probably, Lester, because I think that's where this night is headed, it seems. I can tell you that when it comes to a state that Kristen is talking about, Arizona, a state where the Biden campaign is feeling pretty good based on the numbers, there is immense frustration inside the president's orbit that some networks, not our network, but another network, has appeared to have called the race for Joe Biden there. Again, not our call. I want to be very clear about that, but you are seeing a lot of consternation. There is a sense among some folks in the president's orbit that it is too early to make that call at this point, but they are very engaged, watching these numbers extremely closely in Arizona. Why? Well, because if, in fact, this lead that Joe Biden has holds, and again, I want to stress, we have it projected. It's too early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory, and that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding, and then those blue wall states that we're talking about here, some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Wisconsin, actually, which is kind of interesting. That is a shift, at least from the conversations I've had from this morning to tonight. I think the sense earlier in the day was that they didn't think that Wisconsin was going to be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than, some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person close to the president earlier, just a couple of hours ago, if he would speak, the answer was, well, if he wants to, he will. And if he doesn't, he won't. It's always up to the president, as we often see in these instances, guys.
And Hallie, this is probably a good time to point out, as you point out, that then sometimes there's differences in what's being reported out there. Folks need to understand that we are very, very competitive, but on nights like this, when it comes to making these sorts of calls, we have a high
humility on this because of this early vote. There's so many different things. I mean, the worst thing you can do is make a call and have to pull it.
Yeah. Too many variables. We lived through 2000.
And so we lived through, in this network, we lived through 2000. We had to pull a call. Nobody likes to pull a call like that. So our guy, John Lipinski, he said, I'm not rushing anything. If other news organizations want to race, good luck, because you're going to, you could fall on your face.
Just thought it was a good moment to get that out there and for folks to understand that. So let's bring in
Casey.
Casey.
To chime in on the call question, I mean, I think that's part of why the campaigns are so focused on these narratives, right? Hallie was reporting that the president's team is frustrated that this call would be out there in the ether, and that's because we are entering, and we're going to hear from Joe Biden as well now, we're entering the phase of the fight over the narrative here. We are heading into, my sources on both sides acknowledge a likely prolonged battle over counting votes. And we will see if this comes down to a single state or place, or if once we start to see the counting of the absentee and early votes in these states that aren't used to doing it on election night, it becomes more clear, comes into focus, potentially Joe Biden holds that blue wall and the conversation changes. But the president has been pretty straightforward about raising questions about counting the votes, the way that he has framed how he is going to pursue potentially trying to stop vote counting, et cetera, in some of these places. I mean, he has not held back from that. And the Biden campaign knows that this is very important. I mean, they have been talking to reporters for months about what a, quote unquote, they often refer to it as a red mirage, what it might look like if it seems as though President Trump is ahead here, but what really needs to happen to put Biden in the lead is the steady and probably slow counting of all of these ballots. And that's potentially what makes what he says tonight so important in terms of framing this race for his supporters, but also for a potential potential legal battle that could ensue. And again, part of the framing of this, and I think part of what Democrats were really hoping for going into tonight, is that what we would see across the map would be a clear rebuke from voters to President Trump. Something that would give the court system, judges considering any potential cases here, messages, from members of Congress that this would be something where the president was clearly rejected and everyone was going to be on the same page about that reality. That is simply not the case here. I mean, we are shaping up to potentially have exactly the same control of the Senate. We're going to have a few wild card races out there, but right now, if we look at Colorado and likely Arizona as two losses for Republicans, we're looking on the flip side at Doug Jones in Alabama. I'm still watching Michigan, although we've got a ways to go there. But if Democrats were to lose that race, the Senate race in Michigan, which some of my sources are saying is a possibility, that's 2 for 2. We're still left with the same situation that we have if everything else holds. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing things hold more steady than we perhaps anticipated based on some of this polling. So this, again, not the scenario that Democrats wanted to head into this potentially protracted battle over votes with this kind of standing. Savannah.
Casey, thanks.
Yeah, a divided country votes in a divided fashion. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, you've been asking for these individual electoral votes, and you know what? I finally got some numbers for you. And so overall in Nebraska, 74% of the vote is in. We got quite a bit of the vote in Nebraska too. That's what's blue there. I mean, it's not. I'll show you the results. Biden's got a 10-point lead. I can tell you this: the congressional race in that, which is a swing congressional race, is neck and neck. So Biden is way overperforming the Democrat. Trump is underperforming the Republican nominee.
Early vote or day of?
At this point, because of the way our system works on the district, that I can't tell you from here, but I can just tell you. Oh, it went back one too many here. As you can see, it's mostly today's vote. So already that's a strong indication there that one electoral vote, which we thought was going to lean Biden, it does. Let me give you a little update here in Maine so you can see that electoral vote. We got half the vote in. Look, you can see there's still a lot of vote that needs to come in. But let me show you where things stand in Maine 2 here a minute. This big red blob is Maine 2. And again, we got a good half of the vote here, but you can see, I believe, there we go. In the 2nd district, Trump is ahead by 13,000 votes. This is a very rural congressional district. We shall see. I mean, it looks pretty clear that Biden's going to win the other 3, but they could split it 1 and 1.
That
every
happened
vote
in 2016.
counts. It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote he can get, and so does Trump. So they're both going to need these individual votes.
One quick fact about Omaha in Nebraska is, remember what happened that night for 3 hours after the president went all the way to Omaha just to go for that electoral vote. The people were left at that rally for 3 hours in sub-freezing weather, including a lot of elderly people, because the buses weren't there. And so the president left, and so there was a whole lot of negative publicity after he went all that way, late at night. There was a lot of negative reaction to the Trump rally. We don't know how it's going to turn out, but that was a real downer.
All right, we've got some new information coming in. Let's look at Minnesota, where it's too early to call, but we can now characterize this as Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right, let's go to New Hampshire. We're projecting that Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, another Northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue. Joe Biden takes Colorado.
Georgia, looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida, this is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead, Trump lead right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Said to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead. In Texas and in Wisconsin, it is too early to call as well.
All right, let's look at Iowa. Too early to call. Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll on to Nevada. That one is too early to call as well. So let's see where it all lands in the map and the road to 270. We're starting to fill it out. Let's see. And so far, again, I don't think we've had any big shockers yet. We're still fighting over the battlegrounds, and it may get that way until the wee hours of the morning.
We've got another Senate race we can tell you.
For a reason.
Yeah, battlegrounds are battlegrounds.
A Senate race we can tell you about. Mark Warner, the Democrat, will hold on to his seat in Virginia.
That was expected, so let's put up the map and see. Pretty shot of the United States Capitol, and it remains divided. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it may be a while because we got a couple of Georgia races going to runoffs now. And in the House, we have projected here at NBC that the Democrats will retain control. Question is whether they will gain or lose seats.
The Republicans being above 200, I talked to a Republican official about this literally over the weekend, who said, gosh, we just hope to be at 185, 190 House seats.
They're doing better
anything
than
200 plus. This is gravy for them. Look, tonight's election, I mean, this does feel a lot like, to me, like 2000, 2004, meaning very evenly divided. Every individual state is kind of a knife fight. And it's, it feels as if the battleground map we're about to see develop here maybe a battleground map like the 2000 battleground map that is just etched in our minds.
We're getting word that former Vice President Biden has arrived now. Let's go to Kristen Welker. We expect to hear from the VP shortly.
We do, Lester, and you can see the lights from his motorcade that has just arrived. So I anticipate we are in within just a few minutes from hearing from Vice President Biden. And I think Casey really hit the nail on the head. I think you are going to hear Biden try to rally his supporters to try to prepare them for what now seems like it's going to be a somewhat likely protracted battle for him to get to the White House. There's going to be some counting that goes on in the next few days, but I anticipate that we will hear a measured optimism from the former vice president when he addresses the crowd here. It is worth noting that what you are seeing is a drive-in event here, and this is characteristic Biden. This is what has really been the hallmark of his campaign and how he has chosen to run this campaign. Socially distant people now getting out of their cars, as you can see, but largely socially distant. And that is a part of his key message. He has run this campaign around the issue of fighting COVID-19, trying to make the case that he's the best candidate to fight COVID, saying that, yes, we're going to get the economy back on track, but in order to do it, we have to address the virus.
So we gotta cut you off because we've got a big call to make. It's official now. NBC projects Florida goes to President Donald Trump. We've been watching this all night. We've been very careful. But this is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must-win for him.
Look at the difference, 380,000 votes. Let me go back here and take you back very quickly to Miami-Dade, just to remind you where there was 300,000 votes 2 cycles ago. So as we see, the difference was that. Let's go. So Joe Biden won it by 83,000. Hillary Clinton won it by nearly 300,000. So you want to know where 200 of the 300,000 votes is? It's sitting in Miami-Dade County. So there's no doubt Miami-Dade County, even as, he can feel good. He added, Osceola County, I think that's an addition in here, if I will. No, not quite a flip county, never mind that. But this Miami-Dade story is it may be a unicorn, it may be all those things, but as we've seen it with some Hispanic men as well in other states.
It's really
this Latino thing is an issue here for the Democrats. Look, it's interesting, and you wonder if Joe Biden doesn't improve with older white voters, that's kept him in this race, we'd be talking about, boy, Democrats really have to get their base out. And this was something that people were whispering about quite a bit, and this was the downside of doing a virtual campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County. So you can drive down the street and wave down the I-4 corridor and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that it's playing out, particularly in Florida. It's particularly acute there for all the reasons that we have talked about. And there's a couple House races down there, too, that Democrats might lose because of this problem. It is huge. And it was clearly something where they neglected to really pay attention and engage. And my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time. But, we'll have to see if it plays out across the map.
We got to cut you off right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. Talk about the timing of this and what led up to it.
Well, Lester, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have Joe Biden, the first person to speak tonight, and his message was one of optimism, and he leaned into what he feels are going to be pickoff states. Arizona, he predicts he will ultimately carry, and he went on to say he believes they're on track to win the election. He might be... He's wrapping up now again, Lester. I wanted to give him a chance to finish what he was saying, but his message and his tone really underscoring, I think, the confidence that we've heard within the campaign throughout this day and throughout this evening. They ultimately feel as though they're wall in the Midwest, their blue wall, will hold. And of course, if they can pick off Arizona, that would be a big prize for them. That would be an upset for President Trump. And so you heard that type of confidence reflected. What he also did was to prepare his supporters for the fact that there is going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the results until tomorrow, and of course, it could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front on the messaging. And remember, it does come against the backdrop of these reports, which the president did deny, but that he was thinking about potentially declaring victory tonight, no matter what the results showed. So this was potentially a way of preempting that, to strike a note of confidence and to send that message to his supporters. They're still in this fight, Lester.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes is going to be a success in Arizona. He also mentioned Georgia.
Look, let me tell you what our models indicate we're waiting basically for a lot of Atlanta.
Still a lot of vote there.
A lot of vote in Atlanta, enough that our models right now, we would have it, if it goes the way we think it could go, maybe 1/10 of a percentage point will separate them when all the votes are counted. Yeah. That's why we're not anywhere near calling it. We want to wait to see what this Atlanta number comes in. But Georgia's another one that we're going to sit here for a while.
Well, if you were wondering whether, now that we've heard from Vice President Joe Biden, we'll hear from President Trump. We've heard from him on Twitter, Hallie. He must have heard you saying that he hadn't been tweeting all night, but now he has tweeted. He says, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed. Here we go.
So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is a president who we know is extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television. And for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters. Go ahead, Savannah.
I just am curious because it's interesting that he says they're trying to steal the election. Does that suggest he doesn't think they're winning?
So I think that what we're going to hear from President Trump is something similar to what I think some folks had been concerned about might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question. He has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? Full election results are not certified on election night ever, right? There has to be a process that goes through. We use this phrasing here on NBC News, all the networks do, that is very careful. We call them projected winners, right? Because that is what we are projecting. Nothing is sort of set in stone for usually, days after the election. Anyway, not in 2020, not just in 2016, but in any election, really. And this is something that I think Chuck and our team can speak more to. But the president has been very clear that he is concerned about what happens if, in fact, as the case is that we are in right now, the vote count stretches past tonight. Now, it is not surprising that the vote count is stretching past tonight. In fact, we have been talking about it for weeks. Why? Because of the coronavirus pandemic and because there is so much early vote that came in, so many ballots that were mailed in. That just takes a while to count. It takes longer to count. And there are rules in different rules in different states about when you can start processing and counting those ballots. This is where I think a lot of folks expected us to be here at 12:50 in the morning, on election night or the morning of November 4th, I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that are not backed up, claims that are not verified. This is something we have seen from the president on Twitter before, to the point where the social media company has actually put warnings on some of the things that the president was saying because it was essentially misinformation and had the potential to be disinformation there. So I do think that there is going to be some sort of care and context that we're going to put in place around whatever the president says. I will say, and as we talked about it a little bit ago, there is real concern and I think anger inside the president's orbit about certain calls that have been made, not by our network, by other networks. There is a sense that perhaps some calls are being made too early. I'm specifically talking about, for example, Arizona. I would not be surprised to hear the president mention that when he does come out and address his supporters in the East Room. I think that the campaign is feeling better than they thought they were going to feel about states like Pennsylvania. You heard Joe Biden very definitively say that they thought they could win there.
But I think the Trump campaign takes exception with that. Let me go to Andrea. Trump we got a call, and then I'm coming to you. Yeah.
We got a call in Iowa.
Yes.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win the 6 electoral votes in Iowa.
Okay, so Andrea, that's what I find to be so perplexing about this tweet, because here the Trump campaign's having a much better night than it expected to have, and now the president is signaling through this tweet by saying they're trying to steal it, et cetera, that he doesn't feel that they're going to win. I don't understand how that adds
This is
up.
what he has been saying every single day, that it's not right that the Supreme Court let Pennsylvania start counting tomorrow, really, tonight and tomorrow, that 3 days. But there are Mike Memoli, who has covered the Biden campaign forever, has spoken on the record and gotten from Senator Bob Casey exactly what I have been hearing from others not on the record, so we couldn't report it. That Joe Biden has been calling around. He's very nervous about how slow the count is in several of the big counties.
In Pennsylvania.
Not coming in.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. So he's been calling around, and according to Senator Bob Casey, speaking to Mike Memoli, according to Mike's note, that Biden was calling Casey and checking in. Why are these counties, like some of the Philadelphia suburbs, not reporting? Why is this so slow? So it is that early vote factor, but also, you know, he himself is getting nervous. That's why Joe Biden came out, because he anticipated exactly what the president did, which was a tweet saying that the vote is being stolen, starting to change the narrative. And Biden, with the optimism and telling people to be patient, was trying to at least capture that mood. But privately, he is calling people, elected officials and former officials in key counties.
Well, that's what's so interesting about it. Here you have Biden, who according to this reporting, is a bit nervous about the race. And then at the same time, Hallie, you've got the president signaling publicly that he's nervous about the race because he's now saying they're stealing it, which suggests he thinks he's losing. So, you know, we're trying to put all these pieces together. Do you have any insight into what's going on back there?
Let me try to provide some clarity here, Savannah, on this, because I think you raised sort of this important point here. And the answer that I would provide to you here, based on sort of my years covering President Trump and talking to people in his orbit, there are a lot of times when the president's public messaging is different from the messaging that we are getting behind the scenes from people around him. And there have been many instances in which the people around the president, his aides, his allies, his advisors, have encouraged him to perhaps move in a different direction when it comes to the messaging than the direction the president ultimately goes in. This is a president who, in the closing days of this campaign, ran and rallied supporters largely on a message of grievance, right? And that is something that we are seeing in the president's tweet tonight, despite the rest of the stuff that we're hearing behind the scenes. I think this really illustrates what we sometimes have seen in covering this president, which is a dichotomy between what he is saying and what he is thinking and feeling versus sort of the strategy behind the scenes from the people around him.
Let's go to Chuck, who's at the board, to show us kind of where things stand right now.
Yeah, I want to first go through the Rust Belt, and then I'll do a quick update in Georgia. As you can see here in Minnesota, we're getting up to 80%, and this double-digit lead is not disappearing. It may get closer as these remaining votes come in, but it's hard to imagine that the president is going to get Minnesota. Let me take you to Wisconsin. What's interesting here is that our models indicate if the early vote goes the way we think it's going to go, we certainly don't believe this is going to be a race that somehow Joe Biden could win by 7 or 9 points, which is most of the polling. But we're looking at a race that we think is going to be in the 2-point range, but we'll see. And I'll look at here. He's got a 113,000 vote lead. And again, let me just take you to one county here, Milwaukee. And we still have 2/3 of the vote that's coming out. And it's our understanding, I think we've talked about this, sometime after 4 a.m., we're going to get the Milwaukee County dump, and that's going to tell us a lot. But again, this has all been Election Day vote so far in Milwaukee, and a lot of it there. Now we'll go to Michigan, and we have the same issue here, and I'll just bring it up again. Still mostly same-day vote, not as much of that early vote yet. And as you've seen, as stuff just trickled in, the Trump lead has narrowed a little bit. And then I'll quickly, let me go over here to Pennsylvania. As you can see here, we're still, and let me just show you here, this is almost all today vote, or now at this point, sorry, yesterday vote. We only have a little bit of that early vote. And look, let's go around here. You can see here's Chester County. It's got 70% in, and this is Swing County. We'll see when it all comes in. Here, Andrea, Montgomery County, we still got a lot of vote there. Delaware County, 59% reporting. And of course, Philadelphia County, we still have half the vote to come in. So this is why, very quietly, the Democrats are actually, I don't want to say they're not, they're nervous, but they feel like they think they know they're going to win these states. They feel good about their early vote, but, you know, they also felt good about North Carolina. Let me take you to Georgia. The president had over a 300,000 vote lead when this was at about 75%, and it's been just trickling in, and it's all coming from here. I told you before, our models indicate that when it's all comes in, and the last vote to come in is going to be, it looks like Atlanta, the Atlanta area, that we expect it to be less than a percentage point. In fact, one of our models has it 0.1% around. But let me just take you around what we got here. There's still got more than a quarter of the vote out in Fulton County. That is Atlanta. Here's DeKalb. You still got 2/3 of the vote out there. We expect Joe Biden to really run up the score here in these counties. Here's Gwinnett. There's still about a quarter of the vote, a little less than that. Where are we here? I just gave you to Fulton. There's Cobb. We still got 20% of the vote here. So this is why we haven't called Georgia, and this is why you don't hear people ready to spike the football on the Republican side either. Everybody knows Atlanta's coming in, and the question is, is it gonna shrink and just make it really close, or could we be looking at recount territory? I can tell you this: we're looking up the recount rules.
What is? I was about to ask you.
I'm in the middle of it. My team was on it.
What's the threshold?
They're all over this.
Okay.
In fact, maybe by the time I get back here, I'll find out. So there.
Because if a race is in any given state is within a certain threshold, you have to
not
recount.
Automatic. Here, I can tell you, our initial folks here, it's not automatic. So this would be something that somebody would have to request.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in a couple of our guests. I think we've got Robert Gibbs, NBC News political analyst and former White House press secretary under President Obama, and Rich Lowry, an NBC News political analyst, editor of the National Review. Robert, let me start with you. You're a former press secretary. Let me let you step into our shoes. Write the headline of this night so far.
Well, I think the headline is we know a lot less than we thought or hoped we'd know at this point. The race is still very much up in the air, but look, I'm where Biden is right now. I think there's a lot more paths for him to win this race. I think there's two big states that you just talked about, Arizona and Georgia. Those open up very decidedly different paths and multiple paths for Biden. They really, really push Trump into having to really run the table. And I don't know. I think those two states are going to be the big two next states. We're going to see these upper Midwestern states come in, as Chuck and others have talked about, maybe ahead of the Today Show, but it's going to be a while.
Drink when someone says the Today Show.
We'd be hammered at this point.
Yes.
That's not a good idea.
I know. Rich,
Speak up, Lester.
What do you think? We saw Joe Biden come out. We've seen a tweet from President Trump, and he's also indicated that he will also address the cameras. The battle of perception right now.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the post-game jousting. And I do think we should pause, though, and just remark on the fact this is a president of the United States who's never been above 50% job approval in the polls, who's had controversy after controversy, basically daily for the entirety of his presidency, and is knocking on the door. I'm not predicting he's going to get through that door, but is knocking on the door of re-election. That's an extraordinary fact, and that really goes to his astonishing power as a campaigner. And I think what gives Republicans hope about those blue wall states, if you look at Florida, the polling average, final polling average had Trump losing 2 to 3 points. He won by 2 to 3 points. Look at Ohio. Final polling average had Trump winning by 0.8%, the polling average. Last time I looked, he was winning by 8%. So if you get that kind of polling average in Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's very easy to see how Trump wins. And then just final point, Chuck earlier was talking about that Nebraska 2nd district that awards one electoral vote, and Joe Biden is winning in. If Joe Biden, put Georgia aside, assume Trump holds on, if Biden wins Arizona and wins that district in Nebraska, winning Pennsylvania is not enough for Trump. In that circumstance, he'd have to win Pennsylvania and Michigan to get over the top. So it just goes to what a near-run thing this is now, that one electoral vote could make a big difference like that.
That's so 2020.
So 2020,
and also explains why the White House is so heated about any call it perceives as premature of the state of Arizona, which bears repeating.
Who knew leaving people outdoors in Omaha could cost you the presidency?
NBC News has not projected Arizona other than to say that Biden is leading, but it's too early to call there.
Rich and Robert, thank you both.
Thanks, guys. Casey.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I have considered the 269 to 269 Electoral College vote 2020 nightmare scenario because it's 2020. Obviously, that's what would happen based on everything else that's happened this year. But all kidding aside, I do think that the focus on Georgia is correct at this hour. My sources in both parties are starting to focus on that because that data is starting to come in. Republicans feel much better about the Senate race there than they do about the presidential race. And Chuck made the point. The question is, how close is that going to be? And the reality here is that if, in fact, we talked a little earlier in the night about how we're entering the narrative setting phase of this campaign and the fact that Democrats don't feel as strong about it. They will feel much stronger about it if they can point to Arizona and Georgia as examples of places where the suburbs moved decisively for them. If their advantage spreads out farther across the map, that is going to make it a lot easier for them to make the case that it is very clear who is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, I think that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out into the ether, because this is going to be this kind of narrative fight going forward. And just to button up with the nightmare scenario, I have been having a couple conversations with Democrats who are looking at the map, nervous about that, and starting to think about, OK, what if we do end up with a tie? What if we go to the House of Representatives? Then it's decided by House delegations. So each state gets a vote. If Texas, for example, is controlled by Republicans, the delegation likely would cast their vote for Donald Trump. Does that put us in a scenario where Democrats not focusing enough on the House of Representatives heading into this, perhaps being overconfident on that map, come back to bite them? I honestly, I'm not ready for any of this, at least not until we have some more drinks ahead of the Today Show.
Let me go to Andrea, who's been watching the president's latest.
Well, on the president's latest tweet saying that the election is being stolen, Twitter has flagged it, saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. So
probably
Twitter
the line asserting that there were ballots cast after Election Day, which
exactly.
Of course there's no.
I apologize. I've had the 269, 269 as my phone screensaver for about a month.
It's your fault.
I really have, and it's like however, I had it a slightly different scenario. I'll admit that.
We're going to banish you to the
but
map.
It gets close, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break.
I guess it's nerd hour here as we get into the wee hours.
Are you trying to compliment me, right?
No
I take it as a compliment.
He's still not in shirt sleeves yet, so our
no more snacks for Chuck.
Decision 2020 election night coverage, a little punchy, but we'll continue after this short break.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back on this Wednesday here on the East Coast and our continuing coverage of the 2020 election results. We're going to show you where things stand right now. Here's what in the Florida presidential vote, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida's electoral votes.
If we're starting to get some of the battlegrounds in Ohio, the president took Ohio 18 electoral votes into his column.
And let's look at Iowa. Trump projected winner in Iowa, 6 electoral votes. Texas, too early to call. Trump leads, however. Whoop, I'm just sorry. In my ear, as those words came out of my mouth, Trump now is the projected winner in Texas. Again, Trump now the projected winner in the state of Texas.
All right, in Minnesota, it is too early to call, but we can say that Joe Biden is leading in that state. In Arizona, it is too early to call, but again, it appears that Joe Biden has taken a lead there.
Georgia is the curious one that we're watching right now, as Chuck keeps pointing out, waiting for those numbers, those votes to come out of the Atlanta area. But right now, we characterize it as too early. North Carolina is too close to call.
Let's go to Pennsylvania. It is too early to call. We await mail-in ballots there, which can arrive up to 3 days after Election Day if they are postmarked Election Day. Here's the presidential race in Montana. It's too early to call, waiting for votes there, but the president has a lead.
Maine is too early. Michigan, also too early. That's part of what Democrats hope will be that blue wall.
Michigan, yeah, we talked about that. Wisconsin's the other one, too early to call. We're awaiting votes in Milwaukee County, which is a big one for Joe Biden if he hopes to pull that one out. And in Nevada, too early to call.
And Alaska is too early to call. So where does this lead us? Let's show you the electoral map at this hour. The road to 270, and it's got Donald Trump now out front with 209 electoral votes to 205 for Biden.
I'm gonna start off by apologizing. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning, and I might be attempting to ask people to do some math on their own. So I apologize for that at 1 a.m. But I want to show you here. Here's the Georgia statewide totals. And you're trying to figure out why haven't we closed Georgia, and I told you what we're looking at. As you see right now, we're waiting. There's 85% of the vote is in. We are waiting. The difference statewide, 236,000 votes. So let's, for instance, let's go here to DeKalb County. Right now, you see, there's a 100,000 vote margin. Now, let me just take you back here 4 years ago. And Hillary Clinton got a 200 vote margin out of here. So, all right, add up 100. There's 100,000 potential voters that net for Joe Biden that could eat into that lead. So there's one there. I'll give you that. Let's go to Fulton County. He's got here 181,000. Let's see what Hillary Clinton did here. In this case, he's likely to get a bigger number out of there. So I don't know if there's new vote to be gained here, but turnout is above, so we'll see. Maybe there's a little bit there. Let's go into Cobb. This was another one that Hillary Clinton carried, but you see Joe Biden is carrying it by a bigger margin. We still got more to come in. He's got to increase that lead more there. So look, as you can see, there are theoretically the numbers are there for Joe Biden as these numbers come in. But we'll see. It all is going to depend. This is all going to be on the margins. But this is going to shrink. You're going to continue to see this number shrink as the night goes on. And it's just all about, is there enough? Is there 240,000 votes somehow more so that he can make up here? We found at least 100 plus that you see is there. So this is why we think this race is going to be one we have to wait till all the votes
are they still counting in Georgia, to your knowledge?
Counting.
Okay.
They're supposedly still counting. Okay. I think we had to find out. By the way, because you guys asked, you shall receive. Here's the Georgia recount rules. No automatic recount. You have to petition, but only if it's less than 0.5 percentage point difference at the end of the day. So that's what you're looking at there. So we will wait and see for a while.
So if Georgia breaks Biden's way, how much does that change the path to 270?
That would change the path to 270 a lot. Like here's where we are now. We got the president with a narrow lead, so we can play the game here. First of all, let's go ahead. If you gave Arizona and Nevada to the president, you do Georgia there, then suddenly the numbers, first of all, let me give North Carolina is certainly leaning in that direction. Minnesota leading in Biden's direction. As you can see here, it takes Pennsylvania off the table, right? Georgia would definitely take Pennsylvania off the table. And frankly, one of the things that we messed up, we just now called, looks like we finally called Rhode Island. We hadn't called Rhode Island. People had been wondering. I just saw the blue got filled in. There's Rhode Island there. But we still haven't called Maine, but let's put it in the, let's do the 3-1 split there, because we know that President Trump is winning that 2nd congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly, you take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here and need some of these states.
Okay, stay with me now.
Oh, no, Hawaii is, you have Hawaii here is blue, and then you have the Nebraska district would get him to 270. Sorry, I had to get you there. But the point is, he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania. And it was the point Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that. But obviously, if you throw Georgia somehow went blue, then there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. And the long way to answer your question, Lester, Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So if Georgia Georgia goes red, how does that change the president's path? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right, we've assigned this, Alaska, let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's now no shoo-in. We got to wait here on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania would leave him 4 short. He needs something else here. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it or Wisconsin would do it. But the president may be in a position he needs 2 of those 3 of the blue wall states, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. And I'm with you, Savannah. I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. We've seen the president has improved, particularly with working class voters. When the country has a cold, Nevada gets the flu. They want to go to work. They don't like this, what's happened there. So I am very curious to see the actual returns come in Nevada before we start projecting.
And the exit polls tell us that Nevadans were more focused on
They were evenly split, if you remember.
COVID.
Yeah, they were
on improving business versus
correct.
COVID.
I mean, but, no state has been hit harder economically. I mean, think about it. Who's getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas?
I was there, last week, and, still plenty of tourists, but no conventions, very few shows open.
I mean, confession, I think it might be the last time I was on a plane is when we were out there for Vegas to do some debates.
Yeah.
Back when.
Back when we knew about the virus, but had not swept across.
I know half of us were convinced that somehow, how did we avoid not getting it in Vegas during February?
Yeah.
It stayed in Vegas. Okay, let's go to some boards here. We've got Montana's presidential race, and we're calling it for President Trump. No surprise there. Rhode Island, Chuck scooped us, Lester.
It showed up I was about to look for a little
news now.
Yes, exactly. And in Maine, it's too early to call, but Biden is leading, although there is that one electoral vote in Maine that possibly the president could pick up. And in that scenario of an electoral tie, that could become extremely relevant. So there's your map at this hour, 1:15 on the East Coast. The road to 270, it's filling out, but we've got some key battlegrounds still open at this hour.
Why don't we bring in NBC News political contributor and co-host of The Circus on Showtime, John Heilman, into the conversation. John, it's great to see you. You just saw, hopefully you just saw Chuck's breakdown. What do you think about Georgia?
Well, I think that the New York Times is reporting that there was a water main break in Atlanta, in Fulton County. That means that they have said that they are not going to have a final count until tomorrow morning at the earliest. So that's the first thing. If that New York Times report is correct, we're going to be waiting for a while on Georgia. I do think that, Chuck is laying out a scenario that is, as he looks at those counties that have not come all the way in, he's making a very strong point. Of all the stories of the last week, you guys, the last week of the campaign, the only of the non-core 6 battleground states, the real 6 battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona, those 6 states that both campaigns spent money in and fought in all year long, the story of the last 7 days was Georgia. There was people who fantasized about Texas, including me, about whether all the early vote meant something was changing in Texas. There were good theories of the case, and you explored all these second-tier battleground states. But in Georgia, there was something really was going on, and you could see the Biden campaign went in there late. They spent money there late. Barack Obama did his penultimate event of the campaign in Atlanta. This was a state that there was a growing conventional wisdom on both sides, I will say, not just Democrats but Republicans, that Joe Biden would have a better chance at taking Georgia than taking Florida. And as we sit here now, that piece of conventional wisdom is proven true. Donald Trump was stronger in Florida in 2020 than he was in 2016. And it is still the case that Joe Biden could win Georgia. And NBC News has been smart to not do what some others did earlier this evening and looked at some of that early return and said, Georgia's going to go to Donald Trump. We're seeing that the longer this night goes on, the better that state looks for Joe Biden. And that's not to say he's going to win it, but he's still in it. And we might not know about that one, just like we're not going to know possibly about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for at least another 24 hours, maybe longer.
Speaking of, we've also held our fire on Arizona because we're awaiting vote there. And Doug Ducey, who is the governor of Arizona, tweeted a little earlier this evening, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported. And we haven't even started to count early ballots that were dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making declarations. So interesting to see. It looks like it's going to be a pause in Arizona, potentially no call tonight. But the governor there indicating not only are they counting Election Day votes, but when people brought their early ballots straight to the polls, that they still need to count those as well.
John, thanks very much. Good to talk to you. We're going to take a break, be back with more of Decision 2020 election night coverage after this short break.
Mail, early in person, or on Election Day.
Each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP.
In some places, the polls are already open. Go!
Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage, 2020 election. A lot of things in play right now. We're still waiting on some big battleground states, but a lot of different possibilities beginning to open up. Let's go first to Chuck, who's looking at some of those possibilities.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, we just want to keep checking in. I mean, I think that's, I know where everybody else is. We're down. I feel like we've got this down to it's right where we said it was going to be. Focus on the battleground states we told you they were going to be, right? There's three, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's just get a check in here. This is just incremental, as you can see. And again, it's almost all today's vote. Very little coming in. Let's just check to see how we're doing. Still nothing new out of Philadelphia, Andrea. We're sitting at the same number we were a half hour ago. So we got nothing there. Let's go to Michigan to see how things coming. I can tell you that Dante Cini, who is a Michigan native, our data guy, he's looked in here and he doesn't see things that look great for Trump in what's come in, which means that, this could be when everything comes in. This is why there's a lot of bullishness among Democrats that when the early vote, and again, we've barely touched the early vote here. As you can see, yellow is today's vote. The orange is when we get that. And we know Michigan, the Michigan Secretary of State told me this. It was going to be 2 to 3 days, period, on Michigan. But the modeling right now does still favor Biden, for what it's worth, on that front. And I know everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point. And if you've seen here, and this is, again, Wisconsin's another one why Democrats are bullish that they're going to, that when we get the early vote and the mail-in vote all to come in, that they're going to overcome this difference. And really, the big area is going to be Milwaukee. That's going to be a huge dump, and we expect that vote between 4 and 7. But as you can see here, this is really narrowed. We're down to 4 percentage points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough same-day vote to build the pad there. And, of course, there's Georgia. Let's just see if we've gotten any new vote. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrea, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well. If we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from the candidates, how people are processing.
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because he was trying to win the perception battle, because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia. They wanted to bag Georgia and North Carolina. They didn't think they could get Florida, but they wanted a different path than waiting, because they knew they'd have to wait days for the early vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania, because they knew what the president would do. And he went ahead and tweeted. Twitter flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate to talk about a rigged or stolen election when there are millions of votes still not counted. You just don't have the early vote. We've had an unprecedented election with so much early vote, and it's got to be counted.
Nebraska.
We have just called Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1, which means, and it is not going to be solid red. I am curious to see how we do this. I don't think I'm supposed to make this change here. We'll get it back here in the map. You'll see. But we have called Nebraska 2 for Joe Biden, so he will get one more in here. And again,
all right, we're going to just pause briefly here, Chuck, for some stations to bring you local results as Decision 2020 election coverage continues on NBC. All right, we're back. Chuck, I'm sorry, pick up where you were on
Sorry, here we are in Nebraska, and I'm just going to show you. We have called this now. It's not registering here, but we have called. Our decision desk says Joe Biden's going to win this electoral vote, which we know Nebraska splits up. So that's one. It's an important one. And again, look, Rich Lowry was first to point this out. This does add, especially if Arizona and Nevada end up both blue, this means the president needs 2 of his 3 from the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can't just do this with Michigan. If indeed Arizona is headed in blue, Nevada's blue, and Minnesota stays the way it is. So that's what that Nebraska electoral vote does. It sort of adds one more hurdle to the president.
Yeah, I mean, Casey, the way it would shake out is, and this is where it gets interesting, because if Michigan and Wisconsin go for Biden, Arizona goes for Biden, and now you add that one little congressional district in Nebraska, then suddenly the Democrats don't need Pennsylvania. So I think that is why so much effort actually was focused on a single congressional district in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. It could be the little electoral college vote that could for so many Democrats who, frankly, want a few more hours of sleep after a very long campaign, because you're exactly right. And Chuck laid out the math there. This sort of 269 to 269 2020 nightmare scenario really only plays out when you have that Nebraska vote going to Donald Trump. And we have just called it for Joe Biden. And that, as you outline, means that if Biden does well in Michigan and Wisconsin, as currently my sources are still expecting, and Chuck walked through the data there with the caveats that we've had a lot of data that was wrong tonight. But what that does is it means that if there is a prolonged fight over ballots in Pennsylvania, and if there are these legal battles through the courts about counting ballots, et cetera, we may not have to know the answer to that in order to know who has won the White House in the Electoral College. Now, obviously, we are projecting out a lot here at, what time is it, 1:28 in the morning on Wednesday. We still, I think, do not know what we're going to say on the Today Show tomorrow, Savannah.
I think briefly we want to mention that, where are we? Georgia now is too close to call. It's a new characterization.
Too close to call. All right, so we'll continue to keep our eye on that. Votes still being counted at this hour. We await decisions. We're going to take a brief pause here, let some of our stations rejoin our coverage. Let's pause for just a moment.
All right, welcome back to our 2020 election night / wee hours of the morning coverage. We want to show you where we're at right now. I mentioned just a moment ago in the Georgia presidential race, it's too close to call now. That's one we've been watching carefully, waiting for a lot of votes to come in from the Atlanta area. Pennsylvania, too early right now.
All right, let's go to the upper Midwest. Minnesota, too early to call, but our projection is that Biden has a lead there. Arizona, same story, too early to call, but Biden does have a lead.
We're looking at North Carolina, been watching that closely for quite a while now. Too close to call. Maine, too early. Biden leads in Maine, however.
All right, let's go to Michigan. There's a state that we're not going to get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin, same story. Too early to call, and we're awaiting votes in Milwaukee area, among others.
Waiting for votes in Nevada. Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now in the electoral tally in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 213, Biden with 210. One of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did Casey's calculation so we could show her work there. And as you can see, there is a right at the number. We had to make sure we call Hawaii. That assumes Hawaii votes Democratic, as we do here. But Nevada, Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately, I think we need to go back there. We got to see if Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to. You know what? I think he's right, because this has been sitting at 87%. For the last 20 minutes. So I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay. The assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air. And
yes.
John Ralston has done the math. He will tell you that, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, look, 7%. But Nevada is basically arguably a two-county state. I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do, and my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is, Clark County, where Vegas is. Basically, are the population centers. Democrats run up the score here. Republicans want to. They got to basically match the Democrats there, and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wins this is if his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates to Clark County in Las Vegas.
Okay. We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who knows the state inside and out, also spoke to former Vice President Biden tonight. What did he say to you? We've got reports, Senator Casey, that he was calling and saying, hey, where are the votes? How come we haven't seen the votes come in yet in some of these key counties for the Democrats?
No, we had a good conversation. He was just checking in, I guess about a little more than an hour ago. And I was telling him what I knew, which wasn't a lot in the blue counties. I was expressing real frustration we didn't have more numbers. But he was very patient and upbeat, and so am I. He's going to win Pennsylvania. It's going to be close. It's going to be a long count, but he's going to win.
So what is your assessment of the way the votes are coming in right now?
Well, because you have so many mail-in ballots in the blue counties, the four big suburban Philadelphia counties and Philadelphia itself, Allegheny County, those numbers aren't tabulated yet. And the president's smaller rural counties that he's done really well in have reported a lot more. But even in those counties, Joe Biden's been shaving off some numbers by getting more of a vote because you're not getting as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to be a lot better than 16. So it'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number. But maybe by sometime in the morning, we'll know more about those bigger population counties.
Well, this is the hour of the morning when we get a little nerdy here. So let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether. The president was up there seeing Erie voters. Trump won that in 2016 by 2. Obama won it big in 08 and 12. So it feels like one of those counties that swings. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't seen a final number there yet. But I think it's like a lot of places. I think he's going to be able to shave down margins. But I think in the end, this is an election now that will come down to one market and a half. In other words, half of the Pittsburgh market and half of in the whole Philadelphia television market. When President Obama won the state in 2012, he won by 5. Compared to only 2 markets. The big Philly market, more than 40% of the vote.
Senator, I'm going to interrupt you just for a brief second, if you please, because we've got a call in Minnesota. NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes. And Senator, I'll let you react to that if you'd like.
That's great.
There's a reaction.
Another win.
All right, good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, be well.
Thank you, Senator. Well, that was interesting because remember we had heard from Jason Miller, the Trump campaign chair or advisor earlier, that he felt that Minnesota could be in play for President Trump. NBC now.
Look, he gave us numbers that look like they're closer to right in North Carolina, but his Minnesota projection was pretty off. 8-point win. Look, this was a state that I'm going to guess that this and it's funny as we're sorting out this night. The president is the one that may look around the map and go, boy, there were some missed opportunities. They talked about Minnesota. They didn't make a real campaign in Minnesota. They talked about Nevada. They didn't make a real campaign in Nevada. You start to look around. Look, we're experiencing a major realignment in this country, a political realignment where it's lopsided on the popular vote, but it's dead even in this electoral college. We have this sort of rural urban split that is real. It looks like suburban America may be moving, sort of 60% with the blue team, but the 40% maybe hanging with the red team. And that means we are living in a very polarized world right now.
Flip side of that, should Democrats have done more in Georgia?
Well, it's interesting. I had a former Democratic member of Congress send me an email earlier tonight and go, I want to know who the staffer was that thought it was a good idea to send Joe Biden to Iowa and Ohio yesterday for stops, when basically Joe Biden's losing Iowa and Ohio by a point less than Hillary Clinton did. So it turns out that what everybody thought was happening in Iowa and Ohio, that this was a state that Donald Trump, that wasn't an outlier in 2016, that it was moving. It's gotten confirmed tonight.
Just pointing out that Blaine Alexander is reporting from Atlanta that the officials there say they are still counting, that the water main is not stopping them from counting, and that the count goes on in Fulton County.
Okay.
Let me bring Casey into the conversation. Casey, Joe Biden positioned himself as the responsible candidate, if I can use that term, of wearing the mask, not doing the big crowds. As these numbers get reported out, are we going to look at that different in terms of his inability to really get out there and shake the hands and do the ground stuff?
Well, it's a difficult calculation, Lester, because if you think about how this pandemic has played out and where many people thought the race stood back in January before we even knew that this pandemic was about to hit us, I think there were a lot of questions about whether any Democrat was going to be in a really competitive race with President Trump come the fall. And then we have been grappling ever since with a historic pandemic. So I think it depends on where you start your analysis in terms of how we think about it. But it's certainly true that there was a big difference in how these two candidates actually campaigned on the ground. And I know Republicans certainly are saying that their get out the vote efforts in places like Miami-Dade County in Florida made a real difference for them, especially in communities where, and we're still getting the data on first-time voters, but it's possible that President Trump actually benefited from first-time voters in a significant way that's not typical for Republican candidates. Typically, we would assume that it would be the Democratic candidate, just because that's kind of how it's played out in the past, who would benefit from voters who have never showed up to the polls before. And there may be some evidence that we're still sorting through that may not be the case. And I think there's some questions about whether having a more robust, even if it wasn't Joe Biden, the candidate himself, having more volunteers knocking on doors with their masks on. Now, Democrats will say those kind of tactics were unpopular with their voters, unpopular with independents who are concerned about the pandemic, didn't want a stranger knocking on their door, didn't want to go to a packed rally. And we may be seeing that cultural difference and that cultural shift play out. I mean, I think we've all come to experience that not only are people voting in these different ways, but they're experiencing and living in the pandemic in different ways. They're taking different steps. The codes of even etiquette of wearing a mask can be different depending on the community or place where you live. And we're seeing that start to line up with these trends. So it's really hard to know. And I think part of why, of course, some of this data may have been so wrong is because we've never done this before. We've never polled in a pandemic. We've never had early vote that was this massive. We simply don't know how voters have been motivated in something like this. So there's a lot of unknowns here, and we're only just really starting to sort through them.
We're going to go to Hallie, but I think I want to quickly go back to Chuck, because I saw you flash some.
Well, we get excited when we finally get some returns in, right? Well, you were complaining about Nevada, Savannah?
I was inquiring about Nevada.
All right. Well, look, we delivered. Nevada said, wait a minute, we got 74% of the vote in now. You know what that meant? Clark County came in, okay, is what happens here. By the way, you want to see how important it is. This is already 75% of the vote in. So this is...
Is that the kind of margin he needs to carry it?
Yeah, let's take a look at the Hillary Clinton margin. As you can see, he's already above the percentage points that is necessary, the Hillary Clinton margin. Barack Obama won it by a greater margin. So you can see he's sort of sitting in the middle between Clinton and Obama, but both of them carried Nevada. This is certainly enough to get him through. But look, you got to wait, and we got to wait and see. And again, I do think this is going to be one of those states, if it ends up a 2 or 3 point, that somebody in Team Trump's going to say, maybe we spent too much time in Arizona and not enough time in Nevada.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who's at the White House. I know we have been expecting to hear from the president. What's the latest on that?
holding pattern on that for now, Savannah. The president will come out, as he often does, and speak when he wants to come out and speak. And right now, I have been getting indications of zero timing guidance. We had anticipated that maybe it was going to be a little bit earlier, based on some reporting from inside the room, where we are starting to get a sense of what the scene is like from attendees there. But for now, TBD on when the president will speak. Although he will at some point here in the wee hours of November 4th. Talking about some of the states that we're having a conversation about tonight. A couple of observations. Minnesota, I have to tell you, for months, I've been talking to people inside the Trump campaign, and they have been trying to push the idea that Minnesota was a state that was in play. That went away, I think, in the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of came back with a vengeance tonight with the comments from, for example, Jason Miller and others. That is a projection from the Trump camp that obviously turned out to be incorrect with our projection here tonight. It is a little bit of a sense of kind of the one that got away back in 2016 that they had been hoping to potentially capture, but as Chuck notes, didn't really put some of the resources there that they put into other states. Georgia, really interesting here. We have been talking, and our team here, myself, to a lot of people, and I can tell you that multiple sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of minutes are eyeballing that and pointing out how very, very close it looks. Obviously, Fulton, a lot of eyeballs on that. This was a state that they had been feeling, I think, optimistic about, not super confident about earlier in the day, but certainly not, terrible about. I did have one person say, hey, we're kind of cautiously optimistic about Georgia at this point moving in, but I don't know that anybody thought it was going to end up being as close as it turns out to be being at this point tonight. So I think that's a place where you're seeing a lot of focus right now and a lot of sort of waiting for some more of those numbers to come in. When you talk about the way that the Trump campaign has conducted its strategy in his last couple of weeks. And Lester, this speaks to the point that you were making before about, frankly, campaigning in a pandemic and an election happening in the middle of a, once in a generation, once in a lifetime pandemic here. The Trump campaign came under a lot of fire repeatedly, frankly, from people who were concerned that folks were showing up at rallies, not social distancing at all. Very sparse mask wearing. I was just in North Carolina just in 24 hours, 36 hours ago, and saw the same thing in Fayetteville. Not a lot of people in masks, despite coronavirus cases spiking in some of these states. That all said, the Trump campaign continued to hold those events because, in large part, they thought it really helped them with the ground game, with the get out the vote effort. They talked about the voter registration, the sort of push that they were doing with people who were coming to Trump rallies, including, according to their data, a number of people who had not shown up to rallies before and maybe hadn't voted before as well. So they are crediting that, at least in some part, to the ability to be turning people out in some of these places. And then one final note, I do think there is some interesting information coming in, at least from what we're hearing from sources regarding seniors. And we know that seniors, suburban women, some other demographic groups have been moving away from President Trump, according to early polling. There are some indications that the Trump campaign is feeling more confident about those numbers in particular as we sort of wait for some of these outstanding, really important states to come through.
All right, Hallie, thanks.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll check in with Georgia, actually, because we did get a few more votes in. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on.
Today, we're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
Ground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
That time of the night when I can say good morning, everybody. Almost 2 a.m. in the East. Casey, we got a race going tonight, and you're going to zero in Nevada for us.
We are, and we are going to bring in the one and only man to talk to in Nevada. That is John Ralston, who Chuck was talking about earlier on in our broadcast. John, we're thrilled to have you. We're hoping you can pronounce Washoe County correctly for us, one of the 2 key areas in your home state. But I think the top line question here, so many people were assuming that this was in the bag for Democrats. It wasn't something that we were going to have to worry about having on our electoral college maps tonight as a swing state. So the top line question to you, is it in play?
Well, Casey, if you'd listened to me or seen my hashtag, you would know we always matter. So, yes, we are a swing state. Listen, it looked like after 2016, even though Trump won the state lost the state by only 2.5 points, that maybe we weren't so much of a swing state anymore. The race was actually not as close. The Republicans made up a lot of ground on Election Day. But listen, I thought that Biden had done what he needed to do. The Democrats had done what they always do here in Nevada, as you know, Casey, which is they build up a whole bunch of votes in early voting, and then the Republicans just don't have enough on Election Day to catch up. They had a big lead in Clark County, which is Las Vegas, and Washoe County, which you pronounced perfectly, is northern Nevada with Reno. And that is where the real key of swing part of the Nevada is now, Casey. And Biden is up by 14,000 votes in Washoe County right now in the first returns. And those first returns are a substantial part of the vote, maybe 70%. Excuse me. And so Clinton won there by 2,700 votes. Biden's up by 14,000. He's up by about 74,000 in Clark County, and he's down by 30,000 or so in rural Nevada. So they are hitting their marks. We just don't know what the rest of the votes are going to hold, Casey.
So, John, one thing I think we've all been thinking about is obviously how hard hit Nevada's economy was by the coronavirus, the tourism industry, tourists not coming to Las Vegas. How much do you think that's impacting the vote tonight? And is that benefiting Donald Trump at all because he's focused so much on opening things back up?
It's a great question, Casey, and it's one of the strategies that the Republicans have used here is to say, listen, Donald Trump wants to open up the country, open up the state. The governor, who is a Democrat, Steve Sisolak, has shut down the state. This is their argument. He has caused the economic havoc, not Donald Trump. They've essentially tried to substitute the Democratic governor for Joe Biden here in the state and run against him as much as they've run against Joe Biden. Now, the governor's numbers have suffered during the pandemic. There's no question about it. But every poll that I've seen, Casey, shows Trump running behind Sisolak in terms of handling the coronavirus. But people are upset here, Casey. You know, the economy is just essentially based on one industry. That industry, the casino industry, has been crushed. You have tens of thousands of people who can't get their unemployment checks. And so they're mad. They're angry. And so if they think the Democratic governor is to blame and conflate him with Joe Biden, that is why I think a lot of Republicans thought that Trump could win this state.
All right, John Ralston, thank you very much for your insights. Always the first person we want to call when we have questions about Nevada. Savannah, it seems the top line there that while there are a lot of folks watching Nevada closely, and it was, as Ralston pointed out, something that the President Trump's campaign hoped they could put into play. Right now, Joe Biden really actually a little bit out ahead of where Hillary Clinton was when she won it in 2016.
All right. Well, I've been asking about Nevada. You scratched that itch. Casey, thank you so much. We got a lot more to come. Our election night coverage continues in just a moment.
More chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Election Night 2020 that's extended well into Wednesday, the wee hours of Wednesday morning here. We're going to look at some Senate races now. We'll put them up for you.
Yeah, in Minnesota, Tina Smith is the incumbent, and she's going back to Congress in the race there. In New Mexico, Ben Ray Lujan wins, the projected winner, I should say. And in Iowa, Joni Ernst, the incumbent, headed back to Congress at the projected winner there.
Let's look at North Carolina. This is one Democrats hope to flip. Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. It is too close to call. The Georgia Senate two-way race, the Purdue and Ossoff, is going to go to looks like a runoff.
In Maine, too early to call. We've got the ranked voting there, so you actually have several candidates, but that's the top two right there. You can see where they're shaking out with 57% of the expected vote in.
The Montana Senate race, this is too early to call between Daines and Bullock.
But Daines having the lead there. And in Michigan, too early to call. Let's go to Alaska. Too early to call there. This is an interesting race. And we'll see how it shakes out. But here's the Senate at this hour. Let's see where it's all landing. Oh, 46-46, so all tied up. And remember, Democrats who were hoping early in the night to regain control of the Senate would have had to net out plus 3 seats if Joe Biden wins the White House. So there's still a lot of ifs and buts about that. So
I'll tell you, I had North Carolina, Iowa, Montana, those 3 Senate seats. In my head, the party that wins 2 of those 3 probably had a straighter shot to the majority. And right now we've called one, and we're waiting on Montana Senate, and we're waiting on North Carolina Senate. I just want to take you to Georgia presidential here. As you can see, the margin's down to just 118,000. And we are in the stage where we're getting all sorts of, let me tell you something about Dougherty County here. For instance, there's a massive amount of vote missing, 30,000 votes. So when I said there was going to be we thought it was all Atlanta, but we're in that stage where it's going to be, hey, Dougherty County, this is where Albany State University is. It's an historically black university. There's a whole bunch of vote here that we expect to end up being good for Biden. As you can see, this is a good district for him. So a good county. It was a good county for Hillary Clinton. So look, let me go back to the statewide split here. That 118, there is plenty of vote here. There's plenty of extraneous vote there. The president doesn't have a lot of vote remaining. There's a few of these rural counties have a little bit here. But I'll tell you right now, Georgia, this looks like a race that I think it ain't going to get called tonight. My guess is we're going to have to wait to see what kind of extraneous ballots show up tomorrow.
What put Georgia on the map in this situation? I mean, earlier in the campaign, no one was talking about Georgia as...
Yeah, it's first of all, it's right there. I mean, it's these Atlanta suburbs. I had a Republican strategist say what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs. And by the way, we saw this. In many ways, Georgia has been on the president's mind from the get-go. What was the very first special election in the President Trump, in the era of President Trump? Georgia's 6 in this Atlanta suburb. They didn't win. John Ossoff, who's been running for office the entire time that Trump's been president, he was that nominee. He barely lost. But at the time, the loss, a lot of Democrats said, hey, there's something happening in the suburbs. Well, we know what happened in 2018 in the suburbs, and now that's what's going on here. And by the way, Stacey Abrams, her organization has been nonstop in the state of Georgia since her loss in that governor's race. She deserves some credit here for making the state what it is right now.
Okay. We are expecting a word from President Trump in just a few minutes, actually any minute now. So for those of you in the Pacific time zone, your local news is next. For everybody else, let's take a brief pause right here. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage continues right here on NBC after this brief break.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is 2 a.m. in the East, and we are waiting to hear from President Trump, who we're told will be making some sort of statement here shortly, which, of course, we will carry. There's the podium all set up. Several hundred invited guests at the White House, where the president chose to spend this night watching returns. And he and along with the rest of the country watching kind of an odd-paced election night here with a lot of cliffhangers in places that some people may not have expected, but nonetheless, we heard from Joe Biden earlier. He came out to keep his crowd in the game and note that there are still some states to be called here.
Yeah, absolutely. The East Room of the White House is the place where the president will address supporters. Hallie Jackson has been watching. She's right there in her position. Are you getting a sense of what the president might say?
Well, we're getting a sense based, Savannah, and excuse me, I'll take out my AirPods as I was just on a source call there, that the president is going to be talking about this election based on what he's been tweeting about. Not many tweets tonight, but a couple just before we learned that he was going to be, or as we learned that he was going to be making remarks. It is likely that the president may air some grievances here. He has now been making claims that are false claims, essentially, about the idea that there is the potential for some kind of voter fraud or election theft tonight. That has been, by the way, those tweets slapped with warnings by both Twitter and now by Facebook to try to limit the spread of that. Keep in mind that there are still a lot of ballots, as we've been talking about, that legitimately have been cast and that legitimately will still need to be counted and tallied up. That is something that is just sort of a factual observation here. It's not political, although the president has, at least online, tried to make it political. I think what you'll hear from the president, based on conversations that we've been having, is the idea that they are going to be fighting on in this election. It is certainly not going to be a concession speech, I can tell you that. The president had no plans to deliver one. He had not drafted one. He said, we're going to see how the night goes, essentially. And here we are in the morning, just after 2 a.m. here. And I imagine that the president will try to encourage his supporters who are in the room to continue to sort of keep up the momentum. The states that we're watching, as we've talked about, Georgia, obviously those sort of blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, states where the president did well in 2016. I just want to note as we're taking a look, so this is the East Room, the podium that is set up there. There are about, we think, 250 or so people that had been invited, 300, 400 invited, 250 who showed up, that have been spending some time in there, mingling, talking with each other, Trump cabinet officials, members of the president's family. It is unusual to see an election night event like this for a sitting president at the White House, but it is another example of the president mixing the official trappings of the office, if you will, with political campaign activities. Part of this is because, the president has a venue that he would likely be using in any other instance, as we've seen often through his administration, which is his hotel, the Trump Hotel, just down Pennsylvania Avenue. But there are restrictions in place because of the pandemic here in Washington, jurisdictional limits to how many people can get together, mask enforcement, et cetera. I can tell you that from what I've been told by sources, the people inside the room where the president is, the people at the White House tonight, did have to get COVID tests. Those were required for entry, essentially. But the president is going to be speaking, obviously, in front of a very friendly crowd. I do wonder sort of what his energy levels are at this point. He has been on the road quite a bit over the last couple of days. Sources have told us that he is sounding, a little bit tired. You can hear it in his voice. He had that raspy voice earlier in the day as we saw him making that visit to campaign headquarters. You can see some staffers coming out. I caught a glimpse of one of his top advanced staffers approaching the podium as well, which tells me that we may be getting close to hearing from President Trump. I do think, again, context and clarity is going to be important regarding anything the president says that may not be accurate as it relates to the vote count. Because remember, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, as many people inside the president's own administration have talked about. And we are still, across the country and in these key battleground states, very much still in the process of counting those legitimately cast ballots.
Hallie, let me ask you, you mentioned the president today went to say thank you to the folks at his campaign headquarters. I watched that live on MSNBC, and he sounded as melancholy and reflective as I can ever remember him hearing. And he talked about, winning is easy, but losing is really hard. Like it was something that was weighing on his mind. And it just kind of makes you wonder about what his expectations were of the evening. You're right. I'm sure he was tired. What a grueling schedule he kept down the stretch. But it was notable.
And I think the word that you used, Lester, just nailed it for me, too, because I picked up on the same thing, and that is reflective. The president was sort of, as he rarely, frankly, has done in this administration.
He complimented the press.
Compliment the press. He also looked inward and said, hey, you know, losing isn't easy, at least not for me. And it was almost a wistful and nostalgic note that you picked up on as he was there in campaign headquarters. I will say on the campaign trail over the last maybe 5 days or so, one of the things that we've seen at a couple of these rallies has been the president saying something kind of similar where he says, could you even believe it if I lost to this guy, referencing, of course, former Vice President Joe Biden. It is a possibility that he has thought about and anticipated. And I, too, Lester, was struck by the president's sort of self-reflectiveness in that moment in front of his campaign staff.
And Hallie, as we wait here, we got our eyes on the East Room. We're awaiting the president, but, you know, especially anticipating if there are any claims about whether or not there are votes left to be counted. Chuck, you just got a note that Allegheny County, which is
not just Allegheny. I actually have an update for me. This is from our affiliate, WPXI in Pittsburgh, great affiliate of ours out there. It's Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, but also Beaver, part of our county-to-county, Butler and Westmoreland. They've all stopped counting for the night. They've gone to bed. They begin the process at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to fold out the ballots. This is what they've been doing, you know, taking the ballots out of the envelope, trying to stretch them out and counting them. It's a very labor-intensive process. But the point is, our friends in Western Pennsylvania, Andrea, they've decided to go to bed. We're not going to bed.
And those are Trump counties.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Westmoreland,
That's the point.
Westmoreland and Beaver.
And Beaver, no doubt.
But in Pennsylvania, they couldn't even really start counting those ballots until the polls closed tonight.
But don't forget, these are all
7 o'clock.
mail ballots, so that is going to skew Biden even in your Beavers and your Washington.
But 7 counties said that they were not even going to look at them until tomorrow.
So the point is, no matter what we hear in the next few moments, there's a lot of vote to be counted yet. There's nothing funky going on about that. That's just the way it's going. And
but there will be some incoming mail-in ballots in the next 3 days.
Yes, exactly. And there was a ruling in a Pennsylvania court case that said if it's postmarked November 3rd to the election day, it can arrive as late as Friday in Pennsylvania and still be counted.
And the Supreme Court upheld it.
Yes. Casey?
Yes, so I mean, Pennsylvania, I think it's important. It's so important to keep this in mind as we're listening to what the president has to say, and that's obviously what you have been underscoring here, which is that, you know, throughout the beginning of the night, we talked a lot about places where the Biden team was potentially on offense in the Sun Belt, and the dynamic there as the votes came in, as Chuck has been walking through, was that those states are used to counting early votes that likely came in for Biden first and then counting election day totals. So the dynamic was, okay, all of the vote comes in likely for Biden. It's counted. We know it up front. And then the count inches back toward President Trump. And the reason why Democrats have been calling this a quote-unquote red mirage is because the opposite happens in these states that haven't practiced doing it this way. And Pennsylvania is the most central one of them. It's been the place we've been focused on for potential problems all the way along. And it is true that as these counties start to count, and my sources that I'm talking to, I grew up in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is the upper main line outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the places that really has turned for Democrats in recent years. When I lived there as a kid, I had a Republican member of Congress, but that's really long gone now. And it's those counties, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, where you're going to see big numbers that report late because they're mail-in votes. And by late, we mean tomorrow or today, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week as all of these votes come in. So, you know, that's why remembering that, you know, Twitter put a warning on President Trump's tweet about this. We're obviously, you know, going to be listening to what he has to say here, but nothing yet is decided or called, and that is perfectly within the bounds of normalcy, Savannah.
They're waiting for Arizona votes as well. There were a bunch that just got turned in today at mail-in votes or absentee ballots that got brought physically to the polling place in Arizona, and the Secretary of State there says they're going to continue to count them. So there's a lot of votes that haven't yet been counted,
Savannah,
but have been counted.
Our man Von Hilliard, who's in Arizona,
Yes.
actually has another update here. He's got there's a lot of ballots to count in Arizona. There's still 167,000 ballots cast in person today that have yet to be entered into the system. There's 245,000 early ballots in Arizona from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that haven't been run through the system. So plus what Governor Ducey was bringing up, which is they don't know the number of people that handed in those ballots. Could be 1,000, could be 20,000, right? We don't know what that number is, though according to Von Hilliard, who reports in Arizona out there for us, he said we should know that tomorrow morning.
And it's notable, Hallie was mentioning that it's unusual to have an election night statement in the White House. I think it's unprecedented. I cannot remember another time, just as the RNC was, the Republican National Convention was held at the White House, COVID or not COVID, for them to have this large a gathering at the White House, to have any gathering at the White House to declare either victory or any other statement is extraordinarily unusual.
I think we got the 2-minute warning that the president would come out about 10 minutes ago. So there's a bit of a delay. Hallie, do you have any insight?
Well,
yes,
we
exactly.
just got another 2-minute warning, Savannah. So potentially that means we're a little bit closer. That's not unusual for a presidential event, that maybe we'll get some timing guidance and some updated timing guidance. But it does seem like we are now getting closer to when the president will speak, as we're sort of living in this moment here in the East Room. I can tell you that based on the reporters in the room, and just to pull back the curtain a little bit, members of the White House press corps who cover the president had not been able to enter this room prior to us learning that the president was going to make remarks. So this really is our first glimpse at this election night sort of watch party or event here at the White House. Fox News is up on the screens. People are reacting, as you can hear some of it there. Some cases, the people who are there supporting the president are reacting negatively. So, for example, when there was discussion about something we've been talking about, and Georgia, and how close that race looks, and the possibility that maybe Joe Biden could pull out a win there, people reacted angrily in that room, according to some of the colleagues of ours who are in there, with one woman yelling out, what, sort of very loudly there. So these people, the folks that there, are engaged, just like the rest of the country, in how this is going as we wait for the president here to come and make these remarks. I will say, to Andrea's point, we've seen this sort of mixing of the official business with campaign business before. I think back to the Republican National Convention, as I watch that doorway here, that was held actually on the other side of the White House from where I'm standing right now, on the White House South Lawn. And that was another piece of the discussion that we had as the president held his convention outdoors. The final night of the convention, we had that Rose Garden speech from Melania Trump as well. Very unusual, and concerned critics who worried about potential violations of things like the Hatch Act. Since we're nerding out, I think I can invoke discussion of the Hatch Act here at 2:12 in the morning, Savannah.
Let's check in with Kristen Welker as we watch that door and expect the president to walk through it any minute. Joe Biden, of course, has made his remarks, but Shirley is watching to see what the president might say.
He'll be watching quite closely, Savannah, and when we heard from Joe Biden earlier this evening, he really struck a note of confidence and told his supporters here that he believes they are on track to ultimately win this race. He pointed to what we are seeing in Arizona. He even said that he feels cautiously optimistic about Georgia, and he said he's prepared to hold that blue wall, those Midwestern states that Hillary Clinton wasn't able to win back in 2016. I've been talking to aides and allies close to the vice president, and they say it is significant that he got out front, that he got out first, and that he set the narrative of this evening, which is basically that people need to be patient, and the votes are still being counted. And I also thought it's significant, Savannah, and worth noting that the end of his remarks, it was almost as if he was addressing something that the president has been signaling, which is that there have been these reports that President Trump might come out and try to in some way declare victory, depending on what had happened tonight. Now, the president had denied that he ever had any intention of doing that, but Joe Biden tonight, very clear, saying it is not up to President Trump to determine who wins this race. It's not up to me. We have to wait until all of the votes are counted. And so that was really the bottom line message here from Vice President Joe Biden, that the votes are still being counted and that this race still goes on, Savannah.
Well, one imagines that one reason for the delay could be actually, figuring out what the message is. It's an extraordinary moment, extraordinary time. Words matter. The president's words matter. We've got a situation where there's a lot of tension on the streets. Here in New York City, other cities we've seen. Yes, exactly.
I mean, you've got two candidates right now who are far from the prize, and neither has a clean path necessarily. And so, if you're talking about voting that goes well into Thursday, this is going to be all about now just perception of victory, perception of momentum.
And you're at the mercy of these election officials. You're not, and this is really hard for campaigns to deal with, right? They're in control of everything, especially a White House. They feel like they can control everything until this. And it is this just moment of paralysis. I mean, look, we went through it for 36 days back in, you know it all too well, Mr. Holt. Yes. I think you didn't move for 36 days from a camera position.
Yeah, stayed in that
and there was this feeling of paralysis that the campaign sometimes had. And I think, frankly, they are, I am curious to see, does the president just say, look, we feel good, and does he do what Biden did, or does he try to create some sort of, does he hand his conservative media ecosystem something to hang their hat on and run with?
And a lot of them are in the room, according to the pool. A lot of the Fox anchors are there in the room among the celebrants or presumed celebrants. There's another factor here that Jeff Bennett, our correspondent, our other White House correspondent, is tweeting about and sending notes in about, which is that the Postal Service is defying a judge's order, Judge Emmett Sullivan, the federal judge, to have a search for 300,000 missing mail-in ballots, many of them in battleground states. He ordered that the search be conducted today by the Postal Service, and they have not done that. He wants to know why. This is Judge Sullivan. You know his reputation. Yeah. He is a tough judge. He's been
is
the
this
judge
a staffing issue or willfully?
They're just violating it or ignoring it. Jeff Bennett's following up on all this. He's been covering the Postal Service issue. But if it's close, there are a number of votes in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan among these ballots that are, quote, missing.
Well, Jeff Bennett has been reporting about this slow pace of mail delivery. So I think
in the last 5 days.
In the last 5 days or so, and in particular, slower delivery in some of these key battleground regions. So Judge Sullivan had that shot across the bow to the U.S. Postal Service. Now go in on Election Day and look for any absentee ballots, anything that's still there. And what we're reporting now is that that has not been honored yet. For what reason, we don't know.
And a lot of them were in big cities that have large minority votes.
Well, to be continued on that.
There was the podium. We're well past the 2-minute warning, and then the other 2-minute warning as well.
Can I make another quick point here? Because I just was seeing the margin in Kansas Senate. Okay, the margin is double digits. Kansas Senate was something that a lot of people thought, first they had a Republican nominee, but they thought, oh, the president, he's unpopular, he's turning off Republicans. Look, the president, if our models are right, the president may come up short. Okay, he may be a one-term president. But you know what he's not? A humiliated leader of the Republican Party.
Exactly.
No. Donald Trump is the reason why, if Republicans hold the Senate, and we still got a ways to go on that, those Georgia runoffs, but we may have one, we may have two, we have a lot. But the fact that they're in the game here, that's Donald Trump. You look, Donald Trump, I've been looking, these Senate candidates are running lower than Trump. Basically everywhere except really Texas. They owe it to Trump. The point is, let's say he is a one-term president. He's more of a party leader. He's going to have more of a hold on this party than I think some Republicans who maybe quietly were not saying anything but maybe rooting for him to go away. Even if he loses here, there is some strength in his performance tonight.
Well, our exit polls show that he has better favorables compared to his unfavorables than 4 years ago, that he has really improved his posture with the American people, according to the National Exit.
Weirdly enough, even in losing, he may become more formidable inside the Republican tent.
We're starting to hear the crowd stir as they await the president. We do have a few moments if we can get Hugh Hewitt in here, conservative radio host. Hugh, what would you want to hear from the president right now?
Pretty much what Joe Biden said, which is we are in this game. We are going to play to win. We will be in court if necessary. It's kind of John Roberts' worst nightmare is that I think these Pennsylvania ballots, which he had hoped not to have litigated to the court, will end up litigated to the court. But I just expect him to be encouraging to all the people that he needs to volunteer. There's a mass of lawyers that are deploying to 4 or 5 states now. There's still a ground game that might have to be launched in Maine for Susan Collins. Arizona might be a recount. He needs to encourage everybody who is willing to volunteer on his behalf to not only show up, but to contribute. It's an expensive process. I remember Florida like you folks do. Well, Florida times 5 is mind-boggling in terms of the complexity, and he does not have a Jim Baker, as far as I know.
Let me bring in Elise Jordan, if I can. Elise, an NBC News political analyst and a former George W. Bush aide. Elise, talk about the messaging that's going to occur, not only from what the president's going to say, but that could transpire from both sides to kind of play the crowd as we wait for a final result.
Well, Donald Trump needs to come out strong tonight and convince his supporters that he's in the game, that he is winning, that he has a shot. And certainly that seems likely that he will not hesitate to do so, as has been his bravado all along. Donald Trump counseling patience, I think, is good. Could be a really interesting tack. because Donald Trump has a vested interest in seeing these votes counted in certain locations, just like Joe Biden. And so he's going to come out strong tonight with that message. It was smart for Joe Biden to go earlier in the night because he set his own narrative. And now we see
the Trump children now coming out on the stage there in the East Room. And we expect to see the president momentarily.
So you're going to see Donald Trump as I think we are used to seeing Donald Trump. There's no telling how many misstatements are going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump, as I think we are used to seeing Donald Trump, there's no telling how many misstatements are going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots.
We're listening to the president speaking at the White House, but we got to dip in here because there have been several statements that are just frankly not true. The president going through some of the states, stating that he has prevailed in those states, naming Georgia, saying they're winning Georgia, or that they won Georgia, there's no way they'll catch us, that they're winning Pennsylvania, won Michigan. The fact of the matter is those states have not come close to counting all of their vote. There's still outstanding vote. Do we have a moment to go to Chuck? We'll keep our ears on this and promise to go back as news events warrant. But just can you explain why it is that it's not possible for anyone to say they've won in this particular state?
Right. So what we have here, first of all, 1.9 million votes have not been counted. Can I repeat? 1.9. That is 3 times the lead that Trump has. Okay, so that is way too many votes, number one. And as you can see, most of this is Election Day vote. We know the president had an advantage on Election Day vote, so we have gotten very little of the early and absentee vote. And then you want to throw in one more way of just seeing, let me just remind you of where we are with Philly. Half of Philly has not come in.
Let's go to Michigan. He said Michigan, that he's running up margins in Michigan, and we've won Michigan. So can you show us how much vote is left over in Michigan that hasn't been counted yet?
As you can see, we've only gotten 2/3 of the vote in. This is actually, so there's just 303,000 difference here. Again, 1.8 million votes are left to be counted. Let me repeat, 1.8. Do the math. That's 6 times, okay?
What about Wisconsin?
All right, so that, and as you can see, most of this is still same-day vote. So this is why Michigan, a lot of people are so bullish for the Democrats on Michigan the minute that vote comes. And then Wisconsin, this is where, but it's tight, and it's 116. 81% is in. We're waiting for 700,000 votes. And trust me, with Milwaukee being one of the places, 116 is not enough there. And I'll just go you real quick here. Milwaukee, we still have less than half.
And notably, the president also talked about a group of people trying to disenfranchise the vote, winning everything. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
The president not declaring victory in the way that we had perhaps expected him to do, but basically state by state.
I felt like he was trying to
Vice President said at the end what most candidates would say: we're on the road to victory. What Joe Biden said: we feel confident. We think we're going to win. I think the issue is where the president has said we won Georgia and there's no way they can catch us. We won Michigan. That's where you just have to make a factual assertion. There are millions of votes that haven't been counted yet.
I think we know what he's doing here. He's planting seeds for his supporters to take to social media, to take to the conservative ecosystem. And this is where the next 2 days, I think, are going to be excruciating, perhaps he may make it a little more excruciating if he comments on every vote dump that we have. But, as this new vote comes in, him fanning these flames, there are going to be people who want to claim, well, where do those votes come from? Where was that? And this is all standard. And yes, it's different this year because of the pandemic, but this is not unusual. I want to go back to your home state. Arizona regularly takes days to finish a count. 5 days it took them, and that was actually a relatively short period of time in 2018, 5 days to call that Senate race.
And it's worth repeating that projections we're not making the votes up. These are projections. These votes will be counted.
The actual vote.
The actual vote will be counted.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the outcome is not certain at this hour, and that both candidates are very much in this race. So there's no reason to say anything other than that. We have got an electoral battle going on right now with a lot of votes left to be counted.
And the fact is that in this election, more mail-in and early votes were cast than in any other American election. Combination of COVID and concerns about the Postal Service, a lot of reasons for it, and that they have to be counted. These absentee ballots are always counted. Votes from service members, men and women overseas, are always counted in the days following. The elections are not certified state by state until, weeks later when the Electoral College actually votes.
Florida. Military ballots. Remember who argued to make sure the military ballots get counted and stay in? And you got to open those, because the Democrats at the time were trying to not get those ballots counted. And the Republicans who knew those...
were trying to slow it down.
Well, no, but they wanted those military ballots to count because they thought that those things would lean Bush. So, at least Jordan made a good point here. Donald Trump's got to be careful. There are actually some of this outstanding vote he needs. I mean, he kind of referenced it in Arizona. If he's going to close the gap in Arizona, it's the remaining uncounted vote. So he may not like the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania, but he is going to like the uncounted vote in Arizona.
The problem is that he is creating the atmosphere of conspiracy theory by misrepresenting the remaining vote that is not counted. There is not some conspiracy to stop the count. In fact, in some of those 7 counties in Pennsylvania where they're not counting the mail-in voting, that is something that was objected to by all of the state officials in Pennsylvania who are Democrats. That was a Republican effort to not count until tomorrow.
Let me go.
It's just an unfortunate misleading, and it's from the White House with Hail to the Chief and the American flags, and that is what's creating the false atmosphere of legitimacy to his claims.
Let me go to Kristen Welker right now, who has a little more insight into the counting in Pennsylvania. Kristen?
Well, just to pick up on the point that Chuck was making, I'm hearing from an election official in Pennsylvania who says this, just having listened to the president. Allegheny County has half their mail-in to count. Same with Montgomery County. Erie has 40,000 more to count. And Philadelphia has 300,000 mail-ins. Mail-ins were 70% up in the Democratic favor. This person says this is far from over. So this official watching what the president just said, feeling the need to respond in real time to make that point and to drill down on some of the broad numbers that Chuck just laid out. And again, I would just underscore the fact that this is part of why Joe Biden came out first. This is why he gave the message that he gave. He, of course, gave this rallying cry to his supporters saying he believes they are on track to still win the White House. But he concluded his remarks by saying this race is not over, and it's not up to President Trump to declare victory. It's not up to me to determine who's won this race. It's up to the American people, and the votes are still being counted. And I think that's why you heard him frame his message in that way. Now, I've circled back with his campaign to say, do you have any further response? They've chosen at this point not to respond. I anticipate we're going to get a more robust response from the campaign and from Biden himself tomorrow. But again, they point us back to those comments by Joe Biden, clearly an attempt to get ahead of what we just heard from President Trump. And there is going to be likely a lot of focus on the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who is listening along with us. It is certainly like a politician on election night to put the most positive face you can put on things, but I think we've tried to make clear where there's been a factual error. Right. Let's talk about one of the remarks that the president made when we were going through that and trying to show people where the vote was outstanding. But he mentioned going to the Supreme Court. Can you say what he said about that?
He did. So he talked about going to the Supreme Court, Savannah, and then said, and I'm quoting here, that we want all the voting to stop. He says that we don't want them to find any ballots. In the words of the president, we don't want them to win, he says. And as far as he's concerned, he is prematurely and incorrectly at this point trying to declare victory, saying as far as he's concerned, they have already won. So a couple of things here. This is, frankly, I think a speech that is exactly what many of the president's critics feared he would deliver tonight on election night, or on the night after the election, trying to prematurely say that he has won an election in which he has not won yet, trying to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the many legitimately cast ballots that are already out there. The president also alluding to this Supreme Court fight, pretty directly talking about this, just frankly, a week and a half, not even, after putting in place, nominating and getting the Senate to confirm a Supreme Court justice that he chose, the third one of his administration. This has been sort of building over the last, I think, couple of months here in Washington, this sense that the president may be pushing this exact strategy if the race were to be very close, as we are seeing it on election night. Pulling back sort of more broadly at this point, you have to look at where the president goes from here. And I think Chuck made an important point that I want to reiterate, that some of this vote that is yet to come in, despite the president having said for weeks that he does not want there to be outstanding vote after November 3rd, there was always going to be outstanding vote after November 3rd. Some of that vote actually helps President Trump. And so I think that is something over the next few days you're going to see certainly advisors and aides attempt to walk back. I think you saw a little bit of that dichotomy. And I think we picked back up in our coverage here when Vice President Pence came out and said, we're on the road to victory, hedging a bit more, as you would typically, I think, hear from somebody, a leading politician at this point in a very close race. But bottom line here, to be clear, the president is not definitively leading in the states that he mentioned definitively leading in, like, for example, Georgia, like, for example, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, these states that he is trying to say he has won. Lots of question marks remaining. And I think that there are some of the president's critics who will find these remarks concerning from him.
Andrea, just the mention of the Supreme Court of these circumstances by the president.
That's a nightmare scenario.
How does that roll?
Well, obviously, this was the question that Amy Coney Barrett would not answer. Would she recuse herself? And that has been the nightmare scenario because the president made so many statements before, when she was nominated, before the confirmation, that we needed her there by Election Day. We needed her vote. He put that out there. And so there was an expectation, and there were questions asked at the confirmation hearing. Given what he has said to color any vote that you take, would you recuse yourself? Now, notably, she did not participate in that key Supreme Court ruling on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling, upholding the Pennsylvania court ruling that they could take 3 more days to count votes that had ballots that were mailed in and postmarked by Election Day. But she said, not that she was recusing herself, she said, because I have not had time to read in on that, on these briefs.
You can only use that so many times.
Because the Republicans had challenged it too quickly, as Pete Williams was pointing out at the time. If they had waited until she was confirmed and then she could to make their application, but they jumped the gun, and she said, I haven't had time to read in, but she has not said she's going to recuse herself. She certainly could now say that any application to the court in the next couple of days is something that she will have as much time to read in on as the others.
I think the word really is premature because the fact of the matter is we don't know who won this election.
Exactly.
We don't know. Donald Trump may well have a path to 270. Joe Biden might as well. The votes have to be counted,
And part of
then
that
we'll
court
know.
ruling was that the mail-in ballots have to be segregated. They have to be held apart so that they can be counted.
In case of a
depending on
future
what-
litigation,
Exactly.
they did segregate them so that you could have that argument before the Supreme Court. Essentially, the Supreme Court kicked the can down the road and said, let's see if we get there. You can separate out those votes if we ever need to
Hoping
analyze
this would not
issue.
happen.
And it may not happen, but what are you looking at? I know we just called a Montana Senate race.
Correct. That's what I
Yes.
wanted to do because I wanted to show you something here. The Senate races have started to disappear. We have 6 uncalled. We got the 2 Georgias. We know one's going into a runoff. The point is this. See where the Democrats are? 46. Republicans are at 48. If Biden is the next president, Republicans need 3 here. They they're the favorite in Alaska. Maine is coin flip, and the Georgia runoffs, one Georgia runoff, and we'll see on Purdue. Democrats need to have 4 plus Biden in this. Okay, Arizona looks good for them, so maybe that gets it down to 3. Michigan, we'll see, right? We've got to see. One thing about John James, the Republican candidate, he was running ahead of Donald Trump. I'll be curious to see how he does in these more Democratic votes. Did he at all overperform? So we'll see. Point is, here, I can't figure out a scenario where the Senate majority is decided before the Georgia runoffs. It's possible. Maybe Alaska comes in for the Democrats, but one thing Democrats were afraid of is they didn't want the runoffs to be for the majority. Because that's a whole, you want to talk about, the race was already going to be tough enough, polarizing enough. If that runoff is for the Senate majority, we're going to have like a mini presidential election in January, right before we're worrying about an inauguration for one of these 2
Just
gentlemen.
when Georgia voters thought they were done with political ads.
Oh, yeah.
they're
No. The Georgia
coming.
TV stations are going to be very happy about these runoffs.
Yeah, Casey, the plot thickens in the Senate.
It really does, Savannah. And I think, we may, in fact, be looking at a scenario where we don't actually get very much change. Right now, Republicans control the chamber 53-47. And, Chuck gave a pretty good rundown of where things stand state by state. And I think the big picture here is that this is much better night for Republicans than they were expecting, and it's a much worse night than what Democrats were expecting. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was out this past week talking pretty publicly about what she would do and the process they would use in Congress to pass legislation under a Biden presidency and with a Democratic Senate. So they were really almost taking this for granted, and that applies to the House as well. We reported, reflecting what we have been hearing from both Republicans and Democrats, that they were likely to pick up Democrats 5 to 7 seats in the House, and on a good night, maybe that pickup would be in double digits. And now we may be on track
Casey,
for Republicans to actually win seats in the House.
Casey, I looked ahead at that 2022. The 2022 Senate races and all this stuff. And I talked to some Democrats about this. If they did not win the majority this cycle, it is very difficult for them to win the majority. I mean, it is just there are possibilities that the majority you're looking at. They got to run tables. They got to sweep 3 seats. It's going to be 51, 52. The 22 cycle will have the 16 Senate seats up, and there's some opportunities there. Pennsylvania is a big one.
This was their best
for
cycle.
Democrats, but
this
was
their best
the
shot.
cycle. They needed to get the majority this cycle because not getting it here. Let's say there's a Democratic president. It's tough to gain seats in a midterm if there's a Democratic president, and obviously if there's a Republican president, maybe the 2022 midterms could go a little bit better in the Democrats' direction here. But it's a big setback, not if the Democrats don't win the Senate back, because this is a couple of cycle setbacks.
Well, and Chuck, too, if I can just jump in, I mean, big picture here, it looks like we are on track potentially for either status quo, President Trump in the White House and Republicans winning the Senate, or divided government in a Biden administration. I think a lot of the folks I'm talking to think that that's still probably the most likely scenario at this hour. But again, we don't want to do what President Trump has done and say one way or the other because we don't actually know yet. But that has very significant implications for governance and the way things will change or not over the course of the next 2 years. I mean, Americans have delivered with even what we do know right now, a mixed message about what they want. They are saying we are still divided on this. We are more sharply divided than ever. And I think that means that the partisan negativity, the fighting, the inability to get anything done, the gridlock, all of that is more likely than not to continue no matter who wins the White House.
I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. And Pete, here we are at a point, wee hours of the morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win this election. But the president has forced us into this area of something wrong, something nefarious, and this idea the Supreme Court could be brought into the picture. Describe, if any justice is listening to this, how this goes over and how this plays out, potentially.
Well, there are already a number of lawsuits filed by Republicans challenging mainly the mail-in ballot process, the extended deadline in Pennsylvania, adding 3 days. That case is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court declined to stop the application of a state Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline. The court declined to take it on a fast track, but it's still sitting there, and the Republicans could try again if it looks like it all comes down to Pennsylvania, and they want to try to renew that challenge. It's still sitting there. In just a few hours from now, the judge will have a hearing in Pennsylvania in federal court on a Republican challenge to the way one county, Montgomery County, the third largest county in Pennsylvania, began to look at ballots before the pre-canvassing process started this morning. That's still being challenged. So there are 3 lawsuits Republicans have in Pennsylvania. There are lawsuits in Minnesota. There's a lawsuit in Nevada, in Clark County. So there are a number of lawsuits, all basically about the mail ballot process. And in theory, any one of them could end up in the Supreme Court, a prospect that justices very much don't want. But here's the thing to keep in mind. The sort of new direction that the courts have gone in these challenges so far is the theory that only the state legislature can change the rule for an election. Not state courts, not state election officials, only the state legislature. Now, the Supreme Court has never ruled that that is the case. There were 3 justices who said that in Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, but it's never been a holding of the Supreme Court. But it has caught fire among judges in the lower courts, and there are 3 or at least 4, or at least 3 members of the current Supreme Court who think so too. So that could turn out to be a big issue. And I'll just say one other thing about potential legal challenges or a potential way this could play out. If it's really close, this could be the year when we really talk about faithless electors. The presidential electors that we're actually choosing today, the people who will really elect the president when the Electoral College meets in December. If it is really close, within a vote or 2, then the pressure on those presidential electors to flip and be faithless and vote for someone other than who won the popular vote in their state will be extremely high. Faithless electors have never made a difference in an American presidential election in the past, but if this one is really close, this could be another first.
I mean, not that we really needed another wrinkle, Pete, but didn't the Supreme Court just weigh in on faithless electors recently?
Yes. In the past term, the Supreme Court upheld the right of the states to insist that electors vote for the person who won the popular vote. But here's the deal. Only 14 of the 50 states actually have that legal requirement. In those 14 states, if a faithless elector goes rogue, the state can throw them out on the street and get somebody else in to vote according to the popular vote. But in all the rest of the states, if a faithless elector goes off on their own toot, there's nothing the state can do about it except fine them.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're going to take a break. Stay with us as we await these down-to-the-wire calls. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back. We are a long way. We appear to be a long way from knowing who won this election, but we can tell you that both candidates have come out over the last couple of hours, most recently Donald Trump, to suggest that something nefarious was at foot in terms of the vote and suggesting that he is actually leading, or there are not enough votes for him to lose, essentially, in some of the other races, which is untrue.
Yeah, he went as far as to assert that they had won the election and that there was something that had gone on to take it away from them. That is, of course, not true. And we can go to Chuck, actually. He's on the phone.
I'm with our boiler room now,
Oh, okay. He's talking to the boiler room.
Well, we can show you where the road to 270 stands right now.
Yeah.
It is Biden leading 220 to 213 for Trump.
But what's interesting about this is it's still anyone's game. I mean, this could go in either direction. We have quite a few battlegrounds yet to be called. No one can declare victory yet. there's a lot of vote left to be counted. And Chuck, we kind of went through that. That's why we've been sort of unpacking exactly what we heard the president say when he asserted that they'd won Georgia and there was no way for Biden to catch up, or that he had won Michigan. Those are just false claims. There's a ton of vote left to be counted.
And we're getting vote count in right now. We're still getting vote count in Nevada, as you can see, 79% total reporting here. We're getting more of it in. Let's see what Clark County looks like. Still a quarter of the vote out there. But, you know, this is less than 3 points at the end of the day. It feels like it's going to head to a similar spot that it did 4 years ago. But let's jump to Arizona. More vote keeps coming in. We're getting up to 82% of the vote. I was just talking with our folks. We're going to keep getting some Arizona vote tonight. So the point is stay tuned. Is the bottom line.
And you've mentioned that the votes that are coming in, some will benefit President Trump, some will benefit Joe Biden. The votes just need to be
That's right. So, but there is enough coming in Arizona that we're going to continue to look at it tonight, and there may be some action there tonight. Wisconsin is another one. Look, here's what we think. Wisconsin and Georgia, you know, flip the coin. We do think it's still better to be Biden than Trump here, but these margins are going to be narrow. Believe it or not, we're going to be worried not just about Milwaukee, but I believe we're going to be worried about Kenosha County as well. Kenosha, of course, you remember. Now, look,
when you say worried, you mean worried about waiting for the vote to come in?
Waiting for that vote to come in. And as you can see now, Kenosha is a swinging county. Obama carried it in 2012 when the Democrats carried Wisconsin. And as you can see here, it was basically dead even between Trump and Clinton there, with Gary Johnson being essentially taking away potential vote there. And so you see here, we're waiting. Obviously, we know there's mail-in vote, and we just don't know how much absentee ballot is there, right? These are the little things now that'll tell us whether Wisconsin is going to be 1 point or 2 points in one direction or 1 point in another. So those are the extraneous things we're waiting. But Wisconsin is a state. We expect to continue to get more stuff. But I'm just going to, look, we are not getting any more vote out of Michigan. That is going to be tonight, that is going to be usable here at all. You've heard how many people have gone to bed in Western Pennsylvania. We're not counting there. They're going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. And it's pretty clear to us, we're not going to be able to call North Carolina tonight. We know that. Enough people have gone home. There's enough vote. You know, this still looks like you'd rather be Trump than Biden in North Carolina, but there's enough vote out there that you're not sure. And then Georgia. Georgia is a pure jump ball. It really is. This thing's getting really tight. The Biden people are still pretty bullish. They think, and I'll tell you, I would be too if I were them. They look like they have a lot more. They have a lot more vote coming in. That's for them than what's coming in the extraneous rural counties for the president. But the bottom line is this: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. I don't think we're calling these races tonight. Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. I don't know if we do. But we still think we may see some vote. I know we all want to go to bed, but we still may see some vote and see some movement before the sun rises.
You didn't call Maine either.
We haven't called Maine, and that's going to be, I mean, as you can see here, we do have an idea of where Maine's going to head. It looks like it's going to be at least 3 for Joe Biden. But I'll tell you here, I've noticed even as Joe Biden's lead has increased, it's all come from that first district in Portland. Looks like Trump's going to get that district.
All right, we got to take a breather break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. We're still going in just a moment.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
It is 3 a.m. in the east, midnight in the west. Here's the latest now as we continue to track the results from election 2020. Georgia, it is too close to call. 91% of the expected vote in. North Carolina, also too close to call. Wisconsin, and we're going through these battleground states. Wisconsin, too close to call, which is why we're in this kind of stuck period right now. Nevada, too early to call. Arizona, too early, but Biden leads in Arizona. In Maine, too early to call. Once again, Biden is leading there. Pennsylvania, a lot of votes to count left there. Too early. Michigan, too early. We go to Hawaii, too early, and Alaska, too early. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern here, waiting for a lot of votes to come in. Let's show you where we stand in the race to 270 right now. There's Biden sitting at 220, 213 for Trump. The road to 270. 270 is the prize. Let's look at some Senate races now. North Carolina Senate, that is too close to call. Tom Tillis there with a narrow lead. Alaska Senate race is too early. Arizona, that's too early. Mark Kelly, former astronaut, leads Martha McSally. Let's go down to Michigan. This is one Republicans were hoping to flip. It's too early in that race. Main race, Susan Collins right now seemed to be holding on to a lead, but that's too early to call. Georgia is too close. The two-way race in Georgia, I'm sorry, there's 2 races. This is the 3-way race. That is too close, but both of them look like they're heading toward a runoff in January. Here's where the Senate stands right now. Republicans with 47 seats, 46 for Democrats. Let's bring in Chuck Todd right now.
By the way, that Maine, what's interesting there is that as the numbers have come in, Susan Collins' numbers, it's finally just dropped below 50. And had she stayed above 50, she would have avoided the ranked choice voting. That bizarre black box that I think some people are fully trying to understand. But now she's been pulled already under 50 with 67% reporting. So then we are looking at 6 to 9 days while they figure out how that works.
Maybe explain how that works, how people can vote for a second choice as well as a first choice. It's quite unusual.
It is. It's so, there are all others here, and you can see there's, we can't quite see it. There's over 5,000 votes here. And so what'll happen, and then there's just multiple other candidates, the lowest person, then what their second choice was will get applied to the vote, and then they just start doing it until somebody hits 50%, whether it's the first candidate or the second candidate. In talking to Republican strategists who think they know how this works, and I'll be honest with you, everybody I've talked to thinks that's a black box. I just want to get my candidate over 50 so I don't have to worry about it. That's not going to happen. The assumption is Susan Collins needs to be in the 48 range. You need to be within just a couple of points. As the incumbent, the assumption is these third-party candidates would have listed the incumbent as last on ranking who they wanted, and therefore Sarah Gideon here would get a lot of, there's a progressive candidate that's even been running as saying, hey, I want to be your first choice, make Sarah Gideon your second. So I really am going to be very curious at the end of this night or tomorrow morning or whatever, what is Susan Collins' number? If she's closer to 47 or 46 when all the votes are counted, then this ranked choice voting may be in favor of Gideon. But again, I want to say it's a bit of a black box in American politics right now, since we haven't seen it applied to a major U.S. Senate race like that these days.
All right, I want to talk about the legal side of this, because that is a side, even as we wait for all the votes to be counted and to find out who won this election. As you know, there have been Republican threats and actually Republican lawsuits filed. Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persley are here with us. Nate, let me start with you. A lot of lawsuits flooding the zone. How much is typical? How much is not? And how much do courts, really uphold?
Well, nothing about this election is typical now. And so the lawsuits that are in the pipeline are targeting the absentee ballots, as well as provisional ballots that were at issue in Pennsylvania. And so we should expect many more lawsuits now that this election is close. And we've seen over 350 lawsuits filed this cycle when it comes to this election. That was quite a bit, but maybe not unexpected given all the changes and legal ambiguities created by the pandemic. But now, we are in a mode in the next 48 hours where we should expect the lawyers to be quite active to try to jockey to challenge certain absentee ballots and the like. But I want to emphasize that there is a legal process here, that this is not the first close election that any of these states have had, that you go into, that there's an administrative process in counting the ballots. There is a state court process to adjudicate any alleged infirmities in those ballots. And then there are appeals maybe to the U.S. Supreme Court, but that would be after many weeks of legal wrangling.
Nate, it's Andrea Mitchell. May I ask a question? Because those of us who lived through Bush v. Gore and had the experience of watching them jump in and noticed that Justice Kavanaugh was citing that case, which was not supposed to be precedential, was actually cited in the Wisconsin case just last week. How difficult is it? Because Bob Bauer, for the Biden campaign, is leading a group of lawyers that have been described as extremely experienced in this. You've got two former solicitors general, including Seth Waxman and Walter Dellinger, on the case that have been working it. So how rapidly does this process happen? Is this another case where you'll have a James Baker versus Warren Christopher, two secretaries of state, former secretaries of state, and Jim Baker just ran circles around the Democrats and, and Warren Christopher? Or is this a case where both sides are going to be going at it, and you can expect that Joe Biden is going to have a strong team making the case that these are legitimate ballots that should be counted?
Well, there's not going to be any shortage of lawyers involved if it gets to that, but we are not there. And I want to emphasize that we first need to count the votes. We don't know how big the margin is going to be. And so the first process is actually figuring out whether there are even ballots in dispute. And so once we count the votes, then we can deal with whether there's any legal problem with them. Like I said, this is not the first time any of these states have had to deal with a close election, which might lead to a recount. But we don't even know if we're in recount mode yet. We also don't know how many states are at issue. So it may be that it doesn't come down to all one state like Florida in 2000, that it could be several states that are at issue. And so we need to just wait about 24 hours to see whether there's any genuine legal issue that will be brought here. But yeah, there's not going to be any shortage of lawyers on either side. They will both have the ammunition that they need.
And you think the votes will be counted? That the president was talking about stopping the count?
Well, I don't know what basis one would have to stop the count. I mean, these ballots have been sitting, in these election offices for weeks, waiting to be counted. The only reason they weren't counted is because the state laws prevented them from being counted early. There are other states like Florida and North Carolina and others, in Arizona, which do the counting earlier. These happen to be states where the legislatures refused to change the law to make the counting earlier.
Pete, let me bring you into this. The net effect of many of these lawsuits is to take votes away. People who casted votes honorably. In many cases, you look at Texas and that attempt to stop a drive-through voting that put a lot of ballots on the line. Is there a guiding principle among the courts on that very difficult question of actually taking away votes that people thought were lawfully cast?
Well, the question will probably come down to two things. First of all, if it's really close, as Nate says, there'll be an automatic recount or you can request a recount. That would be the first step. Secondly, it may come down to duking it out ballot by ballot, and especially with mail ballots. The state laws vary so much. Some require signature matching, some don't. Did the ballot have the security envelope inside? So all those things can be challenged ballot by ballot. And then the question is it so close it's in what the lawyers call the margin of litigation? Do they actually think that if they sued, they could make a difference in the outcome? So, we're several steps away from knowing all of that. If it does go to the Supreme Court, then, of course, it's going to be a larger issue. On what basis would you go to the Supreme Court and say these votes should be counted or they shouldn't? And that's what gets back to this thing I was talking about earlier, this theory that has taken hold among some Republican judges that only state legislatures can change the rules because the Constitution says that the states shall choose their presidential electors, which is what we're doing tonight, in the manner as the legislatures may direct. So does that mean that only the legislatures can change the rules? Or does that mean the legislatures literally choose the manner of choosing electors, which is to say either the legislatures vote for them directly or they have a popular vote? So that would be the big issue. That would be the sort of legal principle if it got to the Supreme Court. All right, Pete Williams and Nate Persley, thank you very much. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now. Michael, we don't know how this night ends, so it's kind of a difficult conversation, but you have seen the way these votes seem to be breaking. They seem to hold the line of division that we've seen in other tracking of the American public the last few years. Where does it leave us? Where does it take us?
Well, Lester, we are a divided country, and as of this moment, despite what the president said in the East Room, Joe Biden has an excellent chance of having the votes to be elected the next president of the United States, which is, I believe, why the president went to the East Room and did something that we've never seen before in American history, which was an American president falsely claiming a victory in a presidential election that he has not earned. And the other part of this that we haven't seen before is talking about going to the Supreme Court to have it resolved. I totally defer to the excellent and sage advice of Pete Williams, but here's a case where he seems to be hearkening back to 2000, Bush v. Gore, the contested votes in Florida, and a Florida Supreme Court which said there should be a recount of ballots that were perhaps not properly counted. The George W. Bush campaign went to the Supreme Court and said this recount should be stopped for a number of reasons. The Supreme Court complied, it stopped, and as a result, officially, George W. Bush won the state of Florida by 537 votes, and that stood, and he served a term as president, was reelected in a way that was unchallenged. The other thing in history, Lester, is 1876. That was a time that there were contested votes between Rutherford Hayes and Samuel Tilden, who was the Democrat in 3 states, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida. And there was an electoral commission appointed. It took months. And finally, they made a deal to settle the election, which was the Democrats would give up their claim on the presidency for Tilden if the Republicans would pull federal troops out of the South, end Reconstruction, allow Jim Crow laws to spread across the South. We have been living with that ever since. Those are the 2 big examples in history where we've had contested elections that were resolved, but we've never seen anything like what we've seen tonight.
All right, Michael Beschloss, thanks. We'll take a quick break here. We've got more to come for you as our Decision 2020 election coverage continues.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to election 2020 coverage. We knew it was going to be an all night, so it's a long night, so you shouldn't be surprised to see us after 3 in the morning in the East Coast. Chuck Todd is with me here. We're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Some very key states where the vote just doesn't seem to be coming in.
We are. Now, look, we got something for you to look forward to in 44 minutes, which is at 3 a.m. local time in Milwaukee, 4 a.m. out here. We expect some big chunk of vote from Milwaukee, and that will give us a big idea of what the real situation is in Wisconsin right now. It's narrow. Look, our models indicate that after all is said and done, we think Biden has the edge here after all of that. But again, we'd like to know how many ballots are out in Kenosha County as well, because there's a bunch of mail-in vote out there. In theory, should lean towards Biden, but we'll see.
All right. Well, we'll wait for that. I want to bring in Kate Snow right now. Kate has spent a lot of time on the road these days preparing for this election, getting to know the voters and spending specifically time in the Midwest. What do you want to share as we look at that divided map?
Yeah, and Lester, anecdotally, I have spent a lot of time with Trump supporters, a lot of time in counties that were Obama counties that swung to Donald Trump back in 2016. So I guess what I would say is some of this is not surprising to me tonight. The number of people that I've had say to me how enthusiastic and excited they were for the president, and you see that at his rallies, but this is away from the rally settings. This is people I'm talking to on farms and in neighborhoods and in suburbs. I noticed when I was reporting and traveling around a real, what I would call an enthusiasm gap. The people that were telling me they were supporting Joe Biden were not necessarily as enthusiastic as the Trump supporters that I met. So I think maybe that speaks a little bit to some of what we're seeing tonight in the results. I think it also speaks to why the president came out shortly, just a short time ago, and said the things that he said, because he believes he can appeal to that base, which, of course, we've known for a long time that he had that base. But I think in some counties, and Chuck can speak to this, in some individual places in Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio, where I spent a lot of time, you're seeing those numbers for President Trump going up from where they were in 2016, and that's that enthusiasm.
Well, while many of the president's critics criticize him because of some of his more brash actions or some of the things he does, one of the things I've found in doing many of the kind of stories you're talking about and talking to his supporters is it's a question of where you get your information.
That's right.
And what you believe. So to lay out the premise of a question based on a set of facts that may be in dispute in their mind.
Right. And at the risk of bringing up something that is very, very fringe and very much discredited and conspiracy theory, QAnon, which we've heard a lot about in this election cycle, which is a sort of set of beliefs on the internet, again, unfounded in fact. I talk to supporters and people that are very much believe the disinformation that they're seeing online. I mean, that's where they're getting their news, from these Facebook groups and other places that have a lot of Q content. They believe that President Trump is the hero in that story, and they are strongly Trump supporters. I'm not saying that all the president's supporters belong to that group, of course, but I think you get the sense, Lester, for where people are getting their information, and it's not even from mainstream networks or cable channels. It's internet-based. And there's a lot of groupthink, I think, that goes on where people share and crowdsource, and things that sound to our minds as journalists like they can't possibly be believed, and statements that are made that don't have basis in fact are readily believed.
All right, Kate, thank you. I want to bring in editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry, and former top advisor to President Obama, David Plouffe. Good to have you back. Rich, let me start with you. I assume you heard the president earlier, all but claiming victory, essentially saying there's not enough vote to catch him out there. Give me your reaction to that.
Well, it was obviously irresponsible. Strange, given it's the kind of thing you say when you think you're losing. I don't think they really think they're losing. But the president always has a sense of deep unfairness and that he's been being treated in some illegitimate way.
Okay,
and it does go some...
Rich, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I hear you fine, but I'm being told that we've lost your audio, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. Okay, we're good. Okay, Rich, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So... And plus, the idea that you're going to go and sue and just stop these absentee ballots and early votes from being counted is completely ridiculous. There is a segment of Pennsylvania ballots that, if it's really close, will be under a cloud. Absentee ballots that are being counted, that arrived late and are being counted under this new rule written by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I do think there are at least 4 Supreme Court justices, maybe 5, maybe 6, who think that is impermissible for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to have rewritten the rules like that. But that's a relatively small segment of votes that will only be in play if it's really, really close in Pennsylvania.
So David Plouffe, I mean, where does that leave us? The president questioning the legitimacy of the process, a process that he could easily win on the other end.
But given what happened in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, NBC has not called Arizona yet, but Fox has called it, and the AP has called it. If, Biden takes a lead in Wisconsin and Michigan, he's at 270. And so I think I'd rather be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump, barely, just from a voting standpoint. But this is going to be a really trying time. Even if ultimately this is really Trump howling into the wind, and he doesn't have any legal recourse, 40 to 45% of the country is going to believe what he says. And so the divisions just grow much more stark and more dangerous.
All right, David, thank you. And as we wait to hear more from those uncalled states, we'll pause here briefly. Hope you can stay with us as we continue our coverage of Election 2020.
chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Certainly more on the line than the presidency. Here's where the Senate stands at this hour. Democrats are 46 seats, 47 for the GOP. Democrats will need 3 if they win the White House, 4 if not. And here's what the House projection looks like. NBC News projects that the Dems will hold on to the majority in the House of Representatives. We continue to watch a number of battleground states waiting for more vote to come in, kind of a holding pattern right now. President Trump came out an hour or so ago seeming to suggest that he's on the cusp of victory, if not claiming it. We'll take a quick break here as we travel the long road to 270. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying up with us as we take you through this election night into the early hours of Wednesday here on the East Coast. Let's show you where we stand. We'll put up some of the races we're watching very closely. Georgia remains too close, 92% of the vote in there, but still a lot outstanding. North Carolina, too close to call. Wisconsin, that is also too close to call. Let's go to the West and Nevada. That's too early to call right now. Arizona is too early, but we can report a Biden lead in Arizona. In Maine, also too early, but Biden leads there as well. Pennsylvania, too early. A lot of vote outstanding there. And Michigan, it is too early. Here's where we stand in the race to 270, the road to 270. Right now, Biden with 220, Trump with 213. Again, it's a road to 270 electoral votes. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson is joining us right now. Hallie, we heard from the president a bit later. How much has reverberated from his assertion that he is winning this thing?
Well, his false assertion, Lester, is he's trying to declare victory, even though that is not the case. Votes are still being counted, and we just can't be clear enough about that as the night goes on and as the morning goes on. I will tell you that already some people who are close to the president are very publicly expressing their concern about this. And I'm thinking specifically of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Governor Christie is somebody who is an ally to the president. He is somebody who has been involved in the campaign, helped the president with debate prep, for example, even, potentially caught coronavirus. We know that Governor Christie had COVID, and he was part of some of those sessions where COVID was spreading at this hotspot at the White House. Tonight, this morning, I should say, Governor Christie is talking about how the president's remarks tonight, his, again, false and incorrect claims that there is fraud in this election, despite zero evidence of that having been the case, were a bad political and strategic decision, Lester. We're hearing from Rick Santorum, somebody who's been deployed as a kind of surrogate for President Trump out on cable news, saying he was distressed to hear the president talk the way that he did. Santorum, of course, a Pennsylvania guy. We are also hearing from the governor of Pennsylvania, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, who is also extremely concerned, unsurprisingly, about what the president is saying essentially that there are some million votes yet to be counted, ballots yet to be counted in Pennsylvania, and that the state will count all of those votes, despite the president's threats to have that end. So one of the angles that we're continuing to report out, Lester, is sort of the public and private dichotomy here and what we are hearing from people around the president. Oftentimes we know the president says things that his advisors or aides maybe don't want him to say, right? They go a little too far. They get a little off message. And we're looking to see if that is, in fact, the case as to what happened tonight. I will tell you that it is pretty quiet here at the White House, Lester. The party is over. The event inside the East Room is done. People have cleared out. Things have been broken down. The president has been off Twitter for a little bit. He is somebody who is known for his early morning hours, of course, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that fire up again this morning. And the other thing we're watching, of course, is what's going to happen in sort of the Trump conservative media world, let's say, the outlets that speak to those supporters of President Trump and how they're framing some of this discussion as a lot of Americans who may have gone to bed, some of whom may not be watching this coverage and will be picking it up in the morning, react to what the president had to say.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you for joining us. Give me your take on the pace of this evening and early morning. It's fair to say there were a lot of expectations that if things lined up Biden's way, they could go very, very quickly.
That's right. At one point in the night, the Trump campaign felt like they were going to be able to declare victory pretty early in the night. But as the results came in, it was very clear that they were not going to be able to do that. Biden, of course, then came out at 12:30 and said, I still think I have a lot of paths to victory. I still think we can win this. But really what happened next was this stunning speech by President Trump, something that we've never seen any U.S. president do. He was declaring victory, even though he has not officially won this election. This has a lot of people feeling like we're now, as Americans, in a constitutional and a political crisis, because the president, if he doubles down on this, if he takes this stance to try to go to the Supreme Court to try to take this election and try to win it without having all of the votes counted, that is going to be a very big problem. Democracy, of course, is the bedrock of America. It's why other countries look to us and say we want to do our elections like them. So the president here has a lot of people around him very disturbed, very distressed. This is a scenario that we've, of course, thought might happen because the president has been hinting at this for some time, that he might be declaring victory if he felt like he was in a good position. But now that it's actually happened, there is a lot of nervousness and a lot of anxiety at the White House and around the president.
Yeah, I think the thing that was confusing listening him to do that is it presupposes that he's going to lose. And that's certainly not the fact is each man right now has a chance of becoming president. So by setting up this idea that there's been fraud, the question is, OK, what happens if you win?
Exactly. There are votes in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, in Georgia, that were cast for President Trump that have yet to be counted, as well as, of course, that have been cast for Joe Biden that have yet to be counted. But the president is taking a stance at this point that if he doesn't have any more votes counted, that he will be able to declare victory. It's a scenario that GOP operatives have said is really not the right way to do this. But the president is doubling down here. I think we've heard the president at times, as Hallie hinted at, we've heard the president say things, the White House then come out and clarify and say that's not exactly what he meant. We saw the vice president not go as far as the president. He was not declaring victory. He, of course, is half of the ticket. He was not saying that we've already won. But the president went and picked through a bunch of different states, including Georgia, North Carolina, claiming that he had already won those states, when in fact he has not won those states yet. So we cannot stress enough that there is not any sort of evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. We've already, of course, seen Twitter take action to try to stop the president from making these statements. They've labeled a tweet where he was saying that Democrats were stealing the election as saying that it's disputed and saying that it's spreading misleading information about our election and about our civic process. So this is, in some ways, an alarming set of events that we're seeing tonight. But again, it's still early to say, but the president was pretty clear about the fact that he said, I already won. I believe that I have won this election.
All right, Yamiche, thank you for staying up late with us. Good to talk to you. Let me bring in our senior business correspondent, Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, the markets will open here in several hours from now, and they will wake up to an uncertain presidential race. How's that going to play out?
And uncertainty is not what the markets like, Lester. It's been a roller coaster tonight, but where we really saw the futures market, Dow futures, that's an indicator for where the markets could open, where we saw them hit session lows was during and after the president's speech, when he sort of opened the door for a potential contested election. You know, when the markets really started getting skittish a few weeks ago, it was when the president did not agree to a peaceful transfer of power. From the market's perspective, they want to make sure that the election goes smoothly, that the process worked. And from what we've heard from the president in the last couple hours, we're going to get anything but smooth, and the markets are reacting to that, and not in a good way.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Andrea.
Well, you know, that is precisely the point. You heard a very different tone from the vice president, from Mike Pence. He didn't go as far at all as what the president said. He was the cheerleader for Donald Trump, as he always has been. But he was a more traditional elected Republican figure or any, political figure.
Mildly walked back the president's remarks.
Exactly, trying to sort of moderate it, and it was notable there, the difference in tone. I also want to just point out, we've talked about the fact that Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats have held the House. They may have lost a couple of seats. Right now, we're giving them, by all accounts, 227 House seats, Democrats, and 207 Republicans, which could be a gain of 10 for the Republicans. It could also be a loss. There were a few vacancies, 6 vacancies, but they could have lost a couple of seats. We don't know until these seats are all confirmed.
You're going to get us some of the view from the pollster world now.
Well, the fact is we don't exactly know. We know that they're holding the House, but we don't know whether they've actually lost a couple of seats as well.
All right. Let me bring in. Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me bring in Fred Yang, a Democratic pollster and partner at Hart Research Associates. Thanks for being with us. We don't know how this evening ends, but what are you learning from your standpoint based on where we're at?
Well, I think I'm learning, Lester and Andrea, that 4 years ago, this election night feels a lot like 4 years ago. And, in terms of, I guess, where the presidential election will be decided will be those same 3 states that decided the presidential election 4 years ago. But I think the added complication, we've all of us, journalists, pollsters, candidates, the public have been grappling with this system in which basically we're at halftime in these 3 states. Because so many votes have to be counted. And, because of the pandemic and the reality of life, we've been told over and over again, be patient. There's 2 sets of votes, the early vote in some of these states like Wisconsin and Michigan. The reason why your networks and others haven't called the races for a candidate is because there's still a significant number of votes out there. And I just think, Lester, that's just part of the new normal that we're going to have to get used to, that it may be a couple days before the election is officially known. I think from a numbers perspective, and I've listened and watched Chuck and his team all night, I think it's likely that Vice President Biden will win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But you know what? That's kind of tough to sort of convey when people see the actual vote counts that have President Trump ahead. But that's the whole point of what we're talking about. This is about the voters tonight. The voters have spoken. It may take a couple days or a couple more hours for all the votes and voters have spoken. But, look, again, I expect when all the votes are counted and the legitimate votes are counted, that Vice President Biden will be elected president. We just may have to wait a couple days.
So is it too early for you as a pollster to start licking your wounds and to declare something was wrong?
I think that the short answer is yes. I think there's still more votes to count. I think, I think what happened was there was an expectations game based on short polling, based on, disapproval numbers for the president. Look, I think you have to give him credit. He's a strong closer. I was looking, Lester, at the exit polls, and, exit polls are just like polls. In the 2016 election, in the last week, one of the reasons why President Trump won the election, again, not the popular vote, but the Electoral College vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania was because he won the late deciding vote. This time he won the late deciding vote by double digits. And again, that's kind of changed because the late deciding vote in 2020 is a little different than 2016, in which so many Americans voted early. But look, he ran. He's a strong campaigner. He campaigned strongly. Sure, he changed some minds at the end of the game, but I also think we have to give the Biden campaign credit. Sure, they were looking at states that Republicans had won in the past, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina. They worked hard to try to win those states, but they never lost the prize, which again is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And in fact, as we all know, over the last weekend and even yesterday and this morning, the vice president and Senator Harris campaign in those states because they knew at the end of the day, yeah, we can try to go for Georgia, we can try to go for Texas, but where we're going to win the presidency is these 3 states.
Well, this will get figured out. Andrea?
I would just say that the other added complication is that now, unlike 4 years ago, Donald Trump is the president. The judiciary is considerably different all the way up to the Supreme Court. And there is less public confidence, especially among at least, his supporters in the news media, in the legitimacy of these vote counts, and in the process. So there is an undermining of the legitimacy of the American democracy, even though it is normal to count absentee ballots, but by having so many mail-in and absentee votes, this is not contributing to confidence that when all the votes are counted, people will believe in the final count.
Well, one of the things we're watching tonight is who will have control of the U.S. Senate when all is said and done. And talk more about that. Let's go over to Kate.
All right, Lester, let's take a look at some of the races that we've been following. Remember, there were about 10 that we were really watching closely. North Carolina right now, still too close to call, but leading there at the moment is Thom Tillis, which would be something the Republicans were watching for, hoping for. Alaska, we've got too early to call at this point. Let's move on to Arizona. Arizona, Mark Kelly in the lead there. It's a Democratic hopeful pickup, but too early to call at this point. Michigan. This is a race that's been talked about a lot. This is Gary Peters' seat. He's the incumbent, but right now you've got the Republican in the lead. It is still too early to call. In Maine, Susan Collins fighting for her seat there. This is closely watched, too early to call at this hour. And then 2 races in Georgia, the only state with 2 Senate races right now. We've got Purdue in the lead there, but 91% in. Still too close to call. This would go to a runoff. And this one as well, the special election, a so-called jungle primary in Georgia, they are going to advance to that runoff in December. So taking a look at the Senate makeup this hour, remember it used to be 47 Democrats and 53 Republicans. Right now, 46, 47. The chances of the Democrats, guys, being able to take back control of the Senate, which is something that Democrats were really hopeful about tonight going into the evening or last night, is looking a lot slimmer now.
Runoffs in Georgia certainly loom large. Kate, thank you. Another quick break here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Election night 2020. We continue to wait for key battleground states for more vote to come in and get a handle on where all this is going. But right now, I want to hand it over to Hallie Jackson, who's got more for us.
We are following, Lester, what the developments are here at the White House. The president obviously delivering that election morning speech the night after, of course, the returns started coming in which he falsely tried to declare victory. In fact, did say that he believes we have won the election. To be very clear, the facts on the ground simply do not support that. As we've been talking about, there are so many legitimately cast ballots that have yet to be counted in some of these really important battleground states. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, for example, races that NBC News has not yet called or projected. To talk about some of this, I want to bring in somebody who knows some of these states and campaigns well, along with the White House, former White House press secretary and NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs. Robert, good morning to you on this November 4th.
Good morning.
Talk about your reaction here to what you heard from the president here at the White House in the East Room delivering that speech.
Yeah, just nothing short of stunning. I mean, I guess in some ways we've come to expect it, but it's still a jarring thing. Particularly when the president wants to see votes counted in places like Nevada and Arizona, but doesn't want to see any more votes counted in a Pennsylvania or a Michigan. So, again, a jarring thing. First of all, a campaign event in the White House is a jarring thing. To watch the president of the United States essentially declare victory in races that he knows are far from over, I think it's just disconcerting and very unsettling for the hard work that has to come next in counting these votes and keeping people safe that are counting these votes.
A couple of the states that I'm hearing about quite a bit tonight from sources that I talked to in and around President Trump's orbit are Pennsylvania and Georgia, right? And 2 different storylines there. Pennsylvania, I'm getting a sense of increasing optimism based on some of the numbers. Georgia, less optimism perhaps than earlier on election morning. How do you see those states playing out? And if you're Joe Biden's campaign, what are you seeing in some of these numbers?
Well, look, I think there's reason for the Biden campaign to be optimistic and for the Trump campaign to be pessimistic about Georgia. I think there's the vote that's out, particularly those metro counties around Atlanta. We know there's going to be some big vote there. So that one wouldn't surprise me. I think there's still a lot of vote out. I think it's hard to get a handle on what's still out in Pennsylvania. We know there's Western Pennsylvania vote out in Allegheny County. We know there's a lot of Philadelphia. We know there's a lot of Montgomery County, again, over in the east. So I think it's really hard to get a real handle on kind of where Pennsylvania is. I think you've got even some counties within the state that aren't going to count their early or absentee votes until starting tomorrow morning. So I think it may be several hours before we know a lot more about where we are with Pennsylvania. I'll be anxious to see, obviously, in the next few hours, what happens with Wisconsin. You've got, obviously, the Milwaukee vote to come in, and you've got a couple of other places that still have to report some vote. And that one will be an interesting one to see.
Real quick, before I let you go here, looking at the Senate landscape, Democrats, I think, had hoped to be doing better at this point in the morning than what we are seeing in some of these places. Is there a chance to potentially turn it around? And again, some of the vote is still early. And how do you think this plays out?
Well, look, I think Democrats are undoubtedly disappointed at where the Senate is at this time. I think, look, I think the key is that maybe that those races, maybe more than one race, but at least one race we know is going to go to a runoff in Georgia. That'll happen just a couple days after the new Congress is seated. So we may well be have extended, not just in the next couple days in a presidential race, but extended a couple of months in the Georgia race.
Yeah. Robert Gibbs, former White House press secretary, staying up late and early with us this morning. Robert, thank you. Lester, I'll toss it back to you there in the studio.
Yeah, Hallie, I think we've now officially moved into early territory, not late. Another break now. We'll be back in just a moment with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. Stay with us if you can.
Feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Well, Decision 2020 coverage on NBC moving into a new day. It's almost 4 o'clock in the East, and we continue to wait for more votes and some more movement as to where we are in this election. Andrea?
These are legitimate votes. Americans turned out in unprecedented numbers to early vote, mail-in vote, and those votes have to be counted.
We're going to take a break. Kate Snow is going to continue our coverage here on the network in just a few minutes, and I guess we'll see you very soon. It's going to be a long week.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
The journey has taken us here. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I've got my vote planned. I just double-checked NBCnews.com/plan your vote. It reminded me everything I needed to know about voting back in my home state of Michigan, whether it's game day or election day. It helps to have a plan.
The journey has taken us here through a campaign of unexpected twists and turns. From a global pandemic to civil unrest to an incumbent president diagnosed with the coronavirus. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, each day brings more surprises. And whatever happens, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. I'm Kate Snow with you now, taking the baton. It is 4 a.m. here on the East Coast, 1 a.m. on the West Coast. If you're sticking with us, we thank you. Here's what we're watching at this hour. Let's get you caught up on what we have projected here at NBC News. This is the map that we're looking at this moment, and we can take a look at some of the individual states, I think beginning with Pennsylvania. Again, this is the one that we are really waiting on, and it could be days. Too early to call at this point. Georgia, also very close at this point. 92% of the vote in, too close to call. North Carolina, again, too close to call. A pivotal state. This could really matter for either candidate. Michigan, same thing. Too early to call at this point. Waiting for votes to be counted there. In Arizona, Vice President Biden has a lead, but still too early to call at this hour. Wisconsin, very close there as well. Again, a critical northern state, too close to call. In Nevada at this hour, too early to call Nevada. And in Maine, too early to call, although we could note that Vice President Biden does have a lead there. But again, still too early to call that. In Hawaii, where maybe they're still awake at this hour, it is too early to call. Not enough votes to count, obviously 0-0 there. Let's begin this hour. We've let some of our folks go, Lester, Savannah, Chuck, and Andrea getting some sleep. Same thing at the White House. Hallie Jackson has gone to get a couple hours of sleep. So let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House with us now at 4 a.m. Monica, let's talk for those who weren't with us about what the president said when he came out and spoke and what you're hearing from White House officials now. Okay, we'll wait on Monica Alba. She's not quite ready yet. So let me skip over to Biden headquarters first, and then we'll come back to the White House. Ali Vitale is now at Biden headquarters for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, it feels like days ago, but it was just hours ago that we heard from the vice president.
Social media.
Have we lost her also? Okay. Bear with us, folks. We're trying to get our correspondents up. Do we have Maura Barrett before I try to toss to her? Okay, we don't have anybody at this hour. All right, how about Rich Laurie? Is he with us? All right, we're having trouble getting folks organized at this hour. We apologize for that. We will get right to our correspondents when we can. But let's talk about where we stand at this moment. You just heard Lester say it before he left, if you were with us right before the 4 a.m. hour, that this race is simply too close right now to really call. It is a race where we await millions of votes that have been cast. states all over the country. Some of them have gone to bed now. They'll resume counting in the morning. Some of them, like Pennsylvania, have 3 days now to count votes that came in. As long as those mail-in ballots came in by Election Day, they'll be able to count them per the Supreme Court for the next 3 days. So again, we can go through the boards and show you which states we're waiting on. And it is a lot of states, despite what the president said at the White House. We're looking at Texas. We can call for the president. So the projected winner per NBC News of Texas is President Trump. Florida, we have also called for President Trump. Ohio, we have called for President Trump. We have projected that President Trump wins Ohio. And in Minnesota, NBC News has projected the winner there, Vice President Biden. In Nebraska, we have projected the winner, President Trump. Nebraska splits its electoral college votes, so we're still waiting on how that will work out. But at this point, statewide, we project for President Trump. Again, many other states, we went through them a few minutes ago, simply too close to call or too early to call at this point. We're going to go to Arizona now, one of those states that we are still waiting to project. Vaughn Hilliard is out there for us. Vaughn, you've been talking to voters. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Hey, good morning, Kate. When we're looking at the margin right now, you see Joe Biden with about a 7-point edge over Donald Trump. And those initial results were striking, and kind of hit that chord of what we had been expecting to happen here, of county to be entered into the system here. But here's the other outlier. What we are waiting on is a number that we don't know right now, and that is the number of folks that today, on Election Day, hand-delivered their ballots to polling locations. Elections officials, Kate, tell me that they will tell us later today, on Wednesday, what that total is. The Trump campaign right now is banking on that number being exceedingly high, because what we saw in these last several days were these early ballots that were being returned went heavily towards Republicans. And on Tuesday, Republicans in Maricopa County voted by a 2-to-1 margin over Democrats. Again, a 2-to-1 margin, Kate. And so that is where the Trump campaign is insisting, saying, hold on a second. With hundreds of thousands of ballots still out, we've got a chance to close this gap. And also, when you take into account the rural parts of the state here, there's that opportunity because this campaign, Donald Trump spent time in the likes of Yuma, a town of 100,000. He spent just last week up in Bullhead City, an outlier community that he won overwhelmingly 4 years ago and did again on Tuesday night. At the same time, they were trying to turn out voters that didn't even vote in 2016, but came out to support him. And now that question is, can they narrow this 8-point gap? Arizona is important. You got those 11 electoral votes, Kate, that are on the line here. And in a situation in which Joe Biden pulls off Michigan, Wisconsin, and having now Nebraska's that one congressional district there, Arizona would clinch it, and Joe Biden wouldn't even need the state of Pennsylvania. That's how important Arizona is to Joe Biden's map.
Yeah, and you heard the president, Vaughn, say we have a lot of life in that state and we need to get it counted, whereas he was saying about other states, well, we've already won, he was incorrectly saying. So clearly Arizona important to the Trump campaign at this hour.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking into account here, this has been the longtime Republican bastion of the Republican Party, right? From Goldwater to John McCain. Suddenly, when you're talking about that political map, here in Arizona, this is interestingly, the state that could be the one to defy what the Republican Party has become under Donald Trump. Jeff Flake, the former Republican senator, ran closing campaign ads for the Biden campaign just this last week, as well as Cindy McCain. And when you're looking at the way that Donald Trump has handled the state of Arizona, and particularly the way that he treated the late Senator John McCain, it calls into question the Republican Party's efforts here and whether they cornered themselves here. Because if it weren't for the state of Arizona right now, all eyes would exclusively be on the state of Pennsylvania. But instead, because Arizona is in play because of the Democrats here, suddenly they were able to expand their map here this evening.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard out in Arizona for us. Vaughn, thank you so much. We want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. She's been with us earlier in the evening. Yamiche, thanks for sticking with us at 4:08 Eastern Time. Talk about the map as a whole right now. And what we heard from the president just, what was that, about an hour ago, not unexpected that he would say what he did, but really the map is still anyone's game.
The map is definitely still anyone's game. President Trump has not won a number of the states that he claimed he won, including Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. The president was also taking issue with the fact that Arizona had been called for Joe Biden. We now can report that the AP's. But yeah, by another network, I should say, at the PBS NewsHour, we're going with the AP calls. But nonetheless, what the president is doing is saying that he's already won this election and already saying that he wants all voting to stop. He's saying that he wants to go to the Supreme Court. This is something that if it was happening in any other country, the United States would be sending in election observers. We'd be looking at that country and saying something is wrong. There's a constitutional crisis. There's a political crisis. We've never seen anything like this in U.S. history. I can't stress that enough. In elections like in 2016, in 2000, 1976, 1968, we've had elections in the past where we did not know at the stroke of midnight on after Election Day who won the election. But the president is now insinuating without evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. There are people close to the president who are very alarmed and disturbed by this, Kate. Chris Christie, the New Jersey governor, the former New Jersey governor, he said that he thought that this was a bad political strategy and a bad political strategy. That's really important because he's someone who worked on the president's transition, who has helped the president prep for debates. But there are Republicans tonight who support the president who say this is a step too far. Now, of course, we've seen the president say things and then walk it back. The vice president had a very different tone when he was talking from the White House today, saying that he expects to win the election, not claiming victory already. But President Trump was very clear that he believes he has already won the election. And as you said, there's already going to be counting going on in places like Pennsylvania, like Georgia, a lot of votes still to be counted.
Well, President Trump is all about the message, though, right? He's a big, he likes to speak to his people. He likes to speak to his crowd. And it seemed to me that that's what he was doing at the White House, was trying to telegraph a message a hopeful message that he would like to be true.
That's right. I was talking to some people that are close to President Trump today. And one of the things that someone stressed to me that talks to the president a lot, he said that President Trump sees leadership as optimism, whether it's including misinformation, whether it means that he's not telling the truth. He still likes to try to look upbeat. He still likes to try to make it seem like he's in a good place. That's happening now with the election, saying that he's in a good spot, that he believes he can win states that haven't been called yet. That being said, the president also did this, of course, with the coronavirus. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 Americans, infected more than 9.3 million. And the president's closing message over and over again at all these different rallies that he held across the country was that COVID isn't that bad, that people should not be worried about it. So we're seeing that sort of optimism. He's trying to telegraph in that to his supporters that he's doing well in the election, that they should feel excited about the fact that this election is continuing. And he's actually, of course, trying to say that he already won the election. But in a lot of ways, apart from the messaging and the rhetoric, there is really the democracy part of this. America is built on this idea that our elections are free and fair and that we can have a stable government and a stable transition of power because everyone believes that the elections are done in a correct way. And the president is essentially trying to delegitimize these elections, and that's a problem.
Yamiche, thank you so much for sticking with us overnight. Appreciate it very much. Let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House for us. Tried to go to you before. Monica, are you there this time? There we are.
I'm here, Kate.
Good morning. 4 a.m., the president must be asleep by this time. Do we have any sense for what's on his agenda in the coming hours?
Well, listen, Kate, this is a president who actually stays up quite late and likes to monitor and watch a lot of coverage, particularly on a night like tonight. And the lights I can actually see in the residence just beyond here where I am. I'm in front of the West Wing, and they are still on. So it's very possible he is still keeping a close eye on what we have seen here tonight. But we do have some insight into what he might be doing later today, which is nothing at all. There's nothing currently on his public schedule. Of course, that's always subject to change. We weren't even sure exactly when we were going to hear from him tonight until just about an hour before he spoke in the East Room. And the timeline itself was notable because it was just after former Vice President Joe Biden delivered his remarks in Wilmington, Delaware, that the president issued his first tweet in more than 6 hours. We hadn't heard very much from him overnight as some of those returns started to roll in until we first heard from Joe Biden. Then seemingly the president wanted to go out and make his own kind of splash with those very controversial remarks, declaring a form of victory when, of course, we know there are still millions of ballots that need to be cast. But when we look ahead to what comes next, the president seemingly saying that he's going to follow through with a strategy he previewed earlier this week, which is to go in effect with his lawyers. The Republican National Committee has been preparing election-related lawsuits in many of these key battleground states, and they do have dozens of lawyers on retainer, I'm told, in key states like Pennsylvania for what they see as this protracted legal battle to come as the week unfolds. We're not sure when we're going to hear from him next. The first time may be on his Twitter feed in these next couple of hours as he continues to see what is developing, but we also may see him do some media interviews. Of course, we saw him just 24 or so hours ago do a lengthy interview with Fox and Friends. That's something he may do as well. But it was quite striking tonight, Kate, that when the president came out and spoke in the East Room, he gathered about 200 to 250 of his closest friends, Trump family members, cabinet secretaries, and campaign officials, all of them huddled quite closely together despite the coronavirus pandemic, having an event indoors, which is still just an odd thing to see given the backdrop of that health crisis. Of course, we're told by White House officials they were supposedly tested before they came into the White House grounds. But of course, that's something that the White House has told us before at different kinds of events, anything from the Republican National Convention to, of course, that Rose Garden ceremony for then Judge, now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, which later, in the words of Dr. Anthony Fauci, turned into a super spreader event. So a lot of health questions just raised tonight about this event that also continues to blur really the lines between official White House business and campaign activities, which is something, again, we've become quite accustomed to in the last couple weeks and months of this campaign, Kate.
Monica Alba at the White House for us. You'll let us know when you hear more. Monica, thank you. And more Decision 2020 election night coverage ahead. Stay with us.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Kate Snow with you now, back in the early hours of Wednesday morning. It is early in the East and early out West. We want to bring in Rich Lowry. He's the editor of the National Review. He's been with us throughout the night. Rich, good to see you. Let's talk about the strategy of the White House at this point. And I don't know if you think there's a difference between the strategy of the president and the strategy of the broader administration. But what is the strategy as you see it?
Well, I think the president is trying to undermine the result, which no president of the United States should ever do, and wants to have a fail-safe if he loses, where he can say he was treated unfairly and he was cheated. I'm not sure that's the strategy of the administration more broadly. And you saw the tension there right after the president's statement, where Mike Pence came up to the microphone and stated it more in more conventional terms. You know, the president said, as far as I'm concerned, I won. And Mike Pence said, we're on the path to victory, which would be a more appropriate thing to say. Yeah. In terms of the legal strategy, you know, we're in a litigation phase. Both sides are going to be filing lawsuits to protect their interest. But the idea, as the president said in an exaggerated way, that he can go to the Supreme Court and stop the counting of these ballots is obviously bonkers and isn't going to happen. What
are you hearing from other Republicans? I don't know if anyone's still up at this hour, if you've been in touch with others in the party. I mean, are people distancing themselves from what the president said?
Well, I think people are made uncomfortable about it. It might be yet another one of these things where you have a lot of Republican senators kind of ducking and covering and not wanting to engage with reporters on it if they can help it. And who knows, you know, Trump may wake up later this morning and pull it back a little bit, you know, on some media interviews. But the basic narrative that he wants out there is that the other side is trying to cheat.
All right, Rich Lowry, thanks for being with us and sticking with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with our Decision 2020 election coverage.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to NBC News' Decision 2020 coverage. I'm Kate Snow. We have at least a big day ahead of us, potentially several days ahead of us of legal battles. For that, I want to go to Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persily. Nate, thanks for sticking with us through this long, long night. When you think about what will happen first, what would be the first? And I know I heard you say earlier we've got to get the votes counted first. But is that easy to do in the climate we're in?
Well, there is a process that is going to be followed. And I think that we have to trust the process, that they say in Philadelphia, that there's an administrative process to count the votes, and then there's a state legal process to dispute any of those counts.
Do you suspect that there will be challenges, though, even as soon as tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say?
Well, there are challenges that have already been filed. So we have 2 lawsuits already in Pennsylvania, one in Montgomery County and one at the state level, that are directed at absentee ballots. But we should be sort of clear-eyed about this, that there is no switch at the Supreme Court that can be flicked on to stop a vote count. All these votes are going to be counted. If there are disputes, there is a legal process that will be followed, and that's what we should be seeing in the coming days. But it all really depends on how close the margin is. It's possible maybe President Trump will have as big a margin after the count of these votes as he has right now, in which case it probably wouldn't go any further. But if the margin narrows, or if President Biden overtakes it, then we'll see whether it's within, as we say, the margin of litigation.
We have just about 60 seconds left before a break. There are many states that do things differently, right? There's a patchwork of different rules depending on where you are.
Well, that's true. And in each one of these states, there are different rules with respect to absentee ballots. For example, North Carolina is still receiving absentee ballots, and as is Pennsylvania for the next 3 days. And so they're different than Michigan or Wisconsin, which have to receive them on Election Day. So we're in for a few days of uncertainty here, but there's a process that needs to be followed in order to figure out who actually won this election.
All right, Nate Persily, thank you so much for sticking with us, for staying up all night with us. We're going to take another break. We'll be back in just a minute.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
We are back with NBC News Decision 2020 coverage. It is 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 1:30 a.m. on the West Coast, and we are still with you because this presidential race is yet to be decided. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour, and you can see why we still have a long way to go. On the road to 270 right now, Vice President Biden with 220 Electoral College votes, President Trump with 213. That doesn't tell the whole story, though. You see all those gray states on the map. That's where we're still awaiting results or awaiting enough results to be able to call or project who will win those votes. Let's take a look state by state, beginning with Pennsylvania, a critical state, could be the deciding state in this race. It is too early to call at this hour. A lot of counting to be done there. Georgia, too close to call, with the president with a lead, but again, 92% in and too close to call because many urban areas haven't been counted yet. North Carolina, also too close to call at this hour. Same situation, waiting for votes to come in the suburbs. In Michigan, it is too early to call, with the president with a slight lead with 76% of the vote in, still too early. Arizona, at this hour, with 82% in, too early to call. And Wisconsin, another one of those critical northern states, what were considered the blue wall. We are calling that too close to call at this hour. Nevada, too early to call, not enough information yet. And in Maine, too early to call, although we can note that Vice President Biden does seem to have a lead in the state of Maine. In Hawaii, the race there, too early to call. And finally, in Alaska, too early to call, with some votes coming in, but only 36% in so far. So again, here's a look at the map at this hour. Again, all those gray states we are waiting for, and it will be hours, it may be days, before we count millions of votes across this country. Former Vice President Joe Biden did speak to supporters earlier in the night. If you weren't awake at that hour, here's what he had to say shortly after midnight.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight.
Earlier in the night, if you weren't awake at that hour, here's what he had to say shortly after midnight.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
Ali Vitale's covering the Biden campaign for us. She's in Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Ali, when you hear what the vice president said, he's saying it's still too soon. He's not claiming victory in that speech. What is the campaign saying about what they will do as we head into Wednesday morning?
Well, Kate, he is going by the plan that his advisors have laid out to us for several days here, which is that they anticipated that President Donald Trump could come out and try to declare an early victory, but they also knew that Joe Biden would be the person who would not be doing that, who would instead say, if they felt optimistic, that they were optimistic and on the path to victory. And ultimately, that's what he said in this parking lot here behind me just a few hours ago. And just since you came on the air, we actually have a new statement from Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley-Dillon. We knew that his campaign was watching President Donald Trump at the White House, but now we're getting a sense of what they thought of that statement. Jen O'Malley-Dillon calling the president's unfounded declaration of victory outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. She goes on in this statement to call Trump's comments a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens, also promising, she says, that every vote will be counted, and sort of giving a warning to the Trump campaign, saying that if President Trump wants to take this to court, the Democratic side of this race does have lawyers at the ready, and they anticipate that they will win those challenges. And look, in my private conversations with aides tonight, this is a scenario that the campaign expected. They thought that Donald Trump could come out and do this. They weren't sure if it was going to happen, but ultimately we all saw what happened in the East Room. That being said, they feel confident about the path that they have before them. Places like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those gray states on the map that are so critical because it is Democrats trying at least to rebuild the blue wall that Donald Trump managed to topple. And so they do think that they could see better results out of there. Part of the reason why those states are still gray at this point is because a lot of these bigger metropolitan areas that have a lot of Democratic votes in them have a lot of different ballots coming in ways that they have not had to deal with before. Mail-in voting, early voting, we saw huge turnout numbers well before Election Day. And so a lot of these localities are dealing with counting ballots in numbers and ways that they haven't before. That's why I think the word of the day here around the Biden campaign is a long slog ahead of us. We knew that it would take a while to have these votes counted. Now, Kate, we are living in that reality.
And Ali, have you had a chance to ask the campaign about those southern states, about Southwest Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia? What is the Biden campaign thinking about those?
Look, those are also states that they feel confident about winning. They liked their chances in places like Arizona. Their campaign manager specifically has been bullish on flipping Arizona. At the same time, though, this is a campaign that has laid out that they have multiple paths to victory. They don't need to go through those southern states. They think that the blue wall is one of their better paths. But that being said, there is still the reality that they could mix and match a little bit here, picking off maybe a Wisconsin and a Michigan and then pairing that with an Arizona. There's a lot of ways that they can get to this, and frankly, that was part of their strategy in the early days before Election Day, was to say that there's multiple different ways that they can do this, contrasting that with President Trump's more narrow path, they thought, to victory.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you. And we do have a bit of news to give you at this hour at 4:36 Eastern Time out in Hawaii. NBC News can project Joe Biden is the winner of Hawaii's 4 electoral votes. Not a big surprise, but that's a projection we can make at this hour. Let's go back to what President Trump said when he spoke to supporters in the East Room of the White House. We were just mentioning that with Ali Vitale. We want to play a little bit of the sound, and then we'll talk with our White House correspondent. Here's the president just about two.
We were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it, to support our incredible movement.
The president went on to claim victory and wins in several different states, which have not been projected by NBC News. There's simply not enough information yet in any of those races. Again, millions of people have voted, and those votes have not yet been counted. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get to our White House correspondent a bit later. Stay with us, if you will.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to our Decision 2020 coverage here on NBC. A couple hours from now, and the sun will be coming up on the East Coast. We've been watching the markets all night, and I want to bring in NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, who's with us. Steph, when we talked to you just a little bit ago, the futures weren't looking so good. Just in the last 10 minutes, we've seen a turnaround. They're up again.
Kate, who doesn't like a middle-of-the-night roller coaster? Clearly, That's what we're on. It's been a roller coaster all night. During and soon after the president's remarks, we saw the futures market take a serious dive because what's really important is to trust the process and follow the process. It was weeks ago when the president first said that he would not necessarily adhere to a peaceful transfer of power. That's when you saw the markets start to get skittish. And you saw it again when he opened the door for a contested election. election. But really in the last half hour, since you have heard from lawmakers and lawyers sort of across the board, just this general rebuking the president, reminding him that he does not decide who wins the election. The process will be carried out and every legal vote will be counted. And you're seeing the markets respond to that. They want to make sure the process is carried through. Now, we don't know if it absolutely will be, but it's not like the president is getting any sort of wide support.
I know you've also been looking at exit polling and the data about what voters were looking for in this election, economically speaking, financially speaking. What are we learning about how voters voted for their pocketbook?
Listen, we know that COVID impacted how people vote, especially from both a health and economic perspective. And people voted based on how it's impacted them. You and I have talked about this before. For some people in this country, it has been a V-shaped recovery. If you can work from home, if you have a white-collar job, if you're invested in the markets, if you can afford to buy a house or a car and take advantage of low interest rates. And people in that position who haven't been dramatically impacted by COVID, well, they stayed with the president. Senior citizens who have said, well, I like what my 401k has done, even though it did better under President Obama. President Trump is fantastic at selling the economy. That worked for him. Whereas people who were the most adversely affected, minorities, women, people who lost their businesses, lost their jobs, we saw them gravitate towards Biden. So it was a reminder that people vote based on what affects them, not offends them. Yeah. And even though we talk so much in this country about this is who we are, people voted based on this is how I'm doing.
And it's interesting, too, when I was out talking to voters, particularly in Ohio and Pennsylvania and more rural areas, people who have jobs have 401ks. And I had a lot of voters say to me, my 401k is doing really well.
And that's the thing, Kate. We're correct in saying the stock market and the economy are not the same thing. But think about retirees. For a lot of retirees, their retirement accounts are their income. It is what they depend on. And they feel like they've had a good ride under President Trump. And while the president has said to them over and over, without me, your 401k will be lost, that's not necessarily true. But people believe it.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thanks for staying up with us. Appreciate it so much. Let's bring in Susan Del Percio. She's a Republican strategist. She's an NBC News contributor. She's involved with the Lincoln Project as well. Susan, nice to see you at this hour of the morning, 4:45 on the East Coast. We lost Susan. We're having a lot of gremlins on this overnight shift. It's very hard, as you can imagine, to get everybody wired up at this late hour. Let's go back to Monica Alba, who's at the White House for us. Monica, when you look at the map, and we've been talking about critical states, talk to me about if the White House is gaming this out now and still awake at this hour and looking at what they really need to win. The president said he claimed he's got a clear path. What is the path that they're looking at as most likely?
It's quite narrow, Kate. That's the most important thing here when we zoom out and look at what is left and what is still remains that needs to be counted. The president's campaign was feeling very optimistic about some of the Sun Belt states, Florida, North Carolina, which of course has not been called yet and is incredibly close. They thought they were going to do better in Arizona. Obviously, former Vice President Joe Biden doing better there. So that really leaves this main outstanding question of the Rust Belt, those three critical states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that essentially delivered Donald Trump, then candidate Trump, the White House in 2016. What will those look like for him this time around? And unfortunately, all of those, because we don't have a complete picture yet, we're hoping to get a little bit more information on Wisconsin later this morning. They are just too close to call and too early to call in some cases. But really, for the president's reelection effort, they have to do quite well in 2 of 3 of those in order to really maintain this path. They were looking at, in combination with some of the other things, that's assuming that they hold on to Georgia, which is not definitive at this point. There's still a lot that remains outstanding there. So the president really now facing an uphill battle, and that's why his comments earlier tonight were so inflammatory and controversial. Even those aides and allies around him that we've seen now speaking out afterwards saying they were distressed, in the words of one of them, by what the president was saying, because while he is trying to claim victory, that's simply not the case yet. But look, Kate,
The fact is the Trump campaign was playing a lot of defense in these final weeks, and we knew that in terms of where the president was spending his time. In states he won in 2016, not so much trying to expand the map in any way, shape, or form. About a year ago, I remember having conversations with campaign aides who were optimistic about states they could potentially flip. They were talking about a Nevada, for example, or a New Mexico, or even something like Oregon. Of course, that's not at all what the strategy ended up being in these final weeks and final days. Instead, really looking to the states he won super narrowly last cycle to see if they could hang on to them again. They're pleased with what they saw so far, though, in terms of turnout, and they're hoping that that turnout is visible in some of these Midwestern states when the votes continue to be counted, of course, from all those ballots that were already cast but are still outstanding in terms of the totals. But it's also going to be a major legal battle, it appears. That's what Republicans are preparing for. It's something they've been doing for months, and in the state of Pennsylvania is really where a lot of this could still come down to, Kate.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are going to be critical in the hours to come. Monica Alba at the White House for us. Monica, thanks so much. Much more to come when our Decision 2020 coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Back with our Decision 2020 coverage, you're looking at the Senate at this hour. Still pretty evenly split with a lot of races outstanding. Let's take a look. North Carolina, too close to call. There's a big race there between Thom Tillis and his challenger. In Maine, Senator Susan Collins fighting for her seat there. Still too early to call at this hour. In Arizona, the Democrats really hoping to pick up a new seat there against Martha McSally. That's Mark Kelly, the former astronaut. Still too early to call at this hour. In Michigan, this is a seat that Democrats are defending. Gary Peters there, the senator. And this one too early to call at this hour. In Alaska, too early to call with 36% of the vote in. In Georgia, one of two races, the two-way race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, too close to call at this hour. And then the other Georgia Senate race, this is a multi-party race. It was known as a jungle primary. Right now, it will head to a special election. These two, Warnock and Loeffler, advance to that special election. So at this point, the Democrats have picked up one seat. That's in Colorado. The Republicans have, as expected, picked up one in Alabama. That was Hickenlooper in Colorado winning for the Democrats. That was the pickup there. And then Tuberville, who is the former Auburn football coach, picking up that seat in Alabama. Again, that was expected. Democrats were hoping to do a lot better this evening than they have so far. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, retaining his seat in Kentucky. In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, the Judiciary Chairman, maintaining his seat, long-standing seat in the Senate, against a challenger, Jamie Harrison, who a lot of Democrats had a lot of faith in and were hoping he might come through this evening. So again, at this hour, the split. Democrats with 46, Republicans with 47. The Democrats would still need to pick up a net of 3 if Joe Biden is the president, a net of 4 if they lose the presidency, in order to take control of the Senate, which seems increasingly harder to do. I want to turn to Christina Greer. She's an associate professor of political science at Fordham University, politics editor of the Grio. Thanks for being up late with us. Really appreciate it. As you view this evening and you look at voter turnout, you look at the black vote turnout, what are you watching at this hour? What are you seeing?
Well, good morning, Kate.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, I'm looking at so many votes that still have yet to be counted. And I think, a lot of Americans are unsettled by the president's comments this evening. And so we have to make sure, for the integrity of our elections and the integrity of our democracy, that all of the absentee ballots are counted. For the states that did not start to count, the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, where they were not counting the ballots that were cast during early voting, those must be counted. Just because the president doesn't like a particular percentage right now, that doesn't mean that we stop counting the votes. The world is watching us, and Vice President Pence tried to walk it back, but we have to be very clear. Free and fair elections are one of the few democratic principles that separates us from non-democratic nations, and everyone's watching us right now.
I was in Cleveland the other day, Christina, and talking to black voters in particular, and some were saying it's a little late for Joe Biden to come, with an ad at the last minute and then come to Cleveland on Monday morning, yesterday, 2 days ago now, morning. What's your sense for that? Did the Biden campaign miss some opportunities, perhaps, by not doing enough outreach sooner?
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, obviously African Americans are a very solid Democratic voting bloc, especially during presidential elections, roughly around 90%. I mean, obviously many African American voters still want to be courted. They want to be talking about policy, economic issues, how presidents plan on handling COVID. I do think that Joe Biden strategically went to particular areas, in the final days of the campaign that had sort of grassroots organizing that was, sort of showing the Democratic map and the math that made sense. I think the fact that he went to Ohio, which quite honestly has been quite red as of late, but still making the case to African-American voters. I mean, we know that many African-American voters are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden, I think, did a substantive job reaching out to black voters to make sure that they did not feel abused or taken advantage of, unlike the president, who uses black voters as props when he sees fit. But if you look at his record economically, and even with some of the social justice issues that he touts, it's just quite frankly thin and not there. And if we look at the president's historical record, it's absolutely not there. And we can go back to the Central Park Five, or the federal court cases where he and his father were sued for discriminating against African Americans. So in some ways, it's a cut and dry case. But I think Joe Biden did a good faith effort trying to reach out to one of the foundations of the Democratic Party.
And we'll see how those votes play out in places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and cities across Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Yeah. Detroit, going to be very important to look at those votes. Christina Greer, thanks so much for being with us late. Appreciate it. We'll be back in just a moment here. We'll take a quick break. More of our 2020 coverage coming up.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. It is 5 a.m. on the East Coast, 2 a.m. out west. You're back with NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. We're going all night long here. I'm Kate Snow. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour. If maybe you took a nap or you went to bed for a while, here's where we're at. Vice President Joe Biden with 224 Electoral College votes. The president with 213. Those numbers don't tell the full story, though, because look at all the gray on that map. Those are states that have not yet been projected by NBC News, by our decision desk. We simply don't have enough information, or the race is too tight. We'll go through them in a moment. You can see a lot of red states and blue that were expected, but really a lot of the toss-up states are still outstanding, including Pennsylvania, one of the most critical toss-up states. Too early to call at this hour with 74% of the vote in. In Georgia, another race we've been following all night long. You've heard Chuck Todd say, if you were with us earlier, that we're waiting for metro areas around Atlanta to come in. Too close to call at this hour. North Carolina, same situation. A lot of votes still yet to be counted. Too close to call by our metrics. In Michigan, it is too early to call that race. You see President Trump with a lead, but again, only 77% of the vote in right now. In Arizona, we can say that Joe Biden is leading in the state of Arizona, but again, it is simply too early to call. We have standards at NBC. We wait for enough vote to make a determination. In Wisconsin, another one of the northern states we're going to be watching closely in the coming hours. They are still counting votes. It is too close to call there. In Nevada, too early to call at this hour. The difference of 25,000 votes with just about 79% of the vote in right now. In Maine, too early to call, although Joe Biden in that state does have a lead at this hour. And in Alaska, too early to call at this hour. Again, not many votes even in there yet, 36% of the vote in. Again, taking a look at the full map of the U.S., you can see the blue states, the red states that we've already projected earlier this evening, and you can see all those gray states are still outstanding and going to need a lot of time, in some cases potentially days. Steve Patterson is in Battleground, Michigan, again, one of those states that we have not been able to project yet. Steve, you've been up all night. You've been talking to folks. What's the sense on the ground for A, how long it's going to take to get any resolution, and B, which way it might be going?
Well, Kate, first of all, the first thing that was made abundantly clear, even heading into this week, is that Michigan was never going to be decided on Tuesday night. That's been made clear from the Secretary of State to city clerks to township managers. In fact, the rough estimate coming into this week was that we wouldn't have anything clearly verified by about Friday. Now, that's been pushed forward a little bit because of the diligence and the staffing up of several workers who've been able to push and try to get some of these ballots verified, but that's always been the estimate, that because of this crush of absentee ballots that are coming in, that Tuesday night was never realistic for the state of Michigan. And Michigan has already shattered records. The Secretary of State saying that we're probably going to get above 5.2 million votes cast overall. When you look at the total picture, that's 3.26 million absentee ballots. Michigan workers have never dealt with anything like that, adding on top of the 2 to 2.5 million in-person votes coming into this state. That's for a number of reasons. The first of all, the spike in the coronavirus, which has led to this influx of absentee ballots. It is surging in several communities throughout the state. The second is the Republican state legislature, which basically said that these ballots can't be counted. These absentee ballots can't be counted until the day of Election Day, which means this was always, again, going to be pushed primarily towards the end of the week.